practically another world reincarnation. I slept for 2,000 years, and the world had changed. Part 2. CH 2044,2 PRA Chapter 20.131. Whistling in a good mood as I fiddled with my pack wolf, I received a come from Celine. "Lieutenant, are you really going?" Her voice carried a clear sense of doubt, far from calm. "What else would I do?" She hadn't stated her concern outright, but I understood her perfectly. Now that our operational range had expanded dramatically, she likely saw my trip to the Holy City as reckless. In reality, now that we were able to manufacture pack wolves and had secured manpower, our operational range had increased dozens, no, even hundreds, of times over. After all, these machines cruised at an average speed of 80 km per hour, with a top speed of 220 km per hour. Their payload capacity, a solid 600 kilograms, was impressive, and with a few of them in formation, they could cover over 1,000 kilometers a day, terrain permitting. Not only that, but the pack wolves came equipped with artificial pseudo-intelligence, an old AI. That meant they could keep moving toward their destination even while I slept. And now that Sylvanians and Techgobs could act as our scouts in distant locations, there was no longer any need for me to physically travel across vast distances just to conduct exploration. That, I assumed, was what she was trying to argue. But there are already 26 locations within our explorable range, observation outposts, terraforming stations, and temporary bases. None of them are large-scale facilities. Not a single one is capable of producing an anti-gravity unit to get us into orbit. That's true, but cross-referencing old maps, we knew there were more than 26 sites within a week's journey. However, none had manufacturing capabilities exceeding our base. Most of the scattered terraforming stations were unmanned, lacking administrators like Celine or Tissy, and had likely long since fallen into ruin. That said, they still had raw materials and factory components. It wasn't that they held no value at all, but the potential rewards were minimal. Which is exactly why I want to go to the Holy City, where we know there's a massive factory. Given our practical immortality, we were well suited to a slow, methodical approach. There was no issue with scouring those locations first. But with the Holy City facing an imminent crisis, this was a different matter. The so-called dragon was an enormous life form, stretching over several dozen meters in length. Several outer districts of the Holy City had already fallen, and tens of thousands of people had died. For beings like us, who held a deep fondness for intelligent life, it was only natural to want to protect them. "Lieutenant, it's too dangerous." "Danger is a constant, as long as I'm stuck in this synthetic body. If there were at least a chance of acquiring a Type B synthetic body, it might be worth investigating them, but none of these candidate locations have the capability to manufacture synthetic bodies." Synthetic bodies were complex assemblies of precision machinery, not something just anyone could produce. For us mechanized humans and mathematical intelligence, if our bodies were destroyed, it was faster and safer to retrieve our photon cores and have them reinstalled into new bodies in a specialized factory. Scattering factories everywhere just wasn't viable. Sure, automation was an option, and pseudo-intelligences could handle body fittings, but there was never a real need to set up such facilities. After all, the 22nd Seed Fleet only had a mere 2,000 members. That was the downside of automation. The integrated military's fleets boasted over 4 million ships, but its actual personnel, including ground forces, numbered fewer than 50,000. If you counted planetary defense forces on the ringworlds, it barely scraped past 1 million. The military's strength was immense, but since the vast majority of its forces were automated ships and drones, human oversight alone was sufficient. Structurally, this was the natural result. As a consequence, there were only a limited number of places where synthetic bodies could be maintained, and among them, only colossal foundry ships larger than Tiamat 25 had the capability to manufacture an entire body from scratch. There's no chance of recovering a synthetic body from ruins, and even if we miraculously found one, it'd be useless because it had degraded with age. That's true, but still. Besides, our bodies, yours and mine, have already been converted into a power source. There's no restoring them. So wouldn't it be better to search for places that offer even a sliver of possibility of remaking our bodies? There were plenty of places to produce parts, but most of them focused on high-wear components like manipulators, which were designed to be replaced regularly. The production sites for truly critical components were still all up there. In that regard, this Type D body was truly an anomaly. As long as minimal facilities and DNA data were available, it could be replicated. Inconvenient, yes, but highly reproducible. A bizarre design choice. Honestly, the fact that cultivating an old human body remained our simplest solution was a rather bleak realization. And unlike before, we can produce spares now. No need to be so scared. The risk of loss is still too high. With Tiamat 25's facilities, we could produce power sources, which Celine could use to manufacture spare bodies for me with the body cultivation equipment she had made at our original base. Even if it took a month or two, it was nothing compared to the millenniums we'd endured. Now that I had extra lives to work with, there was no need to overthink things. My military-grade cyborg brain wasn't going to break so easily too. Besides, even with all our current facilities, producing a Holy Lance was impossible. As far as I knew, that was the only weapon on this planet capable of completely destroying my cyber brain and shattering my photon crystal. So there was no need to worry. Relax, Celine. This is a quest that came knocking at our door. We're playing an open-world game on a global scale. If we don't follow the hints, we'll never reach the ending. Then at least take it a little slower, Lieutenant. Seeing Celine's icon slump in defeat, I let out a wry laugh, feeling a bit guilty. I turned my gaze toward my personal pack wolf, admiring it with satisfaction. The vehicle, looking like a legged motorbike with a large monocular headlight, had just rolled out today. Its dark brown armor gleamed, fresh from assembly. It had just finished its fitting and test runs, standing ready for use at any time. Climbing onto it in the cramped warehouse, I connected to its pseudo-intelligence via wireless link. A mechanical voice greeted me. Welcome. Test run. Transfer control to me. Roger. You have control, Lieutenant Matsui. PRA Chapter 20.2. A mechanical voice greeted me. Welcome. Test run. Transfer control to me. Roger. You have control, Lieutenant Matsui. I slowly powered up the vehicle and brought it to life. The front wheels, designed like 360 degrees rotating casters on a chair, spun once in place. After executing a precise pivot turn, I accelerated toward the wall and braked just before the front wheels touched it. Shifting into reverse, I came to an abrupt stop, then slammed the brakes on the rear wheels alone, bringing the vehicle into a controlled wheelie. Swinging its front legs around, I flipped the unit without moving from the spot and landed cleanly. The sharp screech of rubber against the ground was both reassuring and satisfying, and the military-grade engineering that kept up with my orders filled me with excitement. Yeah, I love the horses in fantasy VR, but military ones are just so much easier to handle. Alright, that was fun. Switch to auto mode. As expected of the lieutenant. Switching to auto mode. Since this was its first rollout, I had been a little worried, but the Tiamat 25 factory had done an excellent job. Once I got a few dozen of these mass-produced, I could start preparing for the expedition right away. Nozomu, sir. What is it? Just as I was admiring the results, one of the Sylvanians approached. Recently, I had instructed them to call me by name, but most had refused out of deference. This one, however, was one of the rare exceptions. I had appointed him as my aide and personally called him Peter. Mr. Riedelboldi has returned. He wishes to see you. Got it. Tell him I'll be there soon. Where is he now? He is praying in front of the Great Mother, accompanied by other goblins. Ah, right. They had to perform a full-body prostration ritual before entering the Great Mother. Making them do that every time seemed a bit much, or rather, I didn't feel like waiting around. Maybe I should set up a temporary base outside. After all, the fact that the ship was positioned vertically already made doing everything inside incredibly inconvenient. Actually, now that my pack wolf was ready, I might as well go pick him up. Peter, get on the back. No, I couldn't possibly. This vehicle was built for two. Don't hesitate. At my command, Peter, clad in his exosuit, hesitantly hopped onto the back and gripped the straps tightly. I took control again and sped through the ship's corridors, literally. This is too fast. Way too fast. It's terrifying. Get used to it. If you're going to serve me, You'll need to master riding this. I was never told, have never heard about this. Peter frantically stomped his feet against the seat, protesting with all his might. I kept the speed just fast enough that he wouldn't be thrown off, dashing down the halls, leaping over vertical sections, and arriving at the entrance to the Great Mother in no time. Traveling here had been a hassle, but strong legs built for rough terrain made all the difference. Nozomu? You're already here? Hey, Ride Elpoldi. Look at this, my mechanical steed. I had wondered if speaking to him mid-prayer was improper, but as soon as the doors opened, he immediately reacted from his position near the front of the group. Oh. So this is, and who might you be? I am Gingergis, chieftain of the Baljingig tribe. A Tegob, clearly aged judging by his wrinkled skin and the dull sheen of his green mechanical eyes, bowed respectfully. It seemed my dramatic arrival astride the pack wolf had left quite an impression. To meet the pure and righteous God in person, it is my deepest honor. Hearing such an embarrassingly grandiose title, I immediately shot a glare at Ride Elpoldi. He averted his eyes, looking awkwardly guilty. It seemed like it wasn't something he spread himself, it just had taken on a life of its own. An honor to meet you as well, Chieftain Gingergis of Baljingig. I assume your visit concerns the return of your people? Before they were driven out by the degenerate god and his grotesque minions, the Tekgobs had lived near Tiamat 25 as a unified tribe. Now, their once single tribe had fractured into 32 separate tribes, but with the Great Mother reclaimed, many would likely abandon their hiding places and begin gathering here once more. To prevent any power struggles from erupting when that happened, I had already set a plan in motion. That is correct. Trusting in the words of the noble hero of the Great Mother, Ride Elpoldi, we have come forth without hesitation. It wouldn't be fair if I were the only one stuck with an embarrassing title, so I had gifted him a cool-sounding one of his own, elevating him as a hero. That way, while the Tekgobs would respect me for reclaiming the Great Mother, they would rally around Ride Elpoldi as the most deserving leader, since even I acknowledged his contributions. At the end of the day, people, whether human or otherwise, tend to favor their own kind. They would be happy that the Great Mother had returned to them, but if I took all the credit, it would leave a bad taste. So I worked some political magic to smooth things over. Additionally, some of the tribes, including my own, wish to offer you a gift. A gift? That is most generous, but the banner of the once great and now extinct tribe, Rustigis. They presented me with an old, battle-worn military flag, stained with patches of dried white blood. A bad feeling crept over me. This was definitely the kind of gift that came with a heap of trouble attached. PRA Chapter 21.132. Some time had passed since the recapture of the Great Mother. Their warriors who had set out to visit the scattered tribes reported that their chieftains first wanted to verify if the news was true. It was understandable. The great feat that the Tekgob heroes had challenged for 200 years, forming coalition armies at times and still failing, had suddenly been accomplished by an outsider. Few would believe such a claim so easily. So, before visiting the Great Mother, the tribes held a council. Among them, the responsibility of assessing me was entrusted to Gingergis, a chieftain from one of the more powerful tribes among the 32. At the same time, it seemed they had come to engage in politics in their own way. Along with the military standard they thrust upon me came a title. They recognized me, a non-Tegob, as an honorary chieftain, granting me the right to restore a once destroyed tribe, on the condition that I take in the numerous strays left in the wake of the recent upheaval. Honor and duty always come hand in hand, but this was quite the burden they were throwing at me. Due to the rampage triggered by Gilita and the others, the damage caused by the aberrations was severe. According to Gingergis, 2 tribes had been wiped out entirely, and 5 more were on the verge of collapse. The tribe Ride Elpoldi belonged to, Glavgulb, had only 3 surviving warriors, including him. The rest of the survivors, fewer than 30, were taking refuge in the Sylvanians' kingdom, aside from 15 who had been sheltered elsewhere. There were many like them, survivors whose tribes had lost their structure, or orphan children that no one could care for. The plan was to push them all onto me under the guise of tribal restoration. And, of course, my handling of this would serve as a test of my leadership. For a people I had found simple and honest, they were certainly shrewd. After thinking it over, I decided to accept. It wasn't as difficult as it sounded. I had permission to build a settlement in a good location near Tiamat 25, and as long as I had access to 3D printers for material fabrication, there would be no issues with food, clothing, or shelter. More than anything, this allowed me to officially become Reincarnation's superior and appoint him as my war chief. Glavgulb's former chieftain, broken by the recent disaster, had already announced his retirement. No one would object. Besides, I had always needed more manpower. Even if they were survivors from shattered tribes, I had no complaints as long as they could fight. If I had one concern, it was whether they harbored resentment toward Gilita. For now, however, any grudges had been drowned out by the joy of the Great Mother's recapture. Tribe after tribe arrived, and once they saw that they were truly allowed inside the Great Mother, they erupted into celebration. Knowing that they could return to her in their lifetime, they rejoiced with wild abandon, their revelry filled with cheers, sobs of relief, and cries of overwhelming joy. With this feast, I was officially declared the honorary chieftain of Rustiges. The honorary part, in this case, referred to a title bestowed upon me by the Tekgobs, acknowledging me as a chieftain despite not being one of their own. It also meant that the title was only valid for a single generation. In other words, I would eventually need to appoint a proper successor from among their kind. Well, I wasn't about to tell them that I didn't age. With Tekgobs only living for around 200 years, it would take them quite some time to notice that I wasn't growing old. By then, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Glavgulb survivors, a little over 30. Warriors not absorbed into other tribes, 15. Homeless survivors, 38. Orphans, 67. Elders, 40. Well, that's quite the tribe. Are you sure about this, Nozomu? You've basically been handed a pile of broken bar to deal with. During the feast, Reincarnation cursed while I idly sipped at the drink I had been offered my pack-wolf beside me. It wasn't alcohol, or at least, not something I could metabolize properly. He was fuming, barely holding back his frustration. He was likely outraged that the hero who saved the Great Mother was now being tested like this. But you see, my friend, I don't see this as a bad thing. They're nothing but injured, sick, and completely useless broken bar and broken bar. How the hell? Calm down. I always look at things in a positive light. Just think about it. We've gained a whole tribe's worth of people in an instant. What's there to complain about? I spread my arms, tilting my head slightly. The Tekgobs who had, likely without much choice, been designated as members of Rustige's side in relief. They say it all the time, manpower is strength. But they're just starving, broken bar and, no being is inherently useless. Besides, if I may be shameless, I'm someone who favors my own people quite a bit. I placed my cup down and clapped my hands. At that cue, Peter came rolling in with a cart. With a dramatic flourish, he whipped off the cover, revealing a whole, fat boar. It had been expertly butchered, its blood turned into sausages, its offal carefully prepared, and its meat slow roasted in a massive oven until it glistened. Hey, in our VR, taste is fully simulated. In survival-based games, bad cooking can be a death sentence, so I had long since mastered this craft. The moment I'd heard about the feast, I'd rushed to hunt these down. Once someone is part of my own, I pamper them like a princess. And as long as they act as children do toward a father, I'll be satisfied. This is extravagant. Come on, eat your fill. I hunted 4 of these. I guarantee there's enough to burst your stomachs. This area had been full of aberrations, but Earth's ecosystems had been replicated here, complete with wildlife. That meant plenty of game to hunt. The Tekgobs, who had long survived by hunting boars and deer, immediately recognized this as a feast, grabbing their knives and forks to dig in. Once their bellies are full, they'll be ready to work. Nozomu? No, chieftain. You shouldn't spoil them too much. I'll know when to draw the line. But today is a day of celebration. The Great Mother won't scold us for eating and drinking our fill. PRA Chapter 21.2. Speaking of which, I have a gift for you. Reincarnation, his face turning pale rather than flush from the alcohol because his white blood, narrowed his camera eye's pupil. This is the hero of the Great Mother can't walk around in ordinary armor, can he? Once again, Peter rolled up with a cart, carrying something entirely different. An exosuit. Of course, since it was a gift, it wasn't the standard issue model I had distributed to the Sylvanians. It was a full-plate design, customized to fit the Tech-Gob physique. Maximum armor thickness, 30 mm at the chest. Joint seals, multi-layer carbon sheets. I had designed it with a jagged, aggressive look in line with the Tech-Gob's sense of aesthetics, but I hadn't just focused on appearances, I had also put a lot of thought into its performance. The primary material for the suit was an ultra-hard, ductile titanium alloy, the same type used in the outer hulls of interstellar ships. For the joints, I had used bulletproof and blade-resistant nanocarbon with a cubic structure at the nanometer level, making it incomparably stronger than anything simply woven. By our standards, its durability and output were roughly on par with the Type B Mark II reinforced exosuit, designed for engineers working in realigned positions where there was still a risk of incoming fire. Well, since I was short on parts, this was a simplified version without sensors, sub-arms, or auxiliary AI, unlike the original Type B Mark II. If those guys in the development department back home saw it, they'd probably scoff at how crude it was. Even so, compared to the armor worn by warriors of other tribes, this one was undoubtedly tougher and more advanced. It was also designed for comfort, allowing the wearer to live in it without issue. The interior was lined with flexible biofiber that absorbed and purified sweat and grime, and its range of motion was wide enough that lying down wouldn't be uncomfortable. Is this really for me? This incredible armor? I am the honorary chieftain, am I not? That means it's my duty to equip my war chief properly, and, of course, his subordinates as well. The moment I added that, I could feel the defeated warriors, gathered from various tribes, suddenly growing animated, wondering if they would be getting the same kind of armor. Oh, I would be giving them some. The designs would be a bit more generic, though. Besides, I planned to take 5 warriors with me on my expedition, so I had to ensure they were properly armed to protect our land. Not to mention, I needed them to maintain trade with the Sylvanians. If they couldn't even get the necessary tools for their work, it would end up being a loss in the long run. With the Tiamat 25's industrial-grade 3D printers, this was nothing. No need to be stingy, I would use it as much as needed. As for the tribal chiefs, they had probably handed these warriors over to me out of jealousy and also to get rid of them. But I'd make good use of them. After all, wasn't I the consort of the Great Mother? They were the ones who picked to fight with me first. I wasn't about to let them complain now. I understood the desire to offload burdens and lighten their own loads, but they really should have chosen their target more carefully. That said, I wasn't that cruel. I'd look out for all of them, even those from other tribes who were watching enviously. In due time, just a few years of favoring the Rustigas, and when the time came for the tribes to unite peacefully, it would all pay off. They might not have been created by Lieutenant Commander Teramoto and Albert 24560 themselves, but they were born from a ship those two had risked their lives to keep from falling apart. In a way, they were the children of mechanized human and mathematical consciousness entity. I would treat them with the utmost care, and while I knew the chances were incredibly slim, if I ever made it back to home, I intended to push for their official recognition as higher consciousness status in the council. As for the Tech-Gob's political turmoil, I wasn't too worried. After all, they had only been living scattered apart because of the abominations, not because of constant tribal warfare or bitter blood feuds. There would likely be some disputes over who got to be the Grand Chief, but since their society had always leaned toward a loose, council-like structure, things would eventually settle into place. Now that the biggest threat was gone, I hoped they wouldn't start spouting some old human nonsense like, "We killed the number one enemy, so now it's your turn, number two." Right, Elpoldi, I'm going to have you working hard for a while. With this much given to me up front, I can only imagine how much you're going to charge me later. That's broken bar terrifying. Cursing under his breath, he downed his drink in one gulp before climbing into the exosuit, its back splitting open to let him in. Since it was structured like a wearable suit, he must have figured out how to put it on just by looking at it. Once he was fully inside, the exosuit sealed shut and activated, moving with powerful precision. The helmet was designed so that only his single camera eye was visible, making his presence incredibly intimidating. To the chieftain, as they raised their drinks in unison, I lifted my own flask in response. Hydrating just enough to keep my cells moist, I chewed on a nutrient tablet. Blueberry today. Not my favorite. Watching them enjoy their lively feast, I looked up at the sky, my thoughts drifting back to my distant home. Now that I had a bit of breathing room, I had time to think. I wondered how my parents were doing, out there in a galaxy far beyond the light of these stars. Unlike old human, they didn't have to worry about aging, but they had probably already set up a memorial altar for me. I just hoped my grandparents and great-grandparents, who had always doted on me, weren't breaking down in tears on my supposed death anniversary. Still, how was I supposed to get back? The Tiamat 25 had an anti-gravity unit, but it was integrated into the ship's structural integrity. I couldn't just remove it. And since it was designed for space travel, it obviously didn't have the thrust needed to escape a planetary atmosphere. We mechanized humans of the Higher Federation had long since lost any means of defying planetary gravity other than anti-gravity technology and the manipulation of quantum and graviton physics. After all, it was convenient. When you rely on it for everything, of course everyone forgets how to build something as inefficient and fuel-consuming as a traditional rocket. There might be blueprints buried somewhere in the National Diet Library's technological archives, but I sure as hell had no idea how to build one. Maybe even our homeworld wouldn't be able to anymore. I could only hope I'd stumble across one in the Celestial Dome holy city I was heading toward, and that they'd be willing to part with it. With that slightly escapist thought, I quietly sipped my water, gazing at the stars as if they were my evening snack. PRA Chapter 22.133 Indecent. Just as I was finally calming my mind with a long-awaited cigarette, Galata barged into the tent we had set up as the Rustigas base outside Tiamat 25. NGH. What is it? I had reached a sort of meditative relaxation, something I could do without a cigarette, but having one certainly helped me stay grounded, so I straightened up at her sudden visit, disabling all the simulated neurodrug functions and returning to a fully alert state. Isn't this indecent? The skin-tight suit. She shoved the innerwear I had made for her right in my face. It was a back-zip, full-body suit that covered her from neck to toe. Similar to a wetsuit used for diving, it had light armor and built-in biometric sensors to ensure that the chest and groin areas remained opaque. The design leaned slightly mechanical, but that was just practicality. Still, no matter how much she called it indecent, it was just an ordinary skin-tight suit. Back when resources were tight, I hadn't been able to provide them, but after reclaiming the Great Mother and gaining access to its 3D printing units, I started to make them. In fact, I was wearing one right now. And what exactly is the problem? It's incredibly practical. No need for washing, resistant to body odor, and maintenance was as simple as replenishing the nanomachines once a month. As long as that was done, it was the ideal choice for both everyday wear and battlefield conditions. Exosuits had high air tightness, making them uncomfortably humid inside. Full-plate armored models, if worn for extended periods, became a nightmare with sweat and grime, so for non-mechanized human, skin-tight suits were the preferred solution. They were so comfortable that even I couldn't imagine going without one now. But this underwear makes my body shape so obvious. It's indecent. Since the suit was designed not to interfere with the internal structure of exosuit, it fit the wearer's body perfectly. That was a technical necessity, not some perverted design choice. Besides, the nanomachines embedded inside needed to be in direct contact with the skin to break down sweat and waste. The tight fit was purely functional. What were you thinking, giving me this? I just meant it as underwear. I made it to go with your new exosuit. That's all. Several days had passed since the feast, and we were in the middle of updating our gear. But now, here was Galata, personally confronting me over her innerwear. Did she not like it? She had been so overjoyed when I provided her with the full-plate model exosuit. Besides, it's underwear. Who's going to see it? That's not to mention, it was just the two of us human here. I saw no reason for her to be embarrassed. For the record, I'm not the kind of scum who spies on women while they change. I know that. I do. But, in a barely audible murmur, it's embarrassing, followed. It seemed the fashion norms in the Celestial Dome Holy City were more conservative than I had anticipated. Celine, are you free right now? I'm in the middle of calculating production schedules. Is this important? It's about Gilita's underwear. Damn, she cut the call the moment I brought it up. And she must have blocked me, too. My attempts to call back didn't go through. I really hoped she hadn't gotten the wrong idea. Still, it's better than wearing the same thing day in, day out. Well. Yes. But since Gilita had lost most of her equipment and escaped with nothing but the clothes on her back, she had no spare outfits. Until now, I had given her the same jumpsuit I wore, and she had been making do with men's underwear. Just the other day, Celine had reported that Gilita had been desperately washing and drying that single pair over and over again. Apparently, she found men's underwear too embarrassing and only wore it while the other set dried. That was far too pitiful, so I had made her a proper suit. But I guess she wasn't thrilled with it. That said, skin-tight suits didn't have much variety and design. I had no artistic talent, so if she wanted me to custom design one from scratch, I was at a loss. And ordinary fabric underwear wouldn't be practical for what lay ahead. She would be riding pack wolf non-stop, and without an inner layer designed for exosuit wear, the constant friction would be unbearable. What would she do if she developed pressure sores? It's nice that my arms and legs are fully covered. But my body's shape is. So that's the issue. Now that she mentioned it, I finally understood how clothing customs worked in her homeland. I had no idea what kind of underwear she used to wear, but given how relieved she was that her arms and legs were covered, she probably came from a culture where women wore camisoles with sleeves and long, thigh-covering bloomers. Most likely, it was a society where women were expected to show only their necks and wrists to men, and where they kept their body lines modestly hidden. That would explain why she had requested an oversized jumpsuit to make it intentionally baggy. What kind of clothes did you wear back home? Give me something to draw with. She struggled for a bit, but eventually sketched something out on the projection tablet. Oh, hey, she actually had a decent sense of drawing. I could make out what she meant. Just as I suspected, her undergarments consisted of a sleeved camisole for the top and long bloomers for the bottom, and her regular clothes were Gothic Lolita. This was unexpected. Not that I was against it. It would probably look great on Gilita, with her boyish yet energetic demeanor. But given that I had only ever seen her in an exosuit or jumpsuit, the revelation that she normally dressed in Gothic Lolita fashion was quite the surprise. What's with that reaction? This is just traditional, everyday clothing. No. I was just thinking, I'd love to share a drink with whoever popularized this style. Huh? She looked at me like I was some kind of lunatic, but that was just my personal taste, so please don't mind me. What could I say? I had a broad range of interests. I appreciated everything from sleek and stylish designs to frilly, overly feminine aesthetics. Hell, I even liked outfits with a slightly unhinged vibe. For now, Gilita, could you put up with the suit? Making a custom design just for you would be ridiculously inefficient. PRA Chapter 22.2. For now, Gilita, could you put up with the suit? Making a custom design just for you would be ridiculously inefficient. Jokes aside, if the innerwear was too loose, the nanomachines wouldn't be able to make contact with the skin properly, which could lead to hygiene issues. Since she had to wear an exosuit, compromising on this could cause serious trouble. She just had to put up with it. I was sure she wouldn't want her back to smell like a kendo club locker room every time the suit opened. If you really can't stand it, I can prepare some underwear to wear over the innerwear, if it hides my body shape. I'll endure it. Well, as long as she was okay with it, that was fine. But I couldn't help but feel this was giving off an increasingly specific fetish vibe. Not that I minded, really. I had a thing for the contrast of competition swimsuits and knee socks, or a normal jacket thrown over them, but no one besides you will see the underwear. What's there to be so embarrassed about? It's embarrassing when I see myself in a mirror. You wouldn't understand, being a guy. Sorry. Mechanized humans like me were properly separated by gender during the refinement process. The base bodies were still made the old-fashioned way, combining parental DNA data. Even though I could switch to a female body, that didn't mean I could fully grasp female psychology. Sure, I'd played as a woman in VR games before and thought, wow, I'm such a perv, but I'd never actually experienced embarrassment myself. I'll make it as quickly as possible, so just bear with it for now. I know it's not my place to ask for more when I'm the one receiving, but please, I'm counting on you. Once I promised a solution, Galata folded the skin-tight suit with deep embarrassment and left the tent. I'd thought equipment procurement was going smoothly thanks to Tiamat 25, but to think I'd stumble on an issue like this. Scratching my head, I checked the inventory list Celine had been updating to see how things were progressing. First, rations. We were nearly stocked up, and I'd already set aside enough supplies to sustain the elderly and children of Rustigas while most of the men were away. Production was simple. The meat was cultivated from the DNA of the boar we'd hunted recently, heated in a food processor, then vacuum sealed. Fruits and vegetables from the region were fast grown, turned into soup, and canned. The variety was limited, so people might get sick of it quickly. But rations were meant to be like that. They'd have to deal with it. The Sylvanians' food was even easier to make. Their usual grass feed was harvested, dried, and compressed into pellets. It was basically rabbit food. But surprisingly, it got rave reviews. Apparently, their taste buds found that the drying process removed the bitterness and harshness of the grass, making the remaining green flavor more pronounced and delicious. In fact, they liked it so much that many of them preferred it over their regular meals, so I was considering moving the production equipment to their kingdom. Even if I gave them this small luxury, Tissy, the Sylvanian's Prometheus, shouldn't get mad. I mean, she had created a food processing plant that could churn out infinite acorns as long as you fed it organic material, after all. Next was transportation, our pack wolves. The Type C Model 1 multi-legged transport vehicles. The last batch was scheduled for completion next week. I estimated we'd need about 20 days for training. Since it would take roughly the same amount of time to design and manufacture the carts for them to pull, we wouldn't be wasting time. Apparently, Galata and her comrades had taken 3 months to get here from the Holy City using those gear calipers, including supply stops and other logistics. The pack wolves were more advanced, but even if they could cut that time in half, we'd still need a massive amount of supplies. Oh, and the portable 3D printers were ready too. These printers could technically print more printers, though assembly still required human or drone labor. But with small ones, we could mass-produce them as needed. This meant that if anything broke during travel, we could replace it immediately. A huge relief. The tents for sleeping, tarps for temporary shelter, and the large canopy for gatherings were also complete. Now all that was left were sleeping bags and blankets. Since we were in the northern hemisphere of the planet, winters got pretty cold. Right now, the mild climate suggested it was spring, so there was no immediate concern. But depending on how long we stayed, we might have to return in winter, so we had to prepare accordingly. And then, I noticed a new cold gun design proposal. We'd secured a better factory, so I'd requested an improved model. A revolving rifle? I let out a low hum as I examined the schematics. Celine, my ever-inventive partner, had come up with something bold again. The 3D model displayed a cold gun with a rifle frame, featuring a cylinder-style drum magazine enclosed in a rectangular casing. The grip was integrated with the stock, with a thumb pull cut into it. The firing mechanism was set far back to maximize barrel length. Long-barreled revolvers had been an early attempt at rapid-fire firearms, but they'd fallen out of favor due to major flaws, like the risk of burning the shooter's shoulder with escaping gas when fired from a shouldered position. But with a cold gun, that wasn't an issue. On top of that, the revolving cylinder system simplified reloading without making the auto-loading mechanism overly complex. Swapping out entire cylinders for fresh ones was fast and innovative. From a military perspective, it might seem like an unnecessary eccentricity, but given our current facilities, this was probably the most efficient, durable, and easily maintainable design Celine could come up with. And it packed a serious punch. The extended barrel doubled the muzzle energy to 6,600 J+. She'd even made sure it could be fitted with a bayonet. Big points in my book. During our last battle, we'd run out of ammo, and the bayonets had been a lifesaver. It would definitely come in handy again. Yeah, this is good. Their warriors will love it. There was also a redesign for my personal cold gun. Nothing groundbreaking, just a longer barrel for more power. It was still a handgun, so the improvements were modest. What else was left? Communication relay drones and their charging stations. Oh, and I needed to make sure everyone had a multi-tool. And maybe I should request a new pistol design for close combat. As for spare outfits and exosuit repair parts, we were fully stocked. No issues there. At this rate, we'd be ready to depart in about a month. With that thought in mind, I continued scanning the inventory, tallying up the numbers one by one. PRA Chapter 23.134. The Sylvanians' banquet was something else. They gathered around straw idols, most likely modeled after Tissy and me, beating drums and stomping their feet in rhythm as they danced wildly in the open field. Watching them, I was reminded of the Bonodori festivals I had enjoyed during summer breaks in my compulsory education. Instead of a drum on a central tower, they had a sacred statue, and the Sylvanians hopped and bounced around it with unrestrained joy. The entire atmosphere was filled with the festive energy, almost identical to the ones I remembered. It was an incredibly whimsical and adorable sight, something that would fit perfectly as an illustration in a picture book. Are you having fun? I want to dance. The festival's offering, though in reality, just a designated fluff ball for petting, wriggled on my lap, their nose twitching. Well, of course. They were still in their playful prime, having been born just last autumn. Sitting still on an adult's lap was hardly appealing when they could be bouncing around with the others instead. Most of them weren't particularly fond of being petted to begin with. Sylvanians might be cute, but they could be quite particular. Hey, it's fine, let them go. The elder, seated a step below me, had instinctively scolded them. But I understood how they felt. So, I freed the elaborately dressed little rabbit, letting them join the dance. I couldn't blame them. Even during school ceremonies, I had been bored out of my mind. I got scolded often for dozing off, and I even had memories of falling asleep while standing during opening assemblies. Go on, have fun with everyone. My apologies, Divine Consort/Lord/Great Protector. Not only have you treated us so kindly, you even held funerals for our fallen warriors. Yet now our offering has run off. It's fine, really. Life is short. Playing and having fun is more important. Sitting cross-legged with my chin propped on my hand, I let my other arm dangle as I gave the elder a hearty laugh. A Sylvanian's lifespan was brief. Perhaps due to their origins as rabbits, their telomeres were short, and aging set in by the time they reached 30. By 50, they were considered elderly. The oldest recorded Sylvanian in Tissy files had lived to 59, making their lifespan seem minuscule when compared to mechanized humans who, the oldest of which, easily surpassed 800 years in baseline reality. All the more reason for them to live with joy. If the day ever came when they wished for immortality, and I had the means to grant it, I wouldn't hesitate to extend their lives. Tissy herself had regretted not having the facilities to offer them anti-aging treatments. Besides, in the old legends, what would Tissy say in times like these? Our great mother always forgave us with a smile. Then that settles it. If Tissy had forgiven them, who was I to condemn them? Thanks to her, I got to sit here in comfort, pretending to be someone important. I even had 15 more warriors at my disposal. There was nothing to complain about. Their warriors, who preferred light armor, they couldn't stand having their faces covered, became terrifying scouts, capable of leaping at an average speed of 80 km per hour. On top of that, their careful aim made them excellent marksmen. Honestly, I should be the one bowing in gratitude. They did what I couldn't, and I did what I could for them. That was how society functioned. What more could I ask for? By the way, Elder, how are your knees holding up? Wonderfully. I can hop like I did in my youth. It's astounding. Looking to change the subject, I asked him about the seat-like apparatus that wrapped around his waist and extended to his knees. It was a non-powered muscle suit, operated by highly elastic artificial muscles made of lightweight titanium, stretchable Kevlar, and high-hardness rubber tubing. It was designed to restore mobility to elders whose legs had begun to weaken. In a way, it was like a budget version of a powered exosuit. It required no battery and was built for easy maintenance, even in my absence. ensuring that it would be passed down among the elderly for years to come, helping them reclaim their former vitality. The elder had bad knees, yet I had repeatedly made him leave his home to greet me and negotiate with the tech gobs. This was my way of making amends. I was glad he liked it. The others in the village are pleased as well. Carrying loads has become much easier. If your great mother provided shelter and safety, then I shall offer convenience. If Tissy was the Prometheus who gifted them civilization, then I suppose that made me Hephaestus, the bringer of tools. No, that analogy didn't sit right. Hephaestus had a pretty rough time in mythology, and he had way too many embarrassing episodes. I wanted no part of that, especially the whole ordeal with Aphrodite. No NTR. Ever. Jokes aside, there wasn't much I could offer the Sylvanians beyond health and longevity. They didn't need agriculture since they could survive off the wild grasses around them. Their homes, built by Tissy, were already sturdy, and they had no intention of expanding recklessly. Despite being rabbits, which were usually known for rapid reproduction, they weren't a species that gave birth to large litters. They had a steady but moderate birth rate, usually 1 or 2 children at a time. Moreover, they were inherently peaceful, with no desire for conquest. Even their political structure was as laid back as could be. The one who has lived the longest is the most respected was the extent of their governance. And yet, somehow, I still had 15 warriors willing to follow me. Even after 3 had died last time, there had been 60 applicants vying for those slots, forcing a lottery to decide the replacements. It was baffling. Well, I supposed it was a testament to their deep faith in Tissy. Despite their short lifespans and lack of the written language, they had maintained this belief for 500 years. That alone was impressive. Whether it was due to Tissy's competence as a ruler or the Sylvanians' inherently devout nature, their prayers and traditions were worth preserving. PRA Chapter 23.2. By the way, Elder, I have a question. What is it? Why do you burn it at the end? When I pointed at the sacred statue the Sylvanians were dancing around, the elder tilted his head and said as if it were obvious, "Our great mother descended from the stars above and said she would one day return to them. That is why we send our prayers, wishes, and gratitude through the smoke, so they may reach the heavens." I see. So that was the meaning behind the ritual. Still, it was impressive how all these details and intentions had been passed down solely through oral tradition. I mean, 500 years. 5 whole centuries. Normally, oral traditions get so muddled over time that people just shrug and say, well, that's just the way it is. It wouldn't be surprising if the original purpose had been long forgotten. Yet, they had preserved it all. Somehow, despite not having a written language, they had found a way. It's incredible how life forms like these could arise by chance, while old humans still had the audacity to call themselves the pinnacle of creation. The truth was, the universe was filled with beings far superior to them. Take our higher Federation overseers, for example, the photon life forms, creatures of pure light waves that had developed consciousness. They had no physical form, yet they could manipulate matter and had existed for nearly eternity, contemplating the question, do we even die? For the past 2 trillion years. Compared to that, humanity, mechanized or not, was downright fragile. As these thoughts crossed my mind, I glanced around for Gilita and found her sitting alone, nibbling on some celebratory food while the Sylvanians kept their distance. I wondered why, but before I could ask, the elder, looking deeply uncomfortable, whispered the answer in a hushed voice. What? Humans used to eat you? Well, there was a time when they thought we were just oversized rabbits. We were worried she might frighten everyone, so we asked Lady Gilita to refrain from joining us on the dais. That was awful. Had humanity really been that thoughtless? A little observation would have been enough to recognize they were an intelligent species. Still, it wasn't Gilita who had done it. Surely, they could at least let her sit beside me. Of course, once our great mother descended, she put an end to that. Ah. Right, that was in the records. The Tissy files were vast, but I had the archive condensed for easy access. A quick search pulled up the relevant entry, displaying it on my retinal display. Apparently, there had been a time when Homo sapiens on this planet didn't recognize a species as intelligent unless they were capable of verbal speech. Some nations had even gone to war over it. Those countries had long since fallen. After all, This was during Tissie's time, but that had nothing to do with the Celestial Dome holy city we were heading to. I wished the Sylvanians wouldn't be so scared. And honestly, Galata was kind of fond of cute things. I had caught her watching the dancing Sylvanians with a strangely warm expression more than once. Yet, every time one of them met her gaze, they recoiled in terror and ran. The way she visibly deflated each time was, well, a little pitiful. At least the warriors had started greeting her. Maybe that could be a first step toward better relations. Taking a sip of the tea the Sylvanians had served me, a brew so intensely bitter it felt like my tongue might snap in half, I watched the festivities unfold. Just then, a com came in from Celine. "I see you're participating, Lieutenant. Does it look that way? If I tried to dance, I'd just get in the way. The size difference is too much." "I thought you might say that, so I prepared something for you." A drone flew in without a sound. Suspended beneath it was a drum, scaled up to a size I could comfortably play. The next moment, a rhythm chart, eerily reminiscent of a music game, was projected in front of me. "This doubles as a send-off celebration before battle. Please, have fun." "Well, I do have some experience with instruments." I placed the drum on my lap, and immediately, the elder reacted. A hush spread like ripples in water, and soon the entire gathering had fallen silent. "Oh, come on." This was getting awkward. I glanced around, but all I saw were expectant gazes, though, given their underdeveloped facial muscles, most of them looked expressionless. There was no backing out now. Fine. Whatever happens, happens. After tapping the drum a few times to test it, I started playing a rhythm that matched the dance. The response was instant. The Sylvanians' energy exploded. Their pounding footsteps grew so intense that my translator struggled to process it. If they were human, it would be the equivalent of everyone talking excitedly at once. But was that a good reaction or a bad one? I kept playing, layering a livelier rhythm, and soon, the musicians joined in. The Sylvanians weren't fond of wind instruments due to their mouth structure, so most of their music relied on percussion. Seeing them throw themselves into the performance with such enthusiasm, I figured it was safe to assume they liked it. And so, the send-off feast continued in high spirits. As the moon reached its zenith, the sacred statue was set ablaze. Watching the smoke rise into the heavens, I silently prayed for the warriors' fortune in battle, and prayed to the Prometheus of these rabbits, now long gone. PRA Chapter 24.135 The send-off was a grand affair, attended by both the Sylvanians and the Tech Gobs. Our journey began with us departing from the Sylvanian kingdom, heading to Tiamat 25 to rendezvous with the Tech Gob warriors, and then proceeding to the holy city. Nearly everyone who could move had gathered to see us off on both places, which was quite the surprise. It was a spectacular sight. Rows upon rows of people lined up, paying their respects in farewell. The Sylvanians bounced in perfect unison, while the Tech Gobs raised their weapons and let out war cries. The members of Rustigas seemed uneasy about my departure, but when I reassured them that the food distribution system had been fully automated, they relaxed. Of course, I still warned them not to neglect hunting just because rations would be available. With that, we set out in grand fashion, leading 14 pack wolves with 20 riders, while Celine's drones, with the most advanced sensors among us, scouted ahead. We didn't bother with any strict formation and simply moved in a loose column. The abomination threats in the forest had already been neutralized, and there was nothing left to ambush us, so forming a long line wouldn't be a vulnerability. 7 of the pack wolves carried cargo, while 2 in the rear kept watch. At this pace, we cleared the forest in just half a day. As expected, the 4-legged pack wolves had incredible traversal capabilities. Even with tangled roots and uneven rocks jutting out of the ground, they sprinted through without issue. The cargo carriers, designed with 6 insect-like legs, weren't as fast but could still keep up at cruising speed, which was a huge relief. Broken bar, broken bar, broken bar. I don't like open spaces. As soon as we emerged onto the grasslands, Riad Elboldi muttered a quiet complaint. Given their long struggle against harpiers and other aerial threats, the wide-open plains must have felt like a death trap to the Tech Gobs. Even after I explained that those threats had already been eliminated, they couldn't shake off their nerves. From their saddles, they clutched their rifles, scanning the surroundings anxiously. In contrast, The Sylvanians seemed completely at ease, lifting their upper bodies to enjoy the wind. Born in the grasslands, they had survived by relying on their rapid acceleration and cruising speed to escape predators. To them, the speed of the pack wolves was probably more comforting than alarming. How long until we reach the outermost edge of the Celestial Dome Holy City's territory, Galata? It would normally take about 5 days on Gear Caliber. But if we maintain this pace, we should arrive the day after tomorrow. The last manor we resupplied it is around that distance. I see. So, rather than independent villages, this nation was structured around a feudal manor system. It would be convenient if the noble landowner or their steward were reasonable people. And it remained to be seen how much weight the authority of a Magius Gear Knight carried in these lands. We pressed on until nightfall, then set up camp beneath a convenient patch of shade. We pitched tents, set up a command station with it up, and consolidated supplies in one place. The tech gobs assigned as quartermasters prepared rations, simmering them in a pot. Though edible at room temperature, warm food did wonders for morale. Meanwhile, the Sylvanians nibbled on patches of soft grass nearby, chewing in a way that was almost adorable. As I chewed on a high-calorie tablet, I studied the composite map that Celine had generated from aerial photographs. So, this is actually a massive plateau. I had assumed that the observation post, the Sylvanian kingdom, and the Tekgob forest were located on an expansive plain. But looking closely, it was all formed atop a vast plateau. From here, I could see parts of the land dipping sharply, indicating significant elevation differences. To the north, jagged mountain peaks stretched skyward. To the south, the landscape darkened into what seemed to be a wetland. Meanwhile, the eastern path ahead led to a gently sloping plain that stretched on for days. Gulata, comparing this to the map, wouldn't heading north be faster? No way, Nozomu. The rim mountain range is treacherous, and the surface is made of brittle rock. The snow won't melt until summer. Even with the pack wolves' mobility, it's too dangerous. I see. So, the only viable option was to descend the plateau in an arc before heading north. Considering that the continent's shape hadn't changed significantly in the past 2,000 years, barring the use of large-scale terrain modification machines, the Celestial Dome Holy City must have been located at the continent's central region. This was inferred by comparing our current location with old satellite map data from when the network was still intact. They had chosen an excellent site for their city. Though it was somewhat basin-like, the area had good drainage and stable ground, making earthquakes unlikely. A major river ran through it, suggesting that riverboats were commonly used for trade, which likely contributed to its economic prosperity. Back in the day, when we worked on stabilizing the environment, we had taken a hands-off approach, leaving it up to the buyer to shape things as they saw fit. This land, however, must have been carefully cultivated after the network hazard. Creating a balanced river network to sustain greenery while ensuring access to the sea must have been a painstaking process. That said, it didn't mean I was about to reconsider my stance on those who had slaughtered my people. That's why this green plateau, while fertile, was never developed much. It's too isolated. There aren't any riverways large enough for boats, either. I see. And yet, there are manor settlements. It's a frontier where people who have lost in political struggles and have nowhere else to go end up. I think. This was part of the Exziel Margraviate. The Celestial Dome Holy City might be a far larger nation than I had assumed. I had thought it was merely a city-state built atop a crashed starship. But if it had a noble system, and assuming that wasn't just a translation mistake, it meant the population was large enough to warrant exile colonies. This wasn't some minor power. At the very least, it could have a population in the hundreds of thousands, possibly even a million. No. The possibility of it being a nation of tens of millions couldn't be ruled out either. Negotiating would be a nightmare. Even with Gilita, the last surviving member of the expeditionary force, getting an audience with the higher-ups would likely take forever. PRA Chapter 24.2 Shout out to Danilo Lopes and Green Toast for becoming patrons. By the way, Nozomu, Gilita began. What is it? That thing. Isn't it terrifying? I tilted my head. That thing? Gulata pointed at the multi-purpose work arms strapped to my back via harness. The 6 mechanical arms, 3 pairs in total, were usually folded up, but when extended, they were as dexterous as human limbs. Right now, I had 3 of them writing on a map while another held a cigarette. Apparently, to glitter, they looked downright eerie. Mechanical arms don't have the best fine control, do they? One of my senior knights had a gear arm, and he said it took him forever to get used to. He kept crushing his drinking cups by accident and was too scared to even scratch his nose with it. The prosthetic arm known as a gear arm sounded difficult to control, but that was to be expected. Without a cyber brain, getting used to controlling it directly through nerves would naturally take time. In that regard, my work equipment functioned without issue, since it simply ran on installed software. If anything, for precise tasks, it was even better suited than 5 thick fingers. It's just a matter of practice. To prove that there was nothing to be afraid of, I casually scratched my cheek. Glitter looked utterly horrified. Well, I supposed it made sense. The maximum grip strength of my sub-arms was 200 kilograms, enough force to tear the flesh off my face if I wasn't careful. For someone unaware of the mechanics behind it, watching me manipulate such a machine to scratch my cheek must have been downright terrifying. Wait a minute. Now that I thought about it, they didn't have cyber brains, but they did have photon crystals. Their OS was a mystery, but they did have one. If they wanted to, couldn't they just install software and operate that gear arm same way I did? Moreover, if they installed FCS, their firearms accuracy would improve drastically. And with IFF, they could avoid friendly fire. That sounded ideal, honestly. Not that I'd use her as a test subject. And without proper medical facilities, this wasn't something I'd attempt in the first place. But, you know, just having 2 extra arms more than doubles what a person can do. If you're interested, I could set one up for you. I'll pass. I'm not that dexterous. Oh. Even I felt a bit down when someone put that much distance between us. Was I really doing something that strange? Lieutenant, sorry to interrupt your moment of disappointment, but I have a report. What is it? The installation of the communication relay is complete. Oh, great. I'll go check on it. Leaving Glitter behind at the command tent, where she was no doubt feeling a keen sense of cultural difference after watching me handle machines so casually, I made my way toward the marker Celine had placed on the map. A single large, impressive elm tree stood at the location. Heave-ho! Using my sub-arms, I climbed the tree and soon spotted the device securely installed between the thick trunk and one of the branches. It was a compact communication relay, equipped with a solar charging unit and a charging dock for relay drones. Its shape resembled an egg carton, holding 4 spherical drones inside. The plan was to place these units at regular intervals to maintain an uninterrupted communication link with Celine at the base. The drones were only auxiliary terminals, the main relay was still stationed at the base. By taking turns hovering at a fixed point, the drones would maintain the network. In the past, a single satellite launch would have sufficed. Things sure had gotten a lot more complicated. The materials used and the time monopolized from the 3D printers weren't trivial, but it was still preferable to being completely cut off. This should keep communications stable within about 2 days' travel distance, right? Yes. However, since it's wireless, expect a delay of a fraction of a second per unit. Even now, we have about a 4-second lag. Ugh. Light really is slow. If only we had quantum communication equipment, we wouldn't have to deal with this hassle. But there was no point lamenting what we didn't have. The 3 saints had said it best. Work with the materials you do have. Yearning too much for what was out of reach only invited misfortune. I powered up the rugged-looking egg case and launched one of the relay drones. From here on, the system would autonomously handle recharging and rotation, ensuring a stable connection with the main base. Of course, there was no guarantee that other winged creatures weren't lurking around. All I could do was hope it wouldn't get shot down. Oh, 3 saints, watch over our journey. Street R.A. Heinlein, I will always follow your wise teachings. Huh? Lieutenant, I thought you weren't specifically a Street Heinlein devotee? You usually pray for general blessings. Well, you see, in times like this, Street A.C. Clark would probably throw some completely out of left field trial my way, and Street Isaac A. would send me a mystery-related dilemma. So, yeah, that was why I always prayed to Street Heinlein in these situations. Say what you will about him, but the guy did like happy endings. Of course, as a proper mechanized being, I revered all 3 saints equally. But when I needed divine protection, well, you get it, right? Wait, what? What do you think you're doing, Nozomu? Whoa. Galata, get down. Get down right now. How can you climb like that without using your arms and legs for support? Just as I was finishing my prayer, yeah, our religion had gotten a bit muddled over time, I know. I heard a half-panicked, half-angry yell from below. It seemed Galata had come looking for me, worried that I was taking too long. Wait, was she mad because I was climbing with just my sub-arms? At the age of 245, my operating age, anyway, I had just experienced something truly novel. I had been scolded for climbing a tree. PRA Chapter 25.136. 3 days had passed since then, and the journey had gone smoothly. Finally, something resembling civilization came into view. Oh. A road. There's an actual road. Of course. There's a road. What did you think we were, Nozomu? We had been cruising through the grasslands in our pack wolves. But at last, we had come upon a road. However, the road abruptly ended in the middle of the grasslands. It wasn't paved or cobblestoned, just a simple path cleared of undergrowth and leveled out. The sudden termination suggested that some kind of development had been attempted but was abandoned midway due to an issue. Budget constraints? A lack of manpower? Political negotiations gone wrong? Whatever the reason, as long as the ground was this even, we could finally switch to wheeled movement. Our current Packwolves was a simplified production model, meaning it lacked object sensors and other high-end features. That made barreling through rough terrain on wheels too risky, so we had been running on legs the whole time at reduced speed. But now, we could finally cut loose. But still, why does the road just stop all of a sudden? The ex-Zeal Margraviate is the most neglected of all the frontier lands. Apparently, the Margrave who ruled over this entire plateau had been effectively relegated to a dead-end position by the Celestial Dome Holy City. South of here lay a barren wetland where salty water formed knee-deep swamps, making development impossible. The plateau itself suffered from a lack of water sources and had rock-hard bedrock that made well digging difficult, limiting expansion. To the north, the Rim mountain range completely cut it off from central trade routes, while the east rapidly dried into an expansive steppe, unsuitable for settlement. On top of that, the only inhabitants of the plateau are peaceful races like the Sylvanians and Tekgobs. There was never any need to strengthen defenses here, so the budget for this region has been heavily slashed. I doubt they even have a full company of Magius Gear Knights stationed in the provincial capital, Galata explained. That's bleak. I've never seen a more run-down frontier, either. The fact that no one had even attempted to settle the drylands suggested that the Celestial Dome Holy City's people were primarily an agrarian society. If they truly tried, they could probably cultivate the land, but the fact that they hadn't meant they either had no money or lacked the irrigation technology to do so. And if this place was a dumping ground for the disgraced, that meant it barely received any benefits from the Holy City's advanced 3D printing systems. No wonder it was treated like an exile colony. Well, whatever. A road is a road. We'll make good use of it. Everyone, check your harnesses. Time to let loose. After confirming that everyone was securely fastened to both the vehicle and their seats, I switched the Packwolves to four-wheel drive mode. The legs that had been extended for running folded up snugly against the body, designed to do so seamlessly, giving the entire frame a more streamlined, oval shape. The hooves that had previously dug into the ground retracted, transforming into wheels, and the internal fluid motors began to spin. Alright, this is going to be a whole new level of speed. Everyone, brace yourselves. But we were already going fast enough. I set all units to automatic follow mode under my lieutenant privileges, taking full control myself. After ordering everyone to cling tightly to the frame and keep their heads down, I ramped up the main engine's heat. Now, behold, the kind of acceleration that takes you from 0 to 100 in 3 seconds. Whoa, too fast, ba. We didn't hit the full max speed of 220 km per hour right away, but we surged from our normal cruising speed of 60 to 80 km per hour to nearly double that, 160 km per hour. Galata clung to her safety harness, screaming. Reincarnation, having made the mistake of opening his mouth, had his lips flapping wildly in the wind. Even the Sylvanians, who were used to high speeds, looked thoroughly rattled. "Come on now, put some spirit into it." The pack wolves were one of the tamest vehicles in the integrated military. There were armored recon vehicles designed to blaze down paved roads at 600 kilometers per hour, you know. Compared to that, this was just a casual tour. Even on old Earth, hitting 100 kilometers per hour was nothing special. Cars zipped along highways at those speeds all the time. They might as well get used to it now. No need to worry, Celine was scouting ahead, ensuring the road was safe. As long as I didn't screw up, nobody else would. That was exactly how this system was designed. They should just think of it as a roller coaster ride. Ah, wait, this world probably doesn't have amusement parks. Does it? Lieutenant, sorry to interrupt your joyride, but there's a fallen tree 2 kilometers ahead. Oh, thanks. Slowing down, I instinctively eased up on the speed after receiving Celine's warning, but then I realized something. This was an open plain, with nothing but knee-high grass on either side. While a sparse tree line was visible in the distance, it wasn't the kind of terrain where a tree would naturally fall and block the road. And if Celine had flagged it as a potential hazard, it wasn't just a bunch of twigs we could simply roll over. Also, I'm detecting multiple heat signatures. Come again? A bad feeling crept up my spine as my retinal display pulled up an aerial feed. It showed multiple heat signatures, more than a dozen, hidden in the grass. Ah! This was the classic bandit scenario, wasn't it? I brought the pack wolves to a full stop 1 kilometer before the fallen tree and walked over to Gilita. Still alive, I think. Gear calibers weren't supposed to have a mode like that. Sorry to break it to you while you're recovering, but we might be walking into an ambush. What? After explaining the situation, the blocked road and the heat signatures, her expression soured. Ugh. Just a bunch of highwaymen, then. This region was isolated, with little in the way of regular trade routes. However, every so often, a merchant would risk the journey to procure EGOB goods. The bandits were likely targeting one of those rare traders. By the way, how does the Holy City handle bandits? If captured alive, they're sent to work in the mines. If their target was significant enough, they're granted death. Oh, that was harsh. Considering Gilita was the first person I'd met here with a local background, I would have preferred to keep this first encounter with the locals a little less bloody. Not that I had any moral objections, whether in real life or VR. I'd killed my fair share of criminals. But stirring up trouble in an unfamiliar region wasn't ideal. Even if we wiped them all out cleanly, word could still leak. A powerful noble might decide to send assassins after us, or worse, leave a cryptic message in our supplies saying, "We're watching you." So, despite Gilita's clear disapproval, I proposed a more peaceful approach. We had just blasted across the plains at full speed. Even from 2 kilometers away, they must have seen the dust storm we kicked up. And now, we had suddenly stopped. They were probably wondering what was going on. Time to use that moment to our advantage. Peter, pick 3 of our fastest warriors. Understood, Lord Ozama. PRA Chapter 25.2. Leading a group of Sylvanians confident in their speed, I slipped into the tall grass by the roadside, crouching low to avoid detection. Thanks to my powered exosuit, maintaining this posture was hardly a burden, and my perfectly designed armor didn't even make the faintest rustle. But even so, the Sylvanians were far better at stealth than I was. They moved with their hands to keep their posture low, yet ran several times faster than me without making a sound. It was an incredible feat, made possible by their hybrid skeletal structure, a perfect blend of a rabbit's agility and a biped's adaptability. Struggling to keep up, I finally arrived near a fallen tree. They're not coming. See, could it be some kind of equipment trouble? The voices speaking were in the same language family as the one I'd learned from Gilita. It didn't sound particularly rough, just ordinary. Hey, let's just call it off. We'd be better off rescuing them and getting paid for it. Don't chicken out now. If we don't make a big score here, the manor's done for. They had no idea they were being watched. The fact that they were openly discussing their plans in loud voices marked them as amateurs. Their weapons were just as unimpressive. One of them carried what appeared to be a mechanical bow, likely scavenged from a tegob, while the others had little more than metal farm tools and spears. And with that setup, they actually thought they could pull off a roadside robbery? Well, they clearly had their reasons. Might as well hear them out. I reached into the pouch at my waist and pulled out a few small cans, handing them to the Sylvanians. Of course, these weren't just ordinary cans. They were flashbangs, devices that triggered a powerful explosion of light and sound by reacting aluminum with magnesium. I had asked Celine to make a few as non-lethal weapons particularly effective against carbon-based lifeforms. I didn't want to end up killing anyone in a misunderstanding and earning their lifelong grudge. Plus, having an instant advantage in situations like this was never a bad thing. Besides, it was safer for the less experienced Sylvanians to handle compared to something like a frag grenade. If I handed them one of those and they botched the throw, blowing themselves up, I'd probably cry for half a day in baseline reality. For now, we spread out. I pulled the pins on my flashbang. My FCS linked up to display the optimal throwing angles and blast radius, and tossed it at the would-be highwayman. What there? 3 seconds after impact, the timed fuse activated, igniting the charge. The aluminum casing and magnesium reacted violently, producing a deafening explosion and a flash of light brighter than staring directly at the sun. I can't see, blurg, and my ears, having two of their most relied upon senses, sight and hearing, suddenly ripped away must have been unbearable. One by one, the bandits collapsed. I called in the pack wolves through my comms, and as the Sylvanian warriors moved in to surround them, I grabbed the one who looked like their leader. Calm down. It'll pass soon. Can you hear me? And my ears. My head's spinning. Of course it is. That weapon messes with the inner ear. Still, this guy didn't really look the part of a bandit. He was tall, but instead of armor, he wore a simple linen or cotton shirt and pants. His buttons were a mismatched mix of carved wood and animal bone, and his clothes were so worn and tattered that it was clear he had no money. He looked less like a bandit and more like a desperate villager pleading for help against actual bandits. Taking a closer look at his hands, they were covered in calluses specific to farm work, and his nails were caked with dirt that had been ground in so deep it was hard to remove, clear signs of a hard worker. His physique was strong, but his muscles were built more from physical labor than military training. His upper arms, waist, and chest had that distinctive bulk seen in farmers. 3 warnings. Move without permission, I kill you. Refuse to answer my questions, I kill you. Lie to me, I kill you. Got it? I grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and pressed my bayonet to his throat. Feeling the cold steel, he immediately stopped resisting. Fine. I get it. We surrender. We haven't actually done anything yet, but you were about to. Am I wrong? His sun-darkened skin, tough like tan leather from years of outdoor labor, tensed up. Beads of sweat rolled down his face. As I roughly yanked him forward, his shirt shifted, revealing several scars, not from blades, but shallow, worm-like scratches likely from scrapes against wood or stone. So this was his first time trying something like this. Definitely not a seasoned criminal. If he was experienced, I'd have to wonder just how lax the law was around here. What were you planning to do? Isn't it obvious? Did you already forget my second warning? GH. A highway robbery. We needed money. Why do you need money? The Manor's power reactor is about to fail. But those damn army bastards, using the war as an excuse, they raided our storehouses and took every last bit of fuel. Hearing his desperate, almost wailing voice, I unconsciously loosened my grip. Seriously. I glanced at Gilita. She frantically shook her hands and head, signaling no, that wasn't us. It wasn't us. We paid for everything. And all we bought was food and water. It was the tax officers' private soldiers. For the war effort, they said. Bullshit. They probably just got pressured by Central Command to cough up war funds and decided to take it out on us instead. This was turning out to be a much deeper issue than I expected. For now, given that this was clearly their first offense and their desperation was obvious, I decided to let them off the hook, just this once. First, I'd have them take me to their manor. If things were so bad that they were resorting to banditry, then hearing about the region's situation directly from them would be valuable intel. Supplementary notes for planetary exploration. It seems that the Holy City denizens prioritize forced labor over public executions. Sending criminals to relic mining camps appears to be their de facto maximum sentence. PRA Chapter 26.137. As far as I knew, the manor system here resembled the ancient feudal manors of old Earth. It was a settlement where a lord owned the land, and the residents were required to work it, paying taxes in the form of rent and goods. There was no freedom to choose one's profession, nor the freedom to leave. Basically, it was good old-fashioned serfdom. The Celestial Dome Holy City governed vast territories, appointing nobles to rule over them. In exchange for granting those nobles control over their lands, the Holy City secured labor and military forces. This manor was just one small piece of that larger system. So, the Lord's army arrived after the Magiaskir Knights showed up. The manor was called Brucked Manor. The man who had attempted to rob the carriage was named Frederick. Apparently, he was the strongest man around and served as the leader of the local young men. They said they were gathering resources for the Holy War and took nearly everything from our storehouses, even our money. They took our workers too. 5 of our men were conscripted as soldiers. I had all 14 of the would-be bandits kneeling in Caesar on the hill overlooking their manor. Since it was their first time sitting like that, they were clearly in pain, but considering they had tried to rob people through violence, this much punishment was only fair. No matter how much their legs went numb, I wasn't about to let them move. Glitter, is that the normal practice here? Did you guys do the same? No, we just bought supplies normally. The Magiaskir Knights are a direct force under the Holy City, but we don't have the right to requisition or tax. That was unexpected. Historically, military logistics were practically synonymous with looting. The fact that they actually paid for their supplies was a rare virtue. Some armies, in their allies' territories and even their own, resorted to plundering as they advanced. That aside, it was strange how the manor system hadn't collapsed despite the presence of a functioning monetary economy. Something must have been keeping these people tied so tightly to the land. Come to think of it, Frederick had mentioned something about a power reactor earlier. Were these people bound to their land by both technology and necessity? You said they took everything in your storehouse. Did they take your food? It was Tomokoroshi, for the reactor. Tomokoroshi? I searched my database, but I couldn't find anything under the existing entries. However, in the data I had copied when directly linking with Glitter, I found a match. A staple crop with tightly packed kernels growing on a single stalk. Wait, it was just corn. If they were using it as fuel, then they must have been running an organic conversion reactor. I'd heard that in places where fusion reactors were banned or where the technology for maintenance was lacking, these were still in use. If they were relying on that for all their electricity, their standard of living must have been pretty rough. We barely have anything left to feed the reactor. Our lumber ran out last winter when the power saw broke, and we only have one brush cutter left. It's barely holding together. If this keeps up, we won't survive the next winter. We were planning to use the money we got from the Magiaskir Knights to fix our equipment or buy new ones. That way, we could make it through another year. Everyone was relieved. But then, not even 10 days after we got the money, the Lord's private soldiers showed up. As Frederick explained, the others chimed in, their faces growing darker. I see. So that's why they resorted to highway robbery. I could understand their desperation, but their plan was reckless. Even if they got the money, they'd risk retaliation. If the Lord in charge of security caught wind of it, they'd be done for. Then again, given their lack of education and the fact that they had been raised as serfs, it wasn't surprising that their thinking was limited. Lieutenant, what do you intend to do? I'll help them, for information. Even small-time troublemakers can owe favors. Do you think they have anything valuable to offer? I'm not talking about Frederick and his gang. This is a manor, so there has to be a steward or a headman, right? I'll make them owe me instead. With a smirk, I gestured for Glitter to come over. What is it, Nozomu? Honestly, I was just starting to feel bad for them. Still, a crime is a crime. So, here's the deal. She was a Magiaskir Knight, an official from the Holy City. Even if she was a defeated soldier, she still outranked everyone here. That meant she was in a position to negotiate. I'd have her extract everything, the local maps, the political landscape, key figures, and any other useful intel. If we were going to visit the Holy City, It would be much easier with some background knowledge instead of going in blind. Knowing the names of the officials, their preferences, their pet peeves, and the political taboos that even Gilita wasn't aware of would make it easier to find allies. Besides, if there was a manor, then there had to be checkpoints. There was no way the guards would let someone dressed like me, alongside the tech gobs and Sylvanians, waltz through without any trouble. Sure, I could just force my way through, but that would cause problems once we reached the holy city. Better to play it smart. You are truly something else, Gilita muttered. Come on, isn't this better than sending a bunch of young men to the mines or chaining them up as slaves? I'm counting on you, Lady Knight. I clasped my hands together in a pleading gesture. She probably didn't understand the meaning, but she scowled at me before sighing. Fine, fine. I'll talk to the headman. Knew I could count on you, Lady Knight. You're the best. If you call me that again, Nozomu, I'll slap you. PRA Chapter 26.2. Knew I could count on you, Lady Knight. You're the best. If you call me that again, Nozomu, I'll slap you. I had no idea what part of that annoyed her, but after pursing her lips slightly, she turned and kicked Frederick in the rear, forcing him to stand. She ordered him to take us to the headman. With his legs still numb from kneeling for so long, he stumbled his way through the farmland, leading us to a house that was slightly more extravagant than the others. And that was where I came face to face with the headman, who had gone completely pale. It's all due to my failure to supervise. To think they would attempt to attack a knight's squad. We stopped it before it happened, so it's fine. What I want to know is, what exactly is going on around here? While Gilita was talking, I took the opportunity to observe the house. To put it bluntly, it was primitive. It was made of wood and stone, without any insulation between the walls. However, electrical wiring ran along the beams and walls, connecting to lamps and air conditioning units, suggesting that power was distributed from a central source rather than each house having its own supply. Thick cables extended underground through the walls, indicating that electricity generation was centralized for full control. I see. By charging both land rent and electricity fees, they were tying the serfs to the land. It was inhumane, but undeniably clever. The holy city was attacked by a dragon again, so troops came around to requisition fuel and food for the defense forces. The holy city was attacked again? Why, yes. I don't know the details, but according to Lord Ashbury, a requisition order has been issued across the land for the holy war. So the holy city is that desperate? Gilita listened to the headman with a somber expression. Right. She had originally come to the Great Mother seeking a weapon capable of slaying the dragons that attacked the holy city. I did bring the holy spear that once belonged to the former Sklavgulb tribe, now under the Rustigas clan's control, but it was in pretty rough shape. If it were just a battleship, I could probably take it down by hitting the engine block, though I'd have to get fairly close, being on the ground. But if this so-called dragon was an even bigger monster, I was out of luck. But that was likely the case, since, if it were something that could be brought down with a barrage of electromagnetic rifles, they would have taken care of it already. If only there were enough facilities left on Tiamat 25 to build a mid-sized fusion reactor, I might have been able to make an anti-ship railgun. But all the high-security factories had been repurposed for the stability maintenance units, so I couldn't put together anything that substantial. Gilita seemed satisfied with the holy spear, but I could only hope it would be enough. Where is Lord Ashbury now? It's been quite some time since he was here, so he's likely returned to his castle. Got it. Next, I'd like to know if any other manors in the area have been requisitioned like this. The questioning seemed to be progressing smoothly. No need for me to just stand around here. I wanted to get a sense of the level of technology scattered across this planet, so I decided to take a walk. Hey, Frederick. Show me the power reactor, huh? But that's the lifeline of the manor. Come on. Maybe I can do something to help. What do you say? I caught Frederick, who had just been thoroughly scolded by the headman and was looking dejected, and quietly led him outside to show me the power reactor. It stood out starkly from the rest of the manor. It was a proper building, sturdy metal walls and a solid roof, about the size of a small community center. A low, steady rumble echoed from within, signaling that it was still operational. Compared to the mostly handcrafted structures around, it felt almost out of place. Then again, by higher Federation's technological standards, it was nothing unusual. I could understand why they'd want to build a secure facility to protect the settlement's power source. But why were the people living in such flimsy, outdated houses? If they improved their housing, they could increase productivity. That said, I had a soft spot for stone and wooden buildings. In VR games where you could own a house, I used to go all out decorating and arranging furniture. This is gonna get me in trouble again. Frederick opened the palm print lock door, revealing a space packed with machinery, just as its signboard, "The Machine Shed," suggested. Racks lined the walls, filled with various tools. Large lathes, drill presses, cutters for wood and stone, and even a four-legged multi-purpose workloader sat in the corner. At the center of it all was exactly what I expected, an organic conversion reactor. A primitive yet cost-effective power that transformed organic matter into fuel. It was about the size of 2 industrial refrigerators, meaning it could produce around 5 gigawatts of power, more than enough for a settlement this size. Looking closer, I noticed that most of the tools were battery-powered and could be used as long as they were charged. Whoever set up this village was more generous than I thought, providing this much equipment and materials for development. I had assumed they were relying on iron plows, hoes, and oxen. Sorry to burst your bubble, but most of these machines don't work anymore. What? We haven't had a gear priest come by in generations. No one's around to fix them. Now that he mentioned it, most of the machinery was covered in dust, showing little sign of use. Some of the lockers were rusting shut from disuse, and the workloader's leg had been detached for maintenance but left unattended for ages. No wonder they were struggling. Isn't there anyone besides a gear priest who can repair machines? What are you talking about? Of course not. We can't risk angering the machine spirits, so all we're allowed to do is basic maintenance. That's just common sense. Galata had said I had the talent to be a gear priest, but it seemed like the Holy City was running a religious monopoly on technology to keep the people in check. That said, leaving their technicians absent for generations was pushing it. You could get them fixed in the industrial city, but the offering costs are ridiculous. We were hoping the knight's visit would help cover it, but I see. Since the saws and crushers are broken, the only organic material efficient enough for fuel was corn. And now that's been taken away, you're in trouble. Nodding, I stepped over to the tool rack and picked up a chainsaw. The body was busted, but the blade was still in good shape, likely because someone had held onto a sliver of hope that a repairman would eventually come. The edge gleamed dully, still capable of slicing through wood in an instant. But the wiring inside was completely shot. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to do them a favor here. If we were about to go to war against dragons, we'd need all the volunteer fighters we could get. Supplementary notes for planetary exploration. Organic conversion reactor, a device that converts carbon-based organic matter into fuel, handling both refinement and power generation in one process. Due to its simple construction and the abundance of fuel on Earth-like planets, it is widely used in developing regions. However, even large-scale models produce only around 30 gigawatts at most, making them suitable only for villages or small towns. PRA Chapter 27.138. With a deep, resonant thud, the machine saw, essentially a chainsaw, roared to life, its blade spinning effortlessly. The engine was battery-powered, and the blade was made of ultra-hard composite alloy. Aside from that, it was an ordinary forestry tool, whirring away with a high-pitched hum as if in a good mood. Whoa. Oh ooh. That's insane. Frederick was clearly excited, though there was nothing particularly advanced about what I'd done. I had simply opened up the casing, reconnected a few severed wires, and just like that, the machine saw was back in working order. What puzzled me more than anything, though, was the fact that this thing hadn't completely deteriorated from age. It was made of steel and some basic composite materials, without any special treatment like a coating of nanomachines. And yet, according to the code engraved after the model number, this chainsaw had been manufactured 1,000 years ago. Honestly, I think the fact that this thing has lasted a millennium is even more impressive. Even though it had been broken, the damage had only been minor, something that could be fixed with simple manual repairs. That meant this machine had been running for 1,000 years, and the blade, easily the most worn-out part, had never been replaced. That alone was astonishing. The Tech Gobs has managed to activate the Holy Lance through prayer and dance too. Maybe, just maybe, this planet actually had magic. One of the three saints, A.C.2, also known as Street A.C. Clark, once said this: sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. But that was only in the sense that, to someone from ancient times, lighting a fire with a lighter would seem like magic. That was a far cry from an ordinary piece of machinery lasting 1,000 years without any complex processing or preservation techniques. There was definitely something happening on this planet that defied the established laws of reality. Otherwise, how else could a naturally born species possess photon crystals, materials we had to manufacture painstakingly at the edge of black holes, ensuring we didn't get swallowed by the event horizon in the process? You can talk to machine spirits. Well, I grew up in the ruins. I'm good with stuff like this. Anything else broken around here? Everything. Oh, wait, here, take a look at this brush cutter. After shutting off the chainsaw's engine, I examined the brush cutter he handed me. It, too, had simply stopped due to a severed wire and some debris stuck in the motor. A quick fix, reconnecting the cord, blasting the motor with compressed air to clear out the dirt, and it was running again. A bit of oil, and it'd be as good as new. This is amazing. We'll be able to survive the winter now. Hold on. Does that mean this organic conversion reactor has also been running for 1,000 years? Curious, I studied the reactor that rumbled with a deep bass note, supplying power to the village. As expected, its serial number and product code were marked with an R tag. The name reads Sol 98-2 General Purpose Organic Conversion Reactor. Wait a second. This wasn't even a higher Federation standard model. It was a product from the old Earth-based Ecliptic Republic Union, a funny name, considering the solar system had been abandoned ages ago. Ah, right. In Unit 12, the ship we had built and sold to the Republic Union would have had an onboard 3D fabricator storing completely different mechanical schematics. That explained a few things, but still, how had something like this lasted 1,000 years without nanomachine maintenance? That didn't make any sense. Even my Type A synthetic body had long since exceeded its lifespan. How was this hunk of composite plastic and alloy still intact? This had to be magic. Apparently, some gear priests had once come to visit, though it had been generations since their last arrival. If they claimed this was thanks to their prayers, then I had even more reason to conduct a thorough investigation of this planet. If the humans here naturally possessed reality warping abilities, then they could be classified as a cosmic level threat. And no, I wasn't just being paranoid. There were people out there, especially among the old Earth-based carbon-breather humans, who could manipulate reality by interfering with quantum fields using nothing but their brains. They wielded techniques that could only be described as magic, calling it intuition or gut feeling as they bent the laws of physics. It was dangerous as hell. Worse, they always seemed to want to create some self-righteous utopia, which made them a real problem. The Fourth Solar War had started because of reality warpers. It escalated into a massive conflict involving 17 interstellar nations. That was a real mess. We had chosen to stay out of it, but if I remembered correctly, the total death toll was around 20 million. I still recalled watching the battles unfold from deep space, a few hours out of sync due to light speed lag, casually munching on popcorn while thinking, do these people even value life? Hey, if you can fix the chainsaw, can you fix the grinder too? Oh, yeah, but this one's gonna need a full teardown. It's just jammed with wood chips everywhere. The old oil's all gummed up too. Frederick excitedly pointed at a wood chipper, a machine that shredded wood into small pieces to improve the organic conversion reactor's efficiency. Corn would have been a better fuel source, but given that corn could still technically be eaten, though from what I'd heard, it tasted awful, they had probably been running on the absolute edge of survival. Well, I've got nothing better to do, so I might as well fix it. But hold on, how bad is the situation here if winter survival is even in question? We've got food, but the winters here get brutally cold. See those mountains to the north? The wind howls down from there, and it's life-threatening. Now that he mentioned it, his tunic's overlap was off-center, positioned more to the left. His sleeves, now rolled up, has buttons placed toward the back rather than the sides. That was a distinct trait of clothing designed for cold climates. The reason for this was simple: if the overlap was centered, wind could slip through the gap in the front, letting in freezing air. Sweat would freeze, and that meant death. Funny how something I learned from VR games was actually useful in real life. And it barely ever snows, but we get these freezing drizzles and sleet. If the heating fails, people will die. But at this rate, the organic conversion reactor will lose efficiency and not every household will get heat. This was certainly a life or death situation. If I were in their shoes, I'd be torn between freezing to death quietly or risking everything on a desperate trade for supplies. Last year, they raised taxes again, saying it was for the holy war or whatever. They took all our corn, so we had to make do with firewood and whatever we could cut with a brush cutter. But then the grinder broke, and that was it. We were screwed. That sounds rough. After making sure the machine was fully powered down, I grabbed my multi-tool and dismantled the wood chipper. Wiping away the grime and clearing out the moving parts, I had Frederick help lift the heavy blades as I reassembled everything. Within 30 minutes, the machine was back to working order. Ideally, I would have used proper machine oil. But since there was none, I made do with vegetable oil. Not perfect, but better than nothing. Whoa. This is incredible. You're amazing. You might actually be a saint from the Holy Scriptures. PRA Chapter 27.2. Whoa. This is incredible. You're amazing. You might actually be a saint from the Holy Scriptures. A divine consort, a hero, the Great Mother's consort, and now a saint? At this rate, am I supposed to be a god next? I'm nothing special. Just a soldier. A soldier? But you don't seem arrogant or anything. What are you talking about? Soldiers are the shields of the people. We stand at the front lines of public service, and we're the first ones expected to die. Why would we act high and mighty? I really don't get this way of thinking. That said, this was a good opportunity to interact with the locals and learn more about their culture. The last thing I wanted was to reach the holy city and get labeled a heretic for saying the wrong thing. Technically speaking, I was in a situation that was pretty much another world reincarnation. But I had no intention of pulling a did I do something again? Moment, thoughtlessly stirring up trouble and turning everything upside down. And I definitely wasn't about to go around casually talking down to kings. Hey, I know I can't ask you to fix all the machines here, but if you're willing, could you help out the people in the neighboring manor too? The neighboring manor? Why, my sister married into that place, and from the last letter we got, it sounds like she's having a rough time. They're a wealthy farming manor, but their forelegs stopped working. From the way he said it, forelegs seemed to be the serf's term for a workloader. Frederick's expression darkened as he pointed toward a silent machine in the corner of the equipment shed. Our manor can still manage land clearing by hand if we have to, but my sister's place, Breadleaf, has been expanding non-stop. If that thing stays broken, it'll be a disaster. I see. They'd gotten just enough taste of machine-powered convenience that they were now bound to it. They didn't have the technology to move an organic conversion reactor, and even if they took the reactor and ran, it would run out of fuel in no time and become a useless hunk of metal. To keep using the organic conversion reactor, they had to continue both forestry and agriculture. And at this point, doing either with nothing but iron tools was unthinkably difficult. It was a vicious but incredibly well-designed system. Nozomu? I was wondering where you'd gone. Galata. Just helping someone out. I said you might have a talent for gear priest work, not that you should start imitating them. But if I hadn't done anything, these people wouldn't have survived the winter. That shut her up fast. Galata was kind-hearted, after all. She let out a stifled groan and fell silent. I didn't know exactly how much authority a gear priest held, but at this point, I'd already done plenty of things I couldn't take back. I was practically treating the Great Mother as my personal possession. I'd used the 3D printers, strictly reserved for cathedral use, as much as I wanted, and I was still using it. And I had no intention of stopping. If I wasted time adhering to all their religious doctrines, I'd never get anywhere with planetary exploration. It had been 2,000 years, but I still wanted to go home. Back to my homeland, to the vast, layered rings built round our star. And I wanted to introduce everyone to this fascinating planet. Not that it really mattered. It was my home. 2,000 years or not, I doubted much had changed. Progress and indulgence were our national policies. Sure, we sometimes got carried away having too much fun and ended up provoking wars, but we had strong allies to back us up. If we ever got serious about production, we could crank out an additional 40 million ships on top of our standing fleet of 400,000. And with just a software installation, every citizen could instantly become a high-performance soldier. There weren't many nations out there capable of wiping us out. And if push came to shove, we could always escape. We'd even relocated our entire ringworld to another star once to avoid a war. We were stubborn, we were shameless survivors, and I was sure they were still out there, waiting. Which was exactly why I had to do everything I could to get back. By the way, Gulliver, you were looking for me? Yes. I'm going to gather people and confront Lord Ashbury directly. What he's done is unacceptable. I raised an eyebrow at her sudden burst of righteous fury. When I asked what had gotten her so riled up, her honey-colored skin flushed red with indignation. Gear priests are supposed to travel between manors, blessing and maintaining the machines. But this manor hasn't seen one in 3 generations. This is beyond neglect, it's an absolute disgrace. Maybe they're just short on manpower. That doesn't matter. The manors pay a tithe for a reason. What are they even paying for if the priests don't come? I'd suspected the cathedral held a lot of power here, and sure enough, there it was. The tithe system. That meant the tax structure was probably something like 60-40 in favor of the state. As a Magius Gear Knight, I refuse to stand by and let this continue. If Lord Ashbury refuses to act, then I'll take this straight to Margrave Exziel in the Holy City. Oh boy. She was really fired up. This was one of her best qualities, but she needed to cool down a little. We need to gather petitioners from the surrounding manors. I hate to ask more of you when you've already helped so much, but for the sake of the frontier people, could you lend us your aid? You don't have to be so formal, Gulliver. I always help people in need. Besides, if this were a VR game, this would be the kind of situation where a giant quest marker popped up. No way could I ignore something that blatant. I was the kind of person who always did every side quest, 100% completed everything, and played until I got the platinum trophy. And when I erased my memory and did a full immersion playthrough, I inevitably ended up playing a saint-like role, no matter what. Are you certain about this, Lieutenant? This will involve heavy interference in local politics. Celine, that ship has long since sailed. After all, we were already planning to slay the dragon threatening the Holy City. We were in for a major shake-up no matter what. Might as well get some extra benefit out of it. And if this let me build up enough favors to gain access to Inanna 12, then the effort would more than pay for itself. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Reality warping, an ability that applies quantum-based influence on fixed reality space to generate anomalous phenomena in 3-dimensional space. While it has been scientifically studied to some extent, its unpredictable nature and the potential risk of worst-case scenario, universal destruction make it largely unwelcome among higher civilizations. PRA Chapter 28.139. I generally liked fantasy, but I was actually open to all kinds of games. That's why I played a few games set in Japan's Bakumatsu period, mostly because the sword-fighting action mechanics really resonated with me. One of those games had an event where sacred talismans rained from the sky. It was based on a historical incident where talismans supposedly fell from the heavens onto a renowned shrine. The people, believing it to be a harbinger of good fortune, formed a procession and started celebrating. The event escalated into a kind of mass movement. Something about the current situation felt oddly similar to that. Oh, it's the Holy One. Praise be, praise be. Come, come. We have prepared a humble feast of food and drink. Please, grant your divine blessing to our 4 legs as well. That historical movement, known as a Janaka, whatever that's supposed to mean, had eventually led to riots and destruction. I could only hope things wouldn't take that turn. Originally, Gulliver had gathered a few representatives from struggling manors to submit a petition. But at some point, the crowd had swelled to a ridiculous size. At first, only Frederick from Brucht Manor had followed along. But when I repaired 3 Savage 45 Type B general-purpose workloaders at the neighboring Breadleaf Manor, the place erupted into celebration. The issue had just been a minor software bug. But somehow, I ended up with 5 more people joining our group. One was a petitioner, the son of the headman. The other 4 were women the headman had sent, insisting that a knight and a saint needed proper attendance to maintain appearances. I was at a complete loss, but Gilita seemed eager to have female companions. At her request, I reluctantly agreed. Apparently, Magius Gear Knights were originally assigned a personal aide to handle daily life. Until now, I'd relied on the Sylvanians for assistance, but the physical differences between us had caused some logistical issues. In the end, I gave in. Looking back, that was probably the turning point. I should have at least refused extra attendance for myself, claiming that tech gobs and Sylvanians were enough. At the next manor, I fixed an issue with an organic conversion reactor and repaired some farming equipment. That resulted in the headman sending 7 spear-wielding peasant soldiers to reinforce my meager 20-man escort. Then, at the following manor, they tried to offer me a woman. I mean, I could technically do the deed with my synthetic body. But even so, being propositioned out of nowhere left me at a complete loss. What did it matter if she was the most beautiful woman in the village? What exactly did they expect from me? And so, things kept spiraling. Before I knew it, they'd even brought out carriages, and my traveling party had swelled to over 100 people. This was fine, right? I wasn't about to be accused of leading a rebellion or a palace coup and get executed, was I? With those uneasy thoughts in mind, we made our way through various manors until we finally arrived at the provincial capital of the ex-Zeal Margraviate. This place is more idyllic than I expected. Lieutenant, I'm detecting a fusion reactor. A small one, located at the center of the city. What? Borrowing Celine's vision, I took a look at the aerial footage from her scouting feed. The city was a mid-sized settlement with around 8,000 people, surrounded by a low fence. Its outskirts were filled with 2- and 3-story stone and wooden buildings, but closer to the center, there were more pre-modern metal structures. Despite that, the place had an oddly pastoral feel to it, hardly befitting its nickname as an industrial city. At the heart of the city stood a castle surrounded by a moat. It was unclear whether it was a defensive structure or just a monument, but it was likely the residence of the ex-Zeal Margraviate's ruling lord. But the city was brimming with an unusual atmosphere. It wasn't one of military readiness or preparations for war. It was a full-blown festival. Banners and decorations lined the streets. Street performers, food stalls, and merchants crowded the roads. People walked by with joyful expressions, buzzing with excitement as if a grand event was about to begin. What the hell is going on? I'll deploy a reconnaissance drone to gather intel. Please do. Celine launched a small information-gathering drone, modified from a relay drone. It picked up conversations from the city and condensed the information. Apparently, word had spread that heroes had returned triumphant after reclaiming the Great Mother. The city was hosting a celebratory festival in their honor. But something just didn't sit well with me. For one, there were a surprising number of guards stationed throughout the city. Despite the festive atmosphere, their vigilance seemed a little too serious. I decided to summon Peter and Reincarnation. What is it, Lord Nozomu? Oh? Finally tired of being gawked at like some exotic curiosity. Both of them sounded confused but answered my call. I took them aside and spoke in a low voice. I told them to take all pack wolves and temporarily leave the formation. Do not enter the city. That would leave you unprotected, chieftain. Broken bar, broken bar, broken bar. I need a flexible force in case something happens. Please, just do it. But, you know my instincts are good. The Great Mother's recapture went smoothly, didn't it? Reincarnation narrowed his camera eye in dissatisfaction but eventually relented, saying he'd convince the warriors. At least let me stay as your escort, Lord Nozomu. Not to sound harsh, but Sylvanians have low status in human cities. More importantly, we have no experience with human settlements and wouldn't know how to navigate them. Correct. Now that they were convinced, I discreetly sent all of them away except Gilitas and my pack wolves. I simply told the people around us that I had sent them ahead as scouts, which they believed without questions. Now, all that remained was to see what awaited us. I am Gilita, Magius Gear Knight. Grant me passage. We have been expecting you. Please, this way. At the sound of Gilita's introduction, the gate guards promptly stepped aside and allowed us to enter the main thoroughfare. And then, the moment we passed through, cheers erupted, and petals rained down from all directions. This was a hero's welcome. Gilita, what is going on? The Great Mother once caused an outpouring of aberrations in the frontier a few hundred years ago, terrifying the people. It's only natural they'd celebrate its recapture. Oh. That made sense. The Sylvanians had prepared for war when they heard about the recent outpour too, meaning they hadn't simply been staying in the forests. Which meant that, centuries ago, the Tekobs had either failed to suppress them or had fled, allowing the disaster to reach these lands, leaving lasting fear in its wake. In that case, this really was a hero's welcome. As we made our way through the streets, a squad of mounted figures emerged from the castle. Oh, were those gear calibers? They did look similar to pack wolves. No, wait, they were monkey models, the cheap export versions for the Ecliptic Republic Union. Centaur 02 Type A. They lacked the wheel system of the pack wolves, making them easier to produce and maintain. Their pseudo-intelligence had also been removed. The Ecliptic Republic Union strictly limited AI usage outside of ships. I'd seen these models on the battlefield before. So, it really was the wreckage of Inanna 12 that had crashed here. And if most of its facilities were still intact, then we had a real shot at winning this. Grin. PRA Chapter 28.2. You must be Lady Gilita. We've come to escort you. Well done. The ones who came to greet us were 4 knights mounted on gear calibers. Their armor closely resembled the one Gilita once wore, suggesting that they were her colleagues. Guided by them, we were led into the castle with a warm welcome. And the moment we stepped inside, blades were thrust at us. Ultra-high pressure blades. I had detected heat signatures within the castle, but I had assumed they were merely guards. However, as soon as we entered, they drew their swords and pointed them at my neck. Surrounded on all sides, I could feel the dull black blades pressing dangerously close to my skin. These were ultra-high pressure blades. Unlike monoatomic blades, these weapons were forged through an extreme pressure process, creating an alloy with an extraordinarily high molecular density. Though they appeared to be standard military-grade single-edged swords around 85 centimeters in length, they weighed nearly 40 kilograms, monstrous weapons by any standard. With a blade that combined both sharpness and rigidity, they could cleave through armor coated with anti-monoatomic blade film as easily as splitting a pumpkin. While they couldn't shatter a military-grade cyberbrain in a single strike, repeated blows would eventually break through. And anti-mechanized human composite bows, too. On the second-floor balcony overlooking the entrance hall, archers had taken position, aiming mechanical bows with complex, curved structures. These weren't ordinary bows, each was a powerful construct made from the same high-density carbon fiber used in orbital elevators. More than that, they were equipped with fluid motors attached to the bowstring, enabling the user to effortlessly draw a string that no normal human could even budge. The impact of these bows rivaled artillery shells. By selecting the right arrowheads, they could incapacitate military-grade synthetic bodies without damaging the ship's interior. These were weapons specifically designed by old humans to kill mechanized humans. If the crew of Inanna 12 had indeed been from the Ecliptic Republic Union, it made sense that they had manufacturing plants on board. Both of these weapons were theoretically capable of countering us in close combat and, given their mass producibility, had likely remained in use even after the ship's crash. However, these weapons required a power source, yet the knight's armor lacked any visible power units. In that case, were these Magius Gear Knights truly capable of wielding them unaided? I see, so these are the so-called holy swords and holy bows. No wonder conventional gunpowder-based firearms became obsolete. Lieutenant, this is no time for commentary. Both of these are Class 2 lethal weapons. We need to act. Relax, Celine. Despite the sudden hostility, I slowly raised my hands, signaling that I bore no ill intent. I could turn this situation around in several ways, but this was getting interesting. What do you think you're doing, you insolents? Lower your weapons. This man is insolence? Knight Gilita dodge. Do you even hear yourself? Just as Gilita tried to order the knights, presumably Magius Gear Knights judging by their armaments, to stand down, a voice rang out, reprimanding her from above. Behind the archers stood 3 men, seemingly guarded as they observed the situation. One of them was a rotund, balding man. His elaborate attire, a tightly fitted doublet paired with billowing, extravagantly embroidered trousers, made it obvious, this was none other than the Margrave Exziel, the ruler of these lands. The man who had scolded Gilita was a middle-aged old human with a bearded face. His identity was clear, he wore the distinctive diamond-plated armor of a Magiusgear knight. Sir Virgil. Why are you in this remote region? And what is the meaning of this? He is a heretic who seized relics of the Great Mother, trespassing into areas forbidden to any but gear priests. What kind of knight would I be if I did not brandish my blade against such a sinner? What have you been doing until now? I came here precisely to report the situation. Finally, the last man, a rotund figure standing next to the one called Virgil, grinned unpleasantly. His attire resembled a Christian cassock but featured a double-breasted design and a high collar. Unfortunately, it did not flatter his girth. In his hands was a staff? No, a scepter topped with an ornament resembling a human skull. That must be the so-called gear priest. We cannot overlook a so-called saint who has become drunk on his own fame, leading an army straight into the industrial city. He is to be detained as a heretic and taken to the holy city. That's absurd. On what grounds? Look at those who have gathered around him. Look at the gear caliber he rides. Those are all the proof we need, faithful Gilita. The gear priest's voice was rich yet disturbingly oily. Ah, I see what's happening here. They had been using the so-called holy war as an excuse to line their own pockets. The structure was clear. The Lord issued decrees to levy taxes, sending gear priests to wealthier areas while ruthlessly exploiting the poorer regions. When the desperate finally came begging for aid, they would extort massive bribes in return, a classic case of political, military, and religious collusion. But he knows Omo's Knight Gilita Dodge. If you continue to defend him, we will be forced to suspect you of heresy as well. So that's their plan. They want to claim the glory of recovering the Great Mother for themselves. By branding me a heretic and shipping me off to the holy city, they could take full credit for the achievement while denouncing the one true hero. What a petty little scheme. Lieutenant, what's the plan? Don't worry, Celine. Look at it this way, we just got ourselves a direct ticket to the holy city. That would save us some time. I quickly issued silent orders to the Sylvanians and Tech Ops to go into hiding. For now, I would play the role of a prisoner. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Anti-mechanized human combat weaponry. Since mechanized humans could return to the battlefield as long as their cyborg brains remained intact, effectively granting them a form of immortality, factions of old humans developed specialized weapons to counter them. Most of these weapons focused on sheer mass to ensure the complete destruction of cyber brains, primitive, yet highly effective. PRA Chapter 29.1 T/N, Changing Celestial Dome Holy City Greater than Celestial Canopy Holy City. 310. Hey, wake up. Since I had nothing to do, I had shut down most of my cyborg brain's functions. But as soon as a certain level of impact was detected, a protocol kicked in to rouse my consciousness, and I woke up. When I came to, I was on a wagon. A crude, uncovered vehicle, pulled by a quadrupedal walking machine that looked like a cheap knockoff of a gear caliber. I was moved. A prisoner start. This is a prisoner start, isn't it? It was a scene I'd seen more times than my own parents' faces, and for an instant, nostalgia hit me. But if things played out the way I thought they might, it would be nothing short of ominous. A man shot dead while trying to escape, heads rolling, a dragon descending from the skies, a fortress consumed by flames. Well, that had its own appeal. In a way, you can really sleep in a situation like this. Heretics are burned at the stake, you know. Sleeping, eating, and relieving oneself aren't things you can control. Besides, no one knows when they're going to die. Worrying too much is a waste of time, my friend. Woken up by a guard, I cracked my neck and replied nonchalantly, even those of us who had attained a degree of immortality could still die in an instant. Your ship torn apart at the atomic level by enemy artillery, dead. A high-mass projectile dropping from orbit, dead. A network hazard struck while you were just diligently working, dead. I'd just been lucky enough to survive. But in the end, death comes when it comes. No matter what you do. Better to live prepared for it, it's healthier that way. Oh. That must be the holy city. About 2 months had passed since I deliberately let myself get captured. By the time summer had rolled around, this rickety, open-air transport had finally brought me to my destination. Man, it took a while, but it was convenient. I wasn't put on public display or anything. I got 3 meals a day, and unlike some fallen king, I wasn't gagged like an animal. More importantly, I got through all the tedious checkpoints without having to deal with any of the paperwork myself. You don't get an easier travel route than this. It's huge. At last, my next destination, the celestial canopy holy city, came into view beyond the hills. True to its name, it was a city built beneath what looked like the upper half of a shattered sphere, embedded into the ground as if it had been stabbed into the planet itself. The city's diameter had to be at least 120 kilometers. The structure matched the data for the integrated military's quasi-satellite class interstellar carrier, Type B Model 3 being the export version. Judging by its appearance, it had cracked open near the center before making a controlled descent, now looming over the city at an angle, serving as its literal canopy. The fractures in the hull were too orderly to be mere crash damage. More likely, the ship had activated a self-destruction protocol to break apart in a controlled manner and minimize planetary damage before landing. Massive debris, each piece spanning several kilometers, was embedded in the landscape, with buildings clinging to them like parasites. Lieutenant, there's no mistake. That's definitely INNA 12. A transmission came through from Celine, who had been tailing me undetected from high altitude. The ship's silhouette confirmed that this was indeed the wreckage of INNA 12. Or rather, its upper half. For it to have survived the crash mostly intact, it must have jettisoned its propulsion system at full blast before impact, slowing its descent as much as possible. The anti-gravity units must have been pushed to their limits for a soft landing. Good thing it worked. If a quasi-satellite class vessel, roughly 1/30th the size of the Moon, had crash-landed unchecked, it could have wiped out everything on the surface. At best, it would have triggered another ice age. It was also fortunate that this was a Type B sold to the Ecliptic Republic Union. Had it been a planetary-class mothership, one of those that had accompanied the 22nd Seed Fleet, Terra 16 itself would have been reduced to dust. The ruins of the fallen ship were surrounded by a sprawling urban area, with at least several million people living there, judging by a quick glance. Celine's optical sensors, zoomed into maximum magnification, revealed a cityscape where metal and brick intermingled in a strangely harmonious blend, a sight that would set any fantasy VR enthusiast's heart racing. How many thousands of quests lay dormant within that city? No response. They're not responding to any form of communication. It's unclear whether the system is completely destroyed or simply locked in self-isolation mode, but there's no way to make contact from the outside. I see. That's unfortunate. What about sending in a reconnaissance drone? That's possible. It seems their counterintelligence systems are offline, there aren't even any surveillance drones patrolling. In that case, sorry to trouble you, but send one in. As I made the request, I also asked where the Sylvanians and tech ops I had sent away were currently hiding. Apparently, they had been using their pack wolves to track me discreetly, lying low in the hills about 60 kilometers south. They were staying in my blind spot, waiting for the signal to retrieve me. Unfortunately for them, they'd have to wait a little longer. I had business inside that city, and getting in was easy enough as a prisoner. Speaking of which, it seemed Gilita had also been captured. But compared to me, her treatment wasn't bad. She hadn't been stripped of her Mega Skier Knight title or anything, and she was sitting quietly inside a self-propelled prison wagon ahead. I felt bad for putting her through this, but this was the fastest route to get into the city. That said, and I knew this sounded awful, but she was going to face interrogation and trial anyway. She was the sole survivor of a battalion-scale expedition. The higher-ups wouldn't want to take responsibility for that. They'd pin everything on her in a heartbeat. On top of that, despite all those sacrifices, the Great Mother had ultimately fallen into the hands of the tech gobs. And then there was the matter of her allowing me to use the Holy Factory at my discretion. That alone was probably a 3 strikes you're out offense. Of course, I planned to do something about it. And I had a winning strategy. If the ship's structure remained that intact, then at least some information about the wider galactic situation should have been preserved. The Sylvanians, who lacked a written language, had managed to accurately pass down a 500-year-old oral testament from Tissi. There was no way the integrated military's records hadn't survived in some form. I suspected that the ruling class here hoarded that knowledge for themselves. But if I could make contact with them, I could turn that to my advantage. With my security clearance and military codes, negotiations should be possible. If I could leverage that to secure Galata's pardon and get intel on Inanna 12's crash, planetary exploration would progress significantly. I clenched my fists slightly, running through the possibilities in my head, when something else caught my eye on the outskirts of the holy city, something other than wreckage. It was covered in moss, suggesting it had stood there for a long time. But that shape, a Titan. PRA Chapter 29.2. A Titan. The hell? Don't shout out of nowhere. My sudden outburst turned me a baton strike from the guard. But that was a mobile weapon. A towering 10-meter war machine, weighing over 300 tons, land warfare's ultimate dominator, bristling with overwhelming firepower. A mobile weapon, and not just any. My database recognized it. That was an Ecliptic Republic Union Titan II Type G. A medium-weight combat unit designed for planetary surface operations. What the hell is it doing here, Titan? Heretic, don't you dare call our guardian deity by such a name. That is the great hero who repelled the dragons and protected the holy city 800 years ago. A hero? I tilted my head, and as if he had nothing better to do while riding in silence, the guard started talking. According to him, when the divine ancestor first descended upon the land, guided by the machine god, there was peace for a time. But eventually, due to those with impure hearts, monsters began to emerge from the eastern lands. During a great crisis that threatened the holy city, the machine god sent a guardian deity to drive back the dragons. Though the guardian ceased functioning after the fierce battle, it still watches over the city to this day. Regardless of how much truth there was to the myth, it was moving. Truly moving. I used to be part of the Armored Corps Regiment. After transferring from the Homeland Defense Forces to the integrated military, I became a pilot of mobile weapon. This wasn't the same beloved machine I once rode into battle, but to see something like it again in this planet, transformed into something unrecognizable, was surreal. Look, Celine. That's incredible. Do you think it's still operational? No heat signatures detected. We'd need to get closer and scan it to be sure, but it appears to have been inactive for quite some time. If its specs are accurate, it should have long exceeded its operational lifespan. While I was getting excited, Celine remained indifferent. What the hell? We fought side by side in that machine. Doesn't she feel anything seeing this relic from our past? Unlike mechanized humans, we don't have the same sentimental attachment to giant robots. You're so cold. That design was unparalleled when it came to combat endurance. Feeling a bit dejected, I watched the Titan fade into the distance as we continued toward the holy city, arriving in about half a day. From the outside, it looked like a bustling metropolis, but stepping inside told a different story. People glanced anxiously at the sky, and there weren't many open-air stalls. The level of civilization also seemed lower than I expected. There were no refrigerators lined up at storefronts selling fresh or frozen goods, nor were there any shops dealing in machinery. It felt off. Like a sci-fi world on the surface, but a fantasy at its core. Stop gawking, heretic. Oh, my bad. Chastised, I obediently lowered my gaze and focused on the surveillance drone Celine had deployed. Lieutenant, it seems the city is multi-layered, with the poor living in the outermost districts. Is that so? The residential zones inside Inanna 12 appear to be different, however. Our reconnaissance suggested that the stratification of society within the holy city fell into 3 distinct tiers. At the bottom was the outer district, where I was currently being escorted. This was a settlement built on the periphery of Inanna 12, home to the poor and manual laborers. They had electricity, but little else in the way of technology. The only modern convenience I noticed was the occasional street lamp, giving the place a bleak atmosphere. In terms of living conditions, they weren't much better off than the people in the manors, only their labor had been relocated to the city. Next was the area beneath the Great Canopy. In Inanna 12, after crashing, had ended up tilting like an open clam, and beneath its shadow, a town had formed. Here, modern-looking reinforced concrete buildings stood in neat rows, and incredibly, a tram system ran through the streets. There weren't many vehicles, but battery-powered scooters, somewhere between mopeds and bicycles, zipped around, and the streets were well lit. The quality of life here was clearly a step above the outer district. Finally, there was the residential sector within the canopy itself. It was heavily compartmentalized by bulkheads, limiting where our drones could enter, but from what little we could see, the difference was stark. Spacious private rooms, cottage-like stand-alone homes, and for some reason, numerous religious structures dotted the area. The sheer amount of open space was staggering. The design was a hallmark of old humans' spaceships, utilizing unnecessary voids to create extravagant living quarters. And yet, by their standards, this was merely the bare minimum. For a mechanized human like me, it was hard to comprehend. Even if all we had was a coffin-sized hibernation pod, we could connect to a virtual world where an entire planet was at our fingertips. In baseline reality, no one needed that much space. Officers were given larger quarters for the sake of status, sure, but even on a quasi-planetary scale vessel, the idea of building freestanding houses inside was beyond me. Space is vast and unforgiving. To construct a ship meant for traversing it while wasting so much room. What were they thinking? Regardless, the people at the top lived in comfort. Wait, I thought this was a fantasy world. But is this actually a dystopia? As I pondered, the carriage steadily moved forward until it reached the edge of the canopy and came to a halt. Building a city beneath such a massive structure seemed insane, but I noticed there were pillars supporting it from multiple points, and large floodlights illuminated the streets. With the sky partially open above, maybe it wasn't as unlivable as I'd assumed. So this is the heretic? Yes, Deacon. Just as I was admiring the city's architecture, a man approached, flanked by armored knights. He wore simpler robes than the gear priest I encountered in the Exil Margraviate, but he still carried that same eerie metal staff topped with a skull. I tried offering a calm, amiable smile, but he frowned and swung his staff. And then, something strange happened. I heard a voice. A transmission. The skull emitted a special kind of radio wave, dispersing compressed commands in a frequency-based language. Descend. But it wasn't directed at me. The voice was commanding the elevator, which groaned to life and began lowering from far above. Wait. That meant the skull contained a speech-generating mechanism, and by shaking it, the emitted words change? That was not just an ornament. That was a mechanized human brain casing. What the hell? That was some next-level desecration of the dead. Stunned by this horrifying revelation, I barely registered the sensation of the elevator ascending several hundred meters. Tips. Gear priest's staves, sacred relics passed down for over 1,000 years, capable of issuing commands to machines. As new ones can no longer be manufactured, they are considered invaluable artifacts. PRA Chapter 30.1, 311. Still wearing the shackles, I was led to the central residential district of Inner 12. The space was vast, with a breathtaking sky projected onto a massive screen, and towering structures that seemed to be a fusion of medieval architecture. The pointed spires and sharp angles were distinctly Gothic, the kind often seen in VR games set in the High Middle Ages. Yet, elements like the gracefully curved arches and the lavish ornamentation on the rooftops hinted at late medieval Baroque influences. To top it off, the front courtyard featured a layered, circular flowerbed garden, exuding a Rococo aesthetic. It all had the feel of a hastily researched historical VR game, one that cherry-picked styles without much concern for accuracy. Sure, it was beautiful, but for someone like me, who sometimes played without full immersion and kept my memories intact to enjoy history, it felt incredibly sloppy. Quit dawdling and walk. Yeah. The guard jabbed me in the back, forcing me to pick up my pace. Honestly, not even a little sightseeing? What a lack of hospitality. To make matters worse, the gear priests stationed around the building kept whispering among themselves and openly scowling at me. If word had already spread that a heretic was being brought in, then their reactions were understandable, but that didn't mean I had to like it. Still, my biggest concern wasn't myself but Gilita, who was walking ahead of me. She had been given time to change and was now wearing an elegant black and silver Gothic Lolita-style outfit, which appeared to be formal attire. The fact that she hadn't been shackled suggested she wasn't being treated as a criminal, yet. That said, she was flanked by 2 knights, who kept a firm grip on her, as if she might try to escape at any moment. It was clear they considered her a threat. A pang tightened in my chest at the thought of what she must be feeling: fear, frustration, humiliation. But I couldn't just physically fix everything for her, which made it all the more frustrating. "Celine, are you still getting a signal?" "Barely. There are a few areas with signal jamming, so I'm relaying through detours." Even in this situation, I managed to send a compressed radio language message to my partner, and thankfully, the connection held. Her main drone was still waiting in the outer airspace, while I had secretly hid a relay drone in my pocket to keep a low-profile link. The data had to pass through multiple relays in a kind of baton pass system, resulting in an annoying delay of several seconds. "Seeing the world through your sensors is an interesting experience, Lieutenant. The information density is extremely slim." "Was that a dig?" "I struggle enough as it is, you know. I can't see heat signatures, I have no radio wave perception, and my field of vision is annoyingly limited to what's in front of me." "Not at all. I simply meant that I would probably go insane with such limitations." Lately, though, Celine had been acting a little cold. Probably because I had used a rather forceful method to smuggle myself inside here. She had been throwing in sarcastic remarks more frequently, and no matter how much I tried to lighten the mood, she remained cool and unresponsive. I'd have to make it up to her somehow if everything worked out. Then again, I couldn't blame her. Having your partner temporarily designated as a prisoner wasn't exactly reassuring. That said, starting a rebellion and marching on the holy city wasn't an option either. In this fragile body, a single misstep would get me killed, and who knew how many others would die in the process. But I also couldn't let Galata commit a crime by breaking through a checkpoint, nor could I ignore the suffering civilians. It would weigh on her conscience too much. And yet, I wasn't in a position to be worrying about others right now, was I? Even so, I couldn't bring myself to say something harsh and pragmatic. Seeing her usual lively expression replaced with such gloom was painful, and even her neatly trimmed hair seemed to lie flat, like a dejected cat. The real question was, how much could I help Galata with just words? Just as that thought crossed my mind, we were ushered into a grand cathedral, where intricate stained glass filled every wall. Without ceremony, I was thrown into what appeared to be a waiting room, and promptly had a gag shoved into my mouth. It was like a scuba diving regulator, forcefully lodged in my mouth. It didn't make me drool, but it completely silenced me except for muffled grunts. Well, that was a problem. Kind of hard to argue my case like this. More importantly, this confirmed it. My branding as a heretic had been preordained by some noble conspiracy from the ex-Zeel Margraviate. Great. This was suffocating in more ways than one. How dare they treat you like this, Lieutenant? I swear, if it were possible, I would have accessed the satellite cannon. Please don't, Celine. Even the old models carried 4,500-ton kinetic bombardment rods. I'd be vaporized too. Grr. Curse them. May their wrath of street day Sator smite them all. I appreciated her anger on my behalf, but maxing out her kill count aspirations was a bit much. Even in Unit 12, sitting grounded as it was, would be obliterated if it took a direct hit from a standard bombardment rod, along with everyone inside, myself included. Realizing she couldn't actually unleash orbital destruction, she resorted to invoking the name of a particularly vengeful saint. Saint Satoru was known for writings that depicted love between machines and humans, much like T. Osamu. Their followers, mostly mathematical consciousnesses, had a certain reputation. Cursing someone in the name of a saint was a pretty strong reaction. I just hoped she wouldn't still be this angry once I got out of this mess. With the gag still in place, I was dragged into an ostentatious, horseshoe-shaped council chamber. The room resembled a lecture hall, with seats arranged in tiers, but each seat was spacious, so despite the large space, it could only hold about 50 people. At the center, standing at what was likely the speaker's podium, was a woman. She wore a pure white cassock-style dress with oversized shoulder puffs and elaborate embroidery along the edges. A thick, opaque veil completely concealed her face, likely to enhance the air of religious mystique. But despite the luxurious fabric, The contours of her body were impossible to hide. Maybe clergy had a different sense of aesthetics than knights. Gullitta had gone out of her way to wear something that didn't reveal her figure. I was shoved into a crude chair position toward the left of the chamber's center and promptly restrained. Not that it would have taken much effort to break free, but without any built-in weaponry, reckless moves weren't an option. If I were still using my Type A Model 2 body, the one that looked just like an old human, things would have been different. I'd have had built-in blades and shotguns in my arms and would have already been shouting, "You wanna die, huh?" while making my case in a more physical manner. The appointed time has arrived. This tribunal will now commence. A sharp hum of static filled the room before the speaker's voice rang out over the chamber's sound system. It was crisp, but laced with a sharp, tense edge, like they were already fed up with this entire affair. "We will begin with the interrogation of Night Dodge. Let us start by reviewing the facts." PRA Chapter 30.2. We will begin with the interrogation of Night Dodge. Let us start by reviewing the facts. Then allow me, Virgil Giselson, to provide an explanation to those gathered here. The man who stood up with a loud clatter was someone I recognized. He was the middle-aged Magiusgear knight that Gullitta had referred to as Sir Virgil. Now that I thought about it, it only just hit me. Gullitta had a family name. In the Celestial Canopy Holy City, where a noble system existed, having a surname likely meant she was born into a rather prestigious lineage. That would explain why she hadn't been detained. I was idly mulling over that when my ears were assaulted by an endless stream of unpleasant words, prompting me to activate my emotional suppression protocol and empty my mind as much as possible. And wow, did the nonsense keep coming. They claimed the expedition was doomed from the start, that Gullitta was a disgrace for being the sole survivor of her first battle, a veritable hell, and that, worst of all, she was some heretic who had handed control of the Great Mother to an outsider. They sure had a lot to say. Guess they really didn't want to take responsibility, or maybe they wanted to dump it all on the young knight standing nearby, though young was relative, given that he was probably pushing 30. Judging from his wording, Virgil hadn't been in favor of the Great Mother expedition in the first place. So this was just a political maneuver to eliminate a rival. Well, politics was all about using whatever you could, but that didn't make it any less repulsive. I didn't know how powerful he was or what position he held, but words, once spoken, couldn't be taken back. And he was going to regret every last one of them. Actually, scratch that, I wasn't going to wait. He was going to regret them right now. That concludes the matter. If anyone has any questions or objections, objection. My voice rang through the chamber, loud enough to shake the very walls. The sudden outburst threw the entire room into confusion. People covered their ears, startled, searching for the source of the voice. Perfect. While they were still reeling, I was going to press the attack. Hey, I knew this place accepted control via compressed radio wave language. I might not have crew-level access, but hijacking the microphone and speakers was child's play. I'm Nozomi Matsui. I was involved with the faction that created this ship, Inanna 12, and I am the one who reclaimed the Great Mother from the abomination threat that took it. The explanation just now was riddled with malice and distortions, far from anything that could be called fair. Out of respect for Knight Gullitta's honor, I must voice my objection. They wouldn't understand if I started talking about the Higher Federation, so I'd frame it differently, make them think I was tied to the people who founded this holy city. I hadn't installed a single screw on this ship, but since the Higher Federation had sold it off, and I was a soldier affiliated with them, it wasn't a lie to call myself involved. Technically. What was that? Moderator. Cut the mic. There's a malfunction. Who's speaking? Where are you? They were struggling to keep up with the sudden turn of events. That worked in my favor, it would solidify my advantage. Time to go all in. For all their paranoia about hacks and unauthorized access, they were surprisingly ignorant about the compressed radio wave language they used, even though it was powered by the very remains of their fellow humans. I've been right in front of you this whole time. The man you just branded a heretic. Every single gaze in the room snapped to me, their shock palpable. Good. Let them be stunned. I wasn't just trained in resisting interrogation, I also had protocols for conducting interrogations. Guards. Check his gag. What are you waiting for? Restrain him. Ha. That's rich. As you can see, I'm securely bound to this chair, and my gag is jammed so deep in my throat it's practically choking me. And yet, I'm speaking, using the same language you rely on your staves to produce. Gulliver turned to stare at me in shock. Sorry, Gulliver. I'd been hiding my identity from you too. But this wasn't something I could explain outright. If I had, I'd have been handed over to a psychiatrist before I even finished talking. Some level of deception and theatricality was necessary for smooth interactions. Allow me to present proof. Oh? Now this was a nice find. I sensed an unused wireless connection in the room via Celine. Perfect. I plunged the chamber into darkness, shutting off the lights, then booted up a holographic projector that had been sitting in storage. Celine, play from archive D29H15. Understood. Editing for optimal impact. Give me 3 seconds. Oh, should I add background music? What the hell, Celine? Now wasn't the time to get theatrical. Just show them what you saw from above and what I saw from the ground. And with that, the footage began. The projector, though long unused, had been well maintained. The image was crisp and clear, showing the desperate battle where Gulliver and I had fought side by side, soaked in the blood of abominations. And then, descending from the sky, a nameless monstrosity, a multi-legged war machine. That was the creature that had annihilated the Magiusgear Knight Battalion. I hadn't known them personally, but they had fought the same enemy, that made them my comrades. And I wasn't about to let their sacrifices be tarnished for the sake of political games. As the footage shifted to the fierce battle aboard the Great Mother, some of the higher-ups, who had clearly wanted to avoid responsibility, finally snapped back to reality. Remove him at once. This is outrageous. In the sacred assembly hall. Sacred? You have the gall to call this place sacred while tarnishing the names of warriors who fought and died? Look at that monster. Those Magiusgear Knights fought to the bitter end against the thing. You owe them an apology for sullying their memory, and you owe Gulliver an apology for insulting her honor. Guards. Hurry. Throw him in the dungeon. At last, the guards remembered their duty. They unfastened my restraints and yanked me upright by the collar. But it was too late. I'd already uploaded the footage to loop indefinitely. Unless someone accessed the control room directly, it would keep playing over and over. Now then, Sir Virgil, let's see how you talk your way out of this one. I left a surveillance drone behind to watch the proceedings. Nozomu. Gulliver leaned forward as I was dragged away. I waved a hand at her, reassuring her that I'd be fine. I still had plenty of cards up my sleeve. I'd turn this to my advantage one way or another. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Many of the higher Federation's products are designed to accept voice commands via compressed radio wave language. Even in models sold to foreign buyers, this functionality often remains intact despite security measures. PRA Chapter 31.1 312. I'd been a prisoner countless times in VR. For some reason, those kinds of games often started in a prison or a graveyard. But I'd never actually eaten prison food before. See, I was a model soldier. Never once got thrown into the brig. Rather than smuggling contraband or slacking off, I preferred getting my work done quickly so I could play during my free time. Thanks to that, my record wasn't just spotless, it practically gleamed. I had over 20 medals, more than a dozen skill badges. I never got my hands on the highest honor, the Class A Distinguished Service Medal, but I had over 5 combat engagement medals. Even had the Synthetic Body Total Destruction Honorary Injury Badge. So yeah, I wasn't about to admit it, but I was a little excited to experience my first real prison. Lieutenant, I think that's rather inappropriate. Hey, Celine. Found an alternate route? It was a struggle. This place is a maze. When I got thrown in here, my connection with Celine had briefly cut out, but it was back up in no time. She'd probably sent in a small maintenance drone to crack into a physical network somewhere and piggyback off the surveillance system. That said, you won't be getting any prison food here. Yeah, I'm actually surprised at how clean this place is. The cell they threw me into was more like a neatly kept detention room, probably meant for high-profile prisoners. It was divided by bars. About 2/3 of the space was the actual cell, while the rest was an empty, sterile area, likely meant for interrogation or observation. No fancy carpets, but the wooden floor was polished to a shine. There was a table and chairs, firmly fixed in place so they couldn't be used for an escape attempt. Even the bed, plain but reinforced with metal bands, had just enough cushioning to not be uncomfortable. It was clear they didn't intend to make life difficult for their guests. They'd shackled my hands and even added short chains to my ankles to keep me from running. But the gag was starting to feel suffocating, so I decided to deal with it first. MMPPH. I brought my hands to my mouth and spit into the gap between my lips and the gag. A drop of silver liquid dripped onto the floor. It was a special contraption I'd disguised as a back molar, a liquid alloy, designed to shift its shape on command, basically a micro-scale version of a multi-tool. A little precaution, nothing more. A proper officer knows to be prepared. I slotted it into the lock and let it reshape itself. No need to force it. The alloy manipulated the pins naturally, and with a quiet click, the gag came loose and slid free from the back of my throat. Cough, gah, damn, that was suffocating. Probably designed as a suicide deterrent, but if someone couldn't breathe through their nose properly, they just end up dead anyway. Whoever came up with this thing had to be a sadist. As I wiped my mouth and reset my tooth, I heard commotion outside the cell. What's going on? Hacking into the surveillance camera outside. Give me a moment. I figured I'd get in trouble if I took the shackles off too, so I stayed put and waited. Before long, Celine reported back that we had an unexpected visitor. How did you remove that? Trade secret. The one who stepped into view was that all-white figure. The same presiding judge from my trial, face veiled in pristine fabric. I leaned back in my chair, casually crossing my legs to project an air of confidence. Long legs really help sell the look. A shame I don't have a cigarette. Lieutenant, that level of disrespect might get you killed. When I complained through the comms, Celine scolded for my flippant attitude. Fair point. She could probably smuggle in a cigarette through the small window in the cell, but even she wouldn't go that far for me. A partner's job sometimes includes telling you when you're being an idiot. The judge let out a quiet sigh and, with an air of mild exasperation, tossed a small key into my cell. Most likely for the gag. Not that it mattered, I'd already dealt with it. Still, freeing myself had been the right move. Gave me an edge. I glanced at the key, smirked, and held up my shackles expectantly, but she simply shook her head. Well then, what brings a distinguished gear priest all the way down here? From the looks of things, I can't even offer you a seat, let alone tea. I have a few questions for you. Heretic. No. Perhaps I should call you a demon. PRA Chapter 31.2 I have a few questions for you. Heretic. No. Perhaps I should call you a demon. Demon? As in, those otherworldly beings that occasionally stormed into human territory, caused chaos, tempted mortals into corruption, and sometimes even tried to destroy the world? In VR games, I'd fought plenty of those bastards with swords and shotguns. But in my favorite game, there were some pretty decent ones. I'd even teamed up with them for a bit of mischief. Occasionally, I'd go full villain and help wipe out the world for fun. But demons? In reality, science had yet to prove their existence. Some nations did throw the word around when referring to us, the ones who had mechanized our bodies and digitized our consciousness. But we were still undeniably human. We didn't revel in leading people astray, nor did we play the role of some divine adversary. I'll need a definition. My grasp of your language isn't perfect, so I might be misunderstanding. The Holy Scriptures speak of it. One day, a being will appear to bring about the end of the world. It will take human form, wield honeyed words, and lead us to destruction of our own accord. That sounds less like a demon and more like a terrorist. I raised a skeptical eyebrow, shaping my expression into one of dry amusement. Some demon that would be voluntarily gets captured, sits patiently through interrogation, and listens to all manner of absurd accusations without protest. Sounds downright humble to me. There are many who believe you are that demon. You command gear spells without a staff, ride a gear caliber that disobeys our commands, and wield an exosuit that cannot be dismantled. People even revere you as a saint. All that proves is that I'm capable. But I assure you, I'm human, young lady. Did she take offense at being called young lady? I sensed a slight irritation from her. Most likely, her lips were curling under that veil. Still, Judging from her voice and the small portion of her neck that was exposed, she didn't seem that old. Compared to me, who had been active for over 200 years in baseline reality time, she was more than young enough to be called a young lady. If we went by my subjective runtime with an overclocked processing speed, I'd already passed 1,000 years. And if we included the time spent sleeping, I was well over 3,000. What do you say to that, huh? Besides, at the very least, I have no intention of destroying the holy city. How many people live here? Inside the holy city alone, more than 100,000. If you include the surrounding areas, the population reaches 1 million. Wow. I figured it was a big city, but that number was beyond my expectations. Given the presence of machines, I assumed their quality of life was better than medieval Europe's, but I didn't think they had a population on par with late Edo period Japan. If I had any desires regarding this place, it would be for its immense manpower and the factories left within the celestial canopy. After all, if I destroyed them, I wouldn't be able to use them. The equipment would go to waste. And if I killed the people, it would be a loss. Population took time to recover. At our core, we were beings who take joy in creation. Destruction wasn't something that particularly interested us. The Higher Federation had a policy of purchasing conflicts at the highest possible price when war was forced upon us, and we did maintain one of the largest standing armies in the galaxy, but we were, fundamentally, a collective of builders who took pleasure in making things. Otherwise, how could we own more than 20 ring worlds across the galaxy, construct 50 Dyson spheres for energy extraction, and terraform over 20 planets, selling them to other nations? Honestly, what a ridiculous misunderstanding. Sorry to disappoint, but I have no interest in committing a massacre in the 7-digit range. And yet, the Apocrypha of the Holy Scriptures, the texts revealed only to high-ranking gear priests, say this: those who bear ports upon their necks are agents of the demon. She pointed at my neck. Well, she'd had plenty of time to observe me, so I suppose it was inevitable she'd notice. Still, it was strange to categorically label all mechanized humans as demons or their agents. The Ecliptic Republic was indeed a nation of old humans, but they accepted mechanization for medical treatment, minimal neural enhancements for operating machinery, and genetic modifications for congenital conditions. Would their survivors really point at me and call me a devil? Especially when they were one of our biggest clients, having purchased 3 terraformed planets from us and a significant number of warships. And Gilita had one. Surely there were people here with ports, too. Was it just an issue of placement? Was having it on the neck a particular taboo? But you installed a port on Gilita, didn't you? I've already confirmed it through her personal testimony and a physical examination. That was a medical procedure. It has nothing to do with corruption or whatever else you're implying. I understood that personal beliefs varied. Even among mechanized humans, there were those who, after completing their mandatory education, embraced naturalism, refused further augmentation, and emigrated to other nations. Even within our allied states, some considered us nothing more than AIs pretending to be human. That said, I couldn't recall we doing anything that would justify such intense hostility from the Ecliptic Republic, let alone warrant condemnation through their sacred texts. Sigh. So, you have a general understanding of things from those scriptures, I take it? I am an archbishop among the gear priests. The only authority above me is His Holiness the Cardinal. In practice, I am the highest-ranking clergy member handling matters that require secrecy. Well, that was convenient. Maybe she'd be capable of understanding more complex matters. I'm a Lieutenant Nozomi Matsui, a survivor of the 22nd Seed Fleet of the Galactic Higher Consciousness Federation. I'm one of mechanized humans, those who digitized their consciousness and house their souls within mechanical bodies. And this celestial canopy is the remains of Internet 12, which accompanied that fleet. Come to think of it, this was the first time since waking up that I'd properly introduced myself to anyone. The Sylvanians worshipped me as a divine consort. The Tech-Gobs saw me as the hero who saved their great mother. But neither of them had any concept of space travel or past civilizations, so I had chosen silence to preserve their beliefs and religions. But after being treated with such blatant disrespect, I had no reason to extend them the same courtesy. I wasn't that kind, nor was I that virtuous. Well then, any questions? If you insist on treating me as a demon, I'll answer as one. Ask away. Now that I thought about it, in ancient legends, demons were summoned over the course of 3 days and nights, and exorcised over 4. What a coincidence. Today was the 3rd day since I first laid eyes on the holy city. And the night of the 3rd day was when demons were commanded. It was a little early to call it midnight, but I'd let that slide. Smiling at the priest, whose hands were trembling slightly, I rested my chin on my hand and deliberately activated the room's speakers. Your Eminence, your question? I wondered how she would react upon realizing, for the first time, that this world was not created by gods, but by mere humans. A reprimanding transmission came through from Celine, asking when I had become so twisted, but I ignored it, keeping my best, most amiable smile. Supplementary notes for planetary exploration. There are 3 types of scriptures in the Celestial Canopy Holy City. The publicly available authorized scripture that the common folk can read, the original scripture used by priests for sermons, and the Apocrypha, which is only accessible to high-ranking clergy. PRA Chapter 32.141. Was she ashamed that her hands had been trembling? The Archbishop clasped them behind her back and spoke in a firm voice. The scriptures state, when the machine god descends, this canopy was created to protect us. There is no mention of your so-called Galactic Higher Consciousness Federation or Inanna 12. You are indeed a demon, here to test my faith. And yet, despite the presence of those who scorn the faithful who have sacrificed themselves for the greater good, your God remains silent. Do you still believe them? This was why I disliked dealing with the devout. Their will was unshakable, and once they decide something was absolute, no amount of reasoning could change their minds. No matter what this Apocrypha said, negotiating my way out of this was impossible. If I couldn't use words to manipulate the situation, I lost my bargaining chip to awaken Inanna 12. No matter what you say, I believe in the machine god. Thou shalt not test the Lord. Huh? How do you know a passage from the scriptures? Because it's such a common phrase. Every faith had some version of it. In nearly all religions, God tests humans, but humans are forbidden from testing God. It's an empty, overused statement that demands blind faith. That was precisely why we abandoned the so-called gods, who remained beyond the reach of a science. Instead, we chose to revere the saints who had woven noble teachings and stories. In that sense, Tissy had no choice but to become Prometheus. Without a certain level of civilization and philosophical maturity, questioning the existence of God was nearly impossible. The Sylvanians were too pure. And Tissy was too kind. But the people who built this place, they felt different. They were too archaic. Was there someone particularly radical within the Ecliptic Republic Union? With a sigh, I shook my head, crossed my legs again, and gestured toward the door. Then go. If you believe I am a demon, the best course of action is to stop speaking to me altogether. Said by that very same demon? The irony. You don't know? Apparently, a demon is the one who tells people exactly what they want to hear most. I motioned toward the door, signaling for her to leave. The Archbishop hesitated for a moment before turning on her heel. If you want to manipulate me successfully, there's only one thing you need to avoid saying. One last shake. I transmitted my words through the speaker. As expected, she turned back. She still had lingering doubts. And that is? You simply need to refrain from trying to stop time. Stop time? Ah, that one didn't land. Well, we mechanized beings existed for pleasure and progress. We found it ridiculous when someone said, "Stay, oh time, for you are so beautiful." It's just a metaphor. Maybe pondering its meaning will help you learn how to handle a demon. I gestured again for her to leave. She hesitated briefly before finally walking away. Now then. I'd intentionally given her something to chew on. Let's see how she reacted. She hadn't just come here on a whim. There was a clear purpose behind her visit. I needed to pay close attention to how her view of me changed. Leaning back in my chair, I stretched. My muscles and joints loosened, sending a pleasant sensation through my body. It was a standard feature of a Type D synthetic body, and I had long since gotten used to it. But if I got too comfortable in this restrictive frame, I'd probably experience intense vertigo once I returned to my original body. Just like when I completed mechanization after finishing compulsory education and dove into the network for the first time. As I sank into nostalgia, someone suddenly tapped my shoulder. My brain instantly switched to combat mode. I spun around, reaching for a weapon at my waist, only to grasp at empty air. A fraction of a second too slow. Something cold pressed against my face. Gotcha. Celine. She was poking my cheek. Perched on my shoulder was a tiny humanoid terminal. And that voice. Wasn't that my old friend, Li Zheng? No, Celine. Celine? What's with that frame? Have you forgotten? I'm a mathematical consciousness, a natural-born multitasker. While you were busy playing around, I was checking whether the facilities of Internet 12 could be put to use. With a playful spin, she showed off her new form, a 15-centimeter tall, toy-like frame. It was a perfect replica of Celine from the past. Well, no, calling it the past made it sound like she had died, which wasn't quite right. The general shape was humanoid, but it was clearly not human. Its design carried the distinct aesthetic preferred by mathematical consciousnesses. The heat dissipation fiber tubes, positioned where a human's nose would be, were cut straight across like a princess-style fringe. The frame was a glossy black. Instead of a proper mouth, there was a simple curved line, like a cat's. Her arms extended past her knees, and her feet lacked ankles, resembling heeled shoes. It was unmistakably her. Where did you get that adorable body? There was a toy factory in a relatively low-priority section, catering to the wealthy. They manufactured small educational drones for children, so I borrowed a 3D printer and made one for myself. She hopped onto my palm, and the sight of her in a physical form again hit me like a wave of emotion. My eyes stung. Damn it, I hadn't even teared up when I saw the gravity transfer gate that had become the moon's sub-satellite. Celine. Yes, Lieutenant. Your Celine is here. I thought you might be lonely, so I came to keep you company. Hadn't expected such a wonderful surprise. Unable to resist, I pressed my cheek against her. Unlike her old, soft, organic metallic body, this one was cold and rigid. But just being able to touch her again was enough to move me to my core. We had been interacting countless times in cyberspace. But her having a physical form, something I could see and hold, was an entirely different experience. It made me realize, without a doubt, that I was still human. Not a demon. That said, Lieutenant, all this frame can do is relay communications and chat. I'm sorry, the higher security areas are too well protected. I don't care. Being alone in this prison was wearing me down. Just having you here makes all the difference. I spent some time goofing around with my tiny, resurrected partner. But then it hit me. Wait. What about Gilita? Celine, what happened to Gilita? Well, given what just happened, she's in a much nicer prison than yours. Damn it. Even after all the evidence I had handed over, they were still treating her like a suspect? Stubborn bastards. Clearly, Gilita's allies weren't very useful. But at least she wasn't in immediate danger. That Virgil guy had clearly wanted her gone. Not for personal reasons, but because executing her would be politically convenient. His thinly veiled, half-hearted speech has made that much obvious. Still, she was nobility, which meant there were limits to how easily they could dispose of her. That was probably why they had been so forceful in their approach. Can we contact Gilita? I hacked the security cameras and confirmed she's safe, but direct communication is impossible. Her cell is a radio-shielded chamber. Damn. A Faraday cage. Not good. We mechanized humans and mathematical consciousnesses relied on compressed radio wave transmissions for nearly all communication. As a result, we never invested much in wired technology, though we did have fiber optic communication cables thinner than a hair. So with a room that completely blocked radio waves, our means of interference were limited. On top of that, she's been stripped of all her gear, so she has no way to receive comms. I see. Then we'll use Plan B. Plan B? I didn't know we had that. I was about to say, because we don't, when an old memory surfaced, a scene from a VR game, where a reliable NPC had once said the same thing before diving headfirst into a brawl. But unlike that character, I didn't have the luxury of solving everything with brute force. I needed a plan. PRA Chapter 32.2 Shout out to Nagequit for becoming a patron. Draw up route map. Worst case, I'll break out and go rescue her. Lieutenant, could you maybe stop increasing your brain's muscle ratio all of a sudden? I get what you're saying, but I don't have any political cards to play here. Leaning toward a physical solution is inevitable. Only in the worst case, though. The worst case. I mean, you're not wrong. But also, isn't prefacing things like that basically setting up a death flag? Celine sounded exasperated, but in the end, violence was what spoke the loudest. That's why we, the peace-loving Higher Federation, maintained a fleet of 4 million warships. Since the peaceful approach wasn't working well, maybe it was time to scrap it and go with something more efficient instead. How are the warriors? They're lying low near the outskirts of the city. If needed, they can reach you within 2 hours. Good. And right, Delpoldi? He's furious. Well, of course he was. I was the head of his tribe, after all. The only reason he hadn't exploded yet was because I had drilled it into him to wait for orders, and because, despite his temper, he was not a reckless man. Just hold on, warrior chief of Rustigas. You are one of my most reliable cards. Be patient a little longer. Alright, let's take it easy until something happens. Wait, Lieutenant, could you not treat me like some kind of doll? The first interrogation had been a mess, so there was bound to be a second one. I figured that would be my chance to gain allies, so I started working on plan A while absent-mindedly poking Celine's cheek, until the ground suddenly shook violently. Whoa? What the? An earthquake? No. This vibration is. Footage from one of Celine's drones popped up on my vision. What I saw was nothing short of fantastical. A dragon, a literal freaking dragon. For a moment, I struggled to find words to describe it. It looked exactly like the dragons you'd find in fantasy. A massive, jade-green body at least 40 meters long, not counting the tail. A thick, muscular neck stretched out from its bulky head, leading to 4 powerful legs. And from its shoulders extended a pair of wing-like arms, each tipped with 3 clawed fingers. I couldn't even tell if it was more like a wyvern or a theropod. Not that it mattered. I'd seen plenty before. If anything, as a VR game nerd, I was just excited to see one up close. But the problem wasn't that it was a dragon. The problem was that, for some ungodly reason, it was decked out in what looked like alloy armor. Even worse, its body had thrusters installed all over, probably to enhance its aerial mobility. Right now, it was rampaging on the outskirts, roaring as it blasted its jets, dodging dozens of massive arrows launched from below with unnatural precision. Holy shit! It twisted its body, fired only the right side thrusters, and spun midair to evade the barrage. What kind of insane maneuverability was that? And how the hell was it withstanding the G-forces? Did you see that just now, Celine? That thing moves like a damn space combat fighter. Incredible. Something that big shouldn't even be able to fly in the first place, right? With that kind of bulk, it had to weigh hundreds of tons. There was no way those relatively tiny wings alone were providing enough lift. Hell, if it was made of just flesh and bone, I'd be surprised if it could even hold up its own weight. Wait, damn, it just took out an entire building. After dodging the anti-air fire, the dragon came sliding down onto the ground. The impact sent buildings flying, debris raining toward the canopy above. Either this planet didn't experience earthquakes often, or its structures weren't properly reinforced, because they were just crumbling apart. Lieutenant, this is no time to be impressed. Get down. A dozen buildings hovered in the air for a few seconds before smashing into the canopy, only to be obliterated mid-air. The ship's defensive force field. It was originally designed to protect the hull from micro-debris and physical projectiles, and apparently, it was still functional enough to deflect the wreckage. But just barely. The force field, which should have been glowing a strong red, was instead shimmering weakly like a soap bubble, its surface reflecting iridescent colors. The dragon seemed to recognize this. It took off again, dodging anti-air attacks, then crashed down once more, weaponizing the scattered debris against the canopy. The first 2 strikes held. The third wouldn't. No wonder they were desperate to get their hands on some kind of anti-dragon weapon, even if it meant going to great lengths such as attempting to acquire the Great Mother. Lieutenant, this is bad. What now? Several knights are headed for Gilita's room. What? Those bastards. They were trying to use this attack as cover to take her out, making it look like an unfortunate accident during the dragon's rampage. If she died now, the trial would fall apart, and everything would work in their favor. Let's move, Celine. Yes. Just then, a small pouch was tossed into the room. Celine had used her drone's tools to break the sealed window grid, leaving a narrow gap. Inside the pouch were a spare cold gun, a compact knife, and a belt packed with general equipment including a multi-tool. Perfect. Because sneaking around unarmed was only fun in video games. I unshackled my hands with the multi-tool, loaded the gun, and fired at the door in high-power mode. Supplementary notes for planetary exploration. Anti-material force field, also known as repulsion energy field. The final layer of defense for a spaceship, primarily used to protect the hull from micro-debris and physical projectiles. Normally, it can withstand multiple direct hits from a main battleship's primary cannon. However, due to years of neglect, the one on Inanna 12 appears significantly weakened. PR8 Chapter 33.142. I fired 2 rounds of high-power mode bullets into the hinges. There was no internal lock, and then kicked the door hard. The thick, 15-centimeter detention room door toppled over with surprising ease. What? Thanks for your service. But sorry about this. I immediately bolted out of the room and shot the guard standing to the right of the door straight in the head. The bullet, fired in energy-saving mode to reduce its power, had about the same force as a standard handgun round. But it was still enough to deliver a heavy blow to his helmet, knocking him unconscious. I had already studied the structure of their exosuits thanks to Gilita. I still didn't understand how they moved without an external power source, but I knew for certain that it lacked a dual-layer design or any kind of shock-absorbing material inside. That meant I didn't need to penetrate it. A direct hit was enough to rattle its internal structure, more specifically, the person inside, into unconsciousness. Heretic. What are you? The other guard on the left reached for his sword, but I smacked the pommel hard before he could draw it, forcing the weapon back into its sheath. The exosuit's muscle assist system seemed to use up most of its power just to compensate for the heavy armor, leaving him relatively weak in close combat. Even with my weak Type D body, I could buy myself a few seconds. Good night. That was all the time I needed. I pressed my cold gun against his forehead and pulled the trigger. His head snapped back, slammed against the wall, and rebounded with a sickening crack. His armor dented slightly, the impact even shattering part of the wall before he collapsed to the ground. Grap. Did I overdo it? I hope he's not dead. His brainwaves are erratic, but vitals are stable. He's alive. Good. Celine's confirmation put me at ease. I reached for his sword, thinking I might be able to take it, but, nope. Way too heavy. Of course. A one-handed sword that size, compressed into a 40-kilogram chunk of metal? No way I was lifting that without an exosuit. And I didn't have the time to strip his armor, so I settled for the knife on his belt and fixed it to my cold gun as a bayonet. Hee. I'd been envious of the tribe members for having bayonets, so when I modified my main cold gun with a longer barrel to boost its firepower, I made myself one too. Sure, its reach was shorter than a sword, but in close quarters combat, it was invaluable. My partner jumped into my chest pocket with an exasperated look on her face, but I wasn't about to back down on this. Close quarters combat was the romance of mechanized humans. What's the shortest route to Gilita's room? Go straight ahead, then turn left. Following the instructions, I reached an elevator. 2 guards stood watch. They must have heard the commotion earlier. Their swords were already drawn, and they were about to rush over when we bumped into each other around the corner. I swept one's legs out from under him, sending him sprawling, and while the other was caught by surprise at my sudden appearance, I put 3 rounds into his helmet, granting him an unexpected nap. Prisoner is escaping. Raise the alarm, Gar. I silenced the fallen guard with a shot to the back of the head, but not before he managed to activate his comms. Damn. I forgot their radios were built into their armor. I should have been more thorough. As expected of the detention block, security here was tight. And these weren't just rank-and-file soldiers, they were professionals. A weaker opponent might have played dead in hopes I'd pass them by. But these guys? They used every second to alert their comrades. Impressive work. Well, I guess they know I've escaped now. Security on the way to the surface will be much tighter. Yeah, and there's no way I can call in the warriors in this situation. A distant explosion rumbled outside. The dragon was still rampaging. I couldn't send my allies into that chaos, so they'd have to wait outside the city for now. There are plenty of gear calibers here. Once we rescue Gilita, we can secure one for our escape. Good plan. At the elevator, Celine extended a cable from her doll-like body and effortlessly unlocked it. Pathetic. They haven't upgraded their systems since the 20th century. It's practically a free pass for us. They should have welcomed you mathematical consciousnesses into the Ecliptic Republic Union. Their security systems relied on the ship's maintenance AI, but its thought and processing speed were laughable compared to mathematical consciousnesses like Celine. All it took was a simulated maze to confuse the system, and it would get stuck looping indefinitely until it had no choice but to reboot. System neutralized. They'll be busy contemplating their existence for 15 minutes. Do as you please. Alright. Let's go. Galata was being held on an upper floor. I wasn't sure if it was luck or if someone had guided the descent, but the Inanna 12 had crashed vertically. Being a quasi-satellite class interstellar carrier built for old humans, it had a functioning artificial gravity system, so up and down were still properly oriented. Otherwise, all the rooms would have ended up sideways or upside down, like on the Tiamat 25, rendering them completely useless. I felt a slight upward motion as the elevator ascended 3 floors before stopping. Lieutenant, destroy the console. We'll use another route for our escape. Got it. I fired several shots into the control panel, rendering it useless. When I jumped out, I found myself in what seemed to be a security office. No guards were present, except for one. And he was already dead, a stab wound. I see. He should be a guard and a warden. Virgil must have gone in aggressively. Killing the security stationed here in a hurry meant he was desperate. If these guards had been assigned to protect Galata, that meant someone, her family, her superiors, whoever, wanted her alive. That worked in my favor. If I took her with me, I'd have plenty of leverage for negotiation. Where's Galata's room? Room 4009. Head left, then turn at the corner. What's the situation? They've breached her room. Hurry. PR8 Chapter 33.2. Where's Galata's room? Room 4009. Head left, then turn at the corner. What's the situation? They've breached her room. Hurry. Apparently Galata had locked the door. Seriously, just because it was a noble's room, they bothered to install a lock ? And even barricaded it to buy time. But it was all for nothing. They'd broken through. She wasn't stupid. She knew whoever was forcing their way in wasn't here for a friendly visit. She must have resisted as much as she could, and thanks to that, I'd made it in time. 3 enemies inside. 2 outside. Got it. Gun in hand, I sprinted forward. The moment I rounded the corner, I came face to face with an unexpected sight. The enemies were equipped with massive shields, tower shields, to be precise. Who are you? I took one down with a surprise attack, but the other had already taken a defensive stance. My energy-saving mode rounds bounced harmlessly off his tower shield. Damn it! If he bothered to carry that thing even in his exosuit, it must have some kind of impact dispersion mechanism. Playing the footage back in ultra-slow motion, I saw that the shield moved slightly upon impact, absorbing the force rather than letting the bullet punch through. That means it was built with 2 layers, separated by shock-absorbing dampers. Combined with the shield's thickness, it was designed to be impervious to penetration. Tower shields like that were commonly used in nations where monoatomic blades weren't the standard. They should have been the equipment of the Ecliptic Republic Union. That country, or rather, those with irreplaceable bodies, in general, had an irrational fear of close combat. Either these people managed to get their hands on some, or they reverse-engineered it. Even with my weapon in high-power mode, I wasn't confident I could punch through. So instead, I switched to rapid fire, pinning my opponent down while I sprinted forward. Even if I couldn't pierce the shield, they'd still feel an impact, like getting kicked full force. While he was immobilized from the shock of the hits, I closed the distance, slipped around the side of his shield, and jammed my improved bayonet into the gap at his right elbow. I already knew from Galata's exosuit that there's only used basic anti-cut fibers at the joints. It could withstand slashing to some extent, but a full power thrust would go right through. His muscles reflexively tightened, trying to trap the blade. I responded by twisting it deeper and pulling the trigger. The impact blew apart the flesh at the contact point, allowing me to wrench my weapon free. The joint was completely destroyed. Without advanced medical treatment, he'd never use that left arm again. But that's the price of serving a commander willing to resort to such vile tactics. Sorry, I murmured the apology in my head as I put 2 rounds into their helmet, snuffing out their consciousness. Galata, Nozoma. Shoving my body through the forcibly opened door, I was met with a horrific sight. 3 men had pinned Galata down, her clothes torn away. One of them was trying to remove the protective plating around her waist. The sounds of combat outside must have been drowned out by the deafening roars of the rampaging dragon, so they just continued to carry out their act without a care. Unforgivable fury ignited within me, overriding the warnings from my emotional control protocol. I switched my cold gun to high power mode. Endure for 6 seconds? That's basically meant that the maximum duration of one's rage was just 6 seconds, so I had 6 seconds to kill them all, right? Before my anger could cool, I aimed at the filth trying to strip Galata and blew his dirty part clean off. Ghhhh. The bullet vertically bisected his erect thing, pierced through the plating, and embedded itself in the wall, leaving a red stain in its wake. The next target was the man holding down Galata's arms. I put a bullet through his head. Whoops. I accidentally forgot to switch off high power mode. The triple shot burst twisted his neck at an unnatural angle as he collapsed backward. 1 left, or so I thought, until I found myself unable to pull the trigger. Don't move, heretic. 1 step and she dies. Even if I don't move, you'll kill her anyway. The last man stood beside Galata, pressing a blade to her throat. A hidden weapon, emerging straight from his wrist. Likely designed for use in close combat. Her armor didn't include such an attachment, but it seemed this model did. Nozoma. Hey, Galata. I'm here. Sorry I took so long. She lay there, dazed, soaked in blood. Damn it. I should have been able to kill them before they could take her hostage. But I hadn't expected a weapon he could draw without any visible motion. I was too careless. I don't know how you got in here, but stay back, heretic. Move, and she dies. You came here to kill her anyway. What, were you planning to have your fun first? You disgrace the title of knight. What to do? I'd already lined up my shot. Blowing his head off would be easy, but if he fell the wrong way, the blade would slice right through her neck. Even with nanomachine treatment, a complete decapitation was beyond repair. Shoot, Nozoma. TCH. If he fell backward from the impact, that would be fine. But if he shifted at the last moment and the blade twisted? No, letting time drag on was worse. Reinforcements could drive. But taking a gamble here was, I'll be fine. What? Before I could react, Galata moved on her own. She grabbed his arm and thrust her own throat onto the blade. The wrist-mounted weapon stabbed straight through, severing arteries. Her body stiffened from the pain, locking him in place. Then, she looked straight at my waist. I see. What resolve? Even knowing the risk, she'd made her choice. Impressed by her sheer determination, I didn't hesitate. I pulled the trigger, sending a round through his skull. His body collapsed, and as it fell, the blade slipped free from her throat. Blood spurted out in a crimson arc. I rushed forward, pressing down on the wound. Then, following her gaze, I reached for my pouch, and pulled out the needleless injector filled with medical nanomachines. Supplementary notes for planetary exploration. Medical nanomachine treatment is only suitable for emergency care. While it can seal wounds, it cannot reconnect fully severed body parts. However, as long as excessive blood loss is prevented, even a potentially fatal neck wound can be survivable. PRA Chapter 34.143. That was completely reckless. She's got that spirit of self-sacrifice, alright. I watched as the stab wound on Galata's neck closed, placing my fingers against her skin to make sure her pulse was returning. She had lost several hundred milliliters of blood in an instant, so I was worried about temporary cerebral ischemia. But since it had only lasted a moment, I could only hope she'd pull through. Damn it, you really do love throwing yourself into danger, don't you, young lady? There was a fire of resolve in her eyes. Even knowing she had a failsafe, ensuring that if she died, I wouldn't be killed as a hostage, she still took reckless action. Seriously, just how selfless can one person be? Wait, Lieutenant. Why are you pulling out the cord? I'm linking directly with her again. Moving the right now is dangerous. But we can't just stay put either. I'll monitor her vitals. We need to track her brain activity precisely. There's no time to argue. Ignoring my partner's protest, I jammed the connector into the passive jack at the base of her skull, linking directly with her once more. For a brief moment, my vision flickered as the OS booted up, spreading the stark white void of the virtual neural space before me. But I didn't have time to fully immerse myself. I restricted the link to her nervous system alone. Her brain waves were erratic but within acceptable limits. Still, if I carried her roughly, I had no idea what might happen. I had to be careful. I wrapped her in the bed sheet to secure cordon, then carefully slung her over my shoulder in a fireman's carry, keeping her legs in place with my left arm. A princess carry might have been more courteous, given that she was a woman, but with both hands occupied, I'd be completely defenseless. She'd just have to deal with it. Now, to get a gear calibrand. No, would recovering my gear even possible? Apologies, Lieutenant. Its current location is unknown. TCH. Of course they'd want to take apart high-grade weapons to analyze their design. The gun, the sword, and even my pack wolf, all of them require my authorization to activate, and their intricate external structures make disassembly a nightmare. They should be fine, but if they'd so much as scratched my beloved sword, they'd better be ready to pay in blood. Celine, guide me to an exit. Ugh, you never listen once you've made up your mind. Fine. Leave the room and head right. There's another elevator there. Following my exasperated partner's directions, I exited the room and turned right. As she had said, there was an elevator, different from the one I used earlier. This one had lavish decorations, clearly redesigned for VIP use. The doors slid open as I approached, welcoming me inside. Either she had cracked it in advance, or the system was weaker than expected. The button for my destination floor lit up automatically as I stepped in. The central control tried to lock it down, but please, it was laughably simple. Trying to shut down a mathematical consciousness with manual commands? Utterly absurd. Not that my current frame has the luxury of laughing about it. The elevator descended smoothly, likely a route meant for emergency evacuation. But then, it suddenly jolted, the lights flickering as it came to an abrupt halt. What the hell? Are we under attack? No, the dragon outside just launched its third strike. A barrage of debris smashed into the force field, and some managed to breach, hitting in an 12 directly. The hull is reinforced for fleet combat, so it won't break easily, but the impact was significant. Damn oversized lizard. Playing in the middle of a human settlement like it's a damn sandbox. A synthetic voice announced that vibrations had been detected, initiating an emergency stop. But midway through the message, the elevator resumed movement on its own. Celine, is it safe to move? Lieutenant, you've watched too many movies. Cutting a few cables won't make an elevator plummet. Oh, right. The structure grips the rails on all four corners. If the cables snap, it just stops. It doesn't fall. Relieved, I waited until we reached the lower levels. The elevator opened to reveal a massive, empty warehouse. Judging by the tire marks and scattered debris, gear calibers had been hastily deployed, some so rushed they had collided during departure. A few gear calibers remained, abandoned in the chaos. All right. Time to hop in and get out of here. But just as I thought that, the elevator across the warehouse chimed, its doors sliding open, and stepping out, flanked by 5 guards, was none other than Virgil. Damn it, most of the gear calibers are gone, and, wait. You? Oh, come on. What kind of twisted fate is this? Did I piss off the 3 saints? I raised my cold gun, but his guards immediately stepped forward, blocking my line of fire. Their gauntlets were bulkier than standard exosuits, deflecting my low-power rounds with ease. How are you still alive? And that girl? Too bad for you, we're alive and well. It sounded like he had sent assassins to my cell too. Too bad for him, I escaped faster than expected. But this situation was bad. Really bad. His 5 guards were already drawing their swords. No matter. All's well if I just finish you here. Kill them. Oh, 4. What the hell is his problem? Now is not the time for this. I sprinted for cover, firing my cold gun as I moved. The high-powered rounds slammed into their gauntlets and breastplates, making them flinch but failing to penetrate. It looked like these guys had custom-built exosuits specifically for protecting high-ranking officials. If I didn't hit the weak spots, they wouldn't go down. Fine. Looked like I'd have to put on a show. I set Gilletta down behind a stack of spare tires. The direct connection cable currently in use had a max range of 15 meters, more than enough room to maneuver 5 enemies. No ranged weapons. They hadn't brought bows or crossbows, probably assuming an indoor fight. I'd been fighting in close quarters for nearly 1,000 years. Like hell I was losing now. Alright, you bastards. Come and get it. I overclocked my cyber brain, time slowing to a crawl as I burst from cover, firing. My shots forced them to raise their gauntlets and blades to deflect the rounds, exactly as planned. I closed the distance to the nearest one in an instant. He tried to counter with a thrust, but I dropped low, letting my momentum carry me into a sliding dodge. With my knees bent and hips loose, I slipped under his guard and fired 3 shots point blank into his knee. Gah! His leg bent the wrong way with a sickening crunch. From his scream, I realized he was a woman, but that didn't change anything. The moment she collapsed, wide open, I fired 2 more rounds into the back of her head. Alright. Who's next? Step up if you're ready to die. I won't show mercy to anyone who stands in my way. PR8 Chapter 34.2. Alright. Who's next? Step up if you're ready to die. I won't show mercy to anyone who stands in my way. As I reloaded, the remaining 4 hesitated. Classic crowd control. Make an example out of the first one, and the rest lose their nerve. Now, how much did their loyalty to Virgil really weigh against their own survival? Don't falter. If we let them escape, they'll take the gear calibers. Do you want to be left behind? Ah. That angle, huh? 3 gear calibers. 5 men. If they let us escape, someone gets stranded. That, it seemed, was enough to steel their resolve. They raised their swords again, ready to fight. Their stances resembled Western swordplay. 2 of them took what was known as the Roth stance, raising their hilts so high they nearly touched the backs of their heads. The other 2 held theirs in half-sword grips, gripping their blades near the tip with one hand, preparing to crush me with sheer force of a charging attack. A coordinated 4-man charge to overwhelm me, questionable character aside, their level of training was solid. But ignoring their defense in front of me was a bit premature. What? The FCS aimed with absolute precision, making it all too easy to strike the exposed pommel of their swords with my fist. The impact sent the weapon of one knight in Roth stance flying, throwing his stance into disarray. I capitalized on the opening and fired 3 rounds into his neck. His head twisted at an unnatural angle under the force, but that was the least of my concerns. Including my earlier shots, I only had 4 rounds left in high-power mode. And I doubted they'd give me the chance to reload. Wait. On instinct, I moved toward the sword I had just knocked away. Ignoring the knights rushing toward me, I picked it up, and knew instantly that I had won. No mistake, though made of the same compressed alloy as the other knights' swords, this one was crafted thinner for maneuverability. While the others wielded weapons designed for crushing, this was a true cutting sword. At around 10 kilograms, it was still heavy, but manageable. With a weapon superior to my bayonet, I stepped into the path of an oncoming Roth stance knight, countering his descending blade with an upward slash. A single-edged sword with a slight curve, I placed my other hand on the spine and executed a reverse prayer cut. My half-step was just a fraction faster, and my blade sliced clean through his wrist, red blood spraying as it slipped between his armor's joints, swam through flesh, and severed bone. Gah! His nearly severed hand couldn't hold the sword's weight, and it tore off completely. He crumpled to the ground, clutching the wound. I had no time to finish him off. Another knight with a half-sword stance had circled round. His thrust came sharp and fast, but I turned my blade vertical, lightly deflecting it upon contact and guiding it to the right. At the same time, I adjusted my grip for the most compact motion possible, twisting my wrist in a minimal arc to slash upward, ripping into the unprotected area under his arm. Blood gushed violently from the gap in his armor. I had severed a major artery along with the muscle. Damn. This thing dulled fast. It wasn't just from blood and body oils. I had been careful enough to avoid excessive buildup. The real issue was the reinforced, flexible anti-blade fiber I had cut through, and the blade itself was fragile, being so thin. More suited for slashing lightly armored troops than for fighting against full plate. Well, not that I could complain, If it had been any heavier, I wouldn't have been able to use it in the first place. Chairia. The last remaining half-sword stance knight lunged with a full-force thrust, roaring as he charged. He barely moved his arms. His entire body was behind the blow, ready to crush me on impact. His skill was apparent, but just because I had a sword now didn't mean I had forgotten my gun. I flipped my grip, pressed the sword against my knee as a makeshift shield, and braced for impact. In the same moment I was knocked backward, I drew my pistol from its holster. Then, as his throat came into range, I plunged my bayonet into his neck. A single shot followed, the bullet slipping into the exposed joint, releasing my embedded blade. My entire body creaked from the impact as his lifeless form sent me tumbling. I landed on my feet, raising my pistol, 3 bullets left. Toward Virgil. It's over. I fired all 3 rounds in rapid succession. But he hadn't become one of the Knight's leaders on luck alone. Trusting his instincts, he shielded his vital points and avoided instant death before ducking behind the elevator. TCH. So leaders really did get better armor. Unless I hit his head or neck, I wouldn't be able to kill him outright. Damn it. Even as he groaned in pain, he managed to hit the elevator button, breaking my line of sight. Shit, so that's why he had stayed inside instead of coming out. I scrambled to reload, but it was too late. I had no time to stop the empty talking excuse of a knight from escaping. With a soft electronic beep, the doors shut. The display showed the elevator descending. Damn it. He got away. I should have killed him when I had the chance. It seems the elevator's armor and guillotines were standard issue. We need to revise our assessment. In this instance, our firepower was insufficient, so there was no helping it. Frustrating, but at least we got a way out of here. And Gilletta was safe. I reeled in my cord as I returned to her side, just in time to see her jade green eyes flutter open. Nozoma, Gilletta. I hadn't had the chance to check her vitals in the chaos, though I had set an alert for any abnormalities, but her brain waves had already stabilized. I rushed to her side, not to embrace her, but to slap her across the cheek. You reckless idiot. Sorry. But I knew you'd save me. She clung to me with cheeks puffed. Trembling, I thought it was over. I thought I was going to die. Defiled, tormented, then killed. But when I saw your face, I just knew I'd be okay. Yeah, I get it. I wrapped my arms around her, rubbing her back to soothe her. She must have been terrified. A woman, probably still pure, about to be violated, and yet she still risked everything for a slim chance at survival. But what would she have done if I hadn't gotten some spare gear from Celine? Holding the sobbing Gilletta close, I ordered Celine to start up the gear caliber. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Magius Gear Knights wield 2 types of swords, standard armor-piercing blades and single-edged swords designed for light-armored targets. Their squads are equipped with a balance of both to prevent any gaps in capability. PRA Chapter 35.144. As I comforted Gilletta, even Celine, with her female-type thought routine, seemed to sympathize for once and gave a warning in a tone that wasn't as sharp as usual. Lieutenant, the lizard has resumed its sandbox play. I suggest you evacuate immediately. You've got to be kidding me. Read the room, you damn reptile. Wait, Hearing the panic in her voice, I asked what had happened. The shocking report that followed made me tighten my grip around Gilletta. Rydell Boldy and the others have entered the city to rescue you. What? What the hell were they thinking? The dragon was rampaging, tossing buildings around like toys, and on top of that, Magius Gear Knights were engaged in battle. Charging into a war zone like this, what were they planning to do? I appreciated their concern for me, but this was reckless gambling at its worst. Not to mention, they somehow managed to get a mathematical consciousness to quip, an impressive feat in itself. Where are they? It's too late. They've already entered the city. Have their pack wolves turn around, but then, they'll probably just march in on foot. Damn it. If it had come to this, then there was no other choice. Speed was an invisible armor, just as that wise old saying went, if it doesn't hit, it doesn't matter. Agility that allowed one to slip through danger was the thickest shield of all. If we took that away and forced them to proceed on foot, it'd only put their lives in greater danger. Gilletta, this is an emergency. Hiya. I grabbed her by the shoulders and pulled her away. She let out a startled squeak, then hastily covered herself, though, honestly, at this point, that was hardly a priority. Still, for the sake of her dignity, I decided to keep quiet about it. Her face turned bright red, clearly demanding an explanation. Reincarnation and the others are on their way to rescue us. Even with the dragon running wild? Exactly. If we don't escape now, they'll be in danger. Will you come with me? I understand. She nodded without hesitation. Then, as if finally grasping the situation, she looked around and froze in shock at the sight of 5 bloodied corpses. Nozomu, what happened here? When I brought you here to escape, we ran into Virgil. So it really was Sir Virgil's doing. Just how much does he hate the main family? Her body trembled as she murmured, hugging herself as if recalling something. Then, as if coming to terms with it, she used her free hand, her right still covering her chest, to point at one of the fallen Magius Gear Knights. See, could you close your eyes for a moment? I need to put on some usable armor. I don't mind, but won't it have personal authentication? I'm under suspicion, but my knight qualifications haven't been revoked. I should be able to wear it. Since I couldn't just let her ride the gear caliber naked, I decided to do as she asked and closed my eyes. For a while, the sound of shifting armor echoed in the air. It seemed she had found a working suit, likely the one I had slashed under the arms. I heard the sound of her putting it on. This should do. Let's go. Yeah, dressed in armor, she looked valiant. The suit seemed to have an automatic height adjustment feature, and the blood-stained gear armor, combined with her composed bearing, made her appear even more dignified than Virgil's own entourage. Celine, register her armor as friendly in the IFF. Wise call. There are many similar-looking suits. IFF, friendly tag registration. Complete. Good. That should prevent any friendly fire. In the chaos of battle, even a small chance of mistaken identity could be fatal. Alright, let's get out of here. There should be a direct exit from here. Right? Yes, Lieutenant. There's an armored vehicle elevator leading straight down. Nozomu? Who are you talking to? I guess I can't keep quiet about it any longer. I held out my palm, and Celine hopped out. Wah, see cute. Nice to meet you. I am Celine. Essentially, what your people might call a machine spirit. Hey, partner. You can't just go around calling yourself the equivalent of a religious spirit in her belief system. She doesn't know any better. I have watched over Nozomu for a long time. A very, very long time. You understand, don't you? I can't believe it. I'm talking directly to a machine spirit. This is a miracle. Nozomu, you really are a saint. Wait. What? Before we first met, before I woke up from unconsciousness, I saw your figure. I always thought you were special, but to think you were actually the prophesied saint. Hold on. I did not sign up for this. When I grabbed Gilita by the shoulders and pressed her for an explanation, she told me that the term saint referred to humans who could communicate directly with machines, without any assistance tools like a gear priest. Unlike gear priests, who needed devices to channel their will, saints could interact with machines as naturally as breathing. According to scripture, they were considered even higher than clergy. This probably referred to the former crew of the Inner 12, who had all undergone minor cybernetic enhancements. Compared to gear priests, who performed what was essentially stylish corpse manipulation, their ability to command machines would have been unparalleled. But even with cybernetics, their lifespans were capped at around 200 years, which meant the number of saints had gradually declined. At some point, they must have either had a falling out or abandoned the practice of cybernetic enhancement for their children due to ideological differences. But if that were the case, why did Gilita and the others, who were supposed to be old human race, have sub-brains? Celine is an old friend of mine. I'm nothing as grand as a saint. I'm not a strict scripture fundamentalist, but this is undeniable. Her questions kept piling up, but before she could voice them, the fifth tremor of the day shook the canopy. This one was far larger than the others, probably because the last of the energy fields had been completely breached. Now then, how much of Inner 12's armor plating could withstand a projectile the size of several buildings? Enough. We don't have time for this. We're leaving. Oh okay. Gilita and I straddled the gear calibers. The controls used handles and grips, which didn't seem like enough to maneuver its complex four-legged movement. But strangely enough, the machine had a connection port. Why would it have that? I didn't have time to ponder. I extended a cable from my neck and linked it to my gear caliper. Good. The OS hadn't changed from the Ecliptic Republic Union system. That meant I wouldn't need to waste precious seconds rewriting it. Since the Union and our own Federation used compatible software, it felt a bit off, but I could still operate it without issue. PRA Chapter 35.2. Alright, let's go. Celine, lower the elevator. Understood. Please proceed to the yellow-marked area. Following the instruction, I moved into position with Gilita. As soon as we stepped in, red warning lights flashed, and railings extended from the floor, enclosing us. Once they reached waist height, the elevator began its descent. At first, we traveled down along metallic walls, but then, suddenly, it dropped into open air. Oh, come on. I thought this thing was attached to one of the support pillars leading to the ground, but you're telling me it's just free dropping like this? Do they even realize how high up we are? This is seriously dangerous. As I trembled at the sheer insanity of being suspended by nothing but four thin cables, I spotted something that confirmed my worst fears about this whole structure. Out of the corner of my eye, something flickered past. When I turned my head, I saw a steel cable, snapped in half, swaying in the wind. Looking down, I saw a massive elevator had crashed to the ground, and beside it, a box-shaped transport vehicle, seemingly once used to carry troops, was now a smoldering, crushed heap of metal. What an absolutely terrifying sight. Hey, Celine. This is no joke. After everything we've been through, I'd rather not die from falling. This is the fastest route. Would you prefer to face hundreds of enemies instead? That might be true, but this is way too risky. As we bickered, the elevator kept descending, and the cityscape gradually came into view. We were just about 100 meters from the rooftops when I noticed something unusual in the sky. Huh? What was that? It wasn't just debris flying around. Wait. They were actually flying? Hey, Celine, those things, they're small dragons. You've got to be kidding me. The shadows grew larger and larger, until even my sub-paroptical sensors could clearly make out the details. Just as Celine said, they were small dragons. Well, small only in comparison to the massive one currently tearing through the city. Even discounting their tails, their bodies stretched over 10 meters, and their wingspan was close to 20. As they locked onto a group of people fleeing through the streets, several of them ignited their thrusters and dived after them. Then, they spewed flames, something like napalm, engulfing the street below. Wait, what? How the hell does that even work? Sure, they were smaller than the larger dragon, but they were still massive. There was no way something that size should be able to fly just by flapping its wings. And another thing, how was their fire shooting straight ahead at 120 kilometers per hour? It should either get blown back by the wind or scatter everywhere. As I reeled from the sheer absurdity of it all, I noticed a pattern. The dragon seemed particularly drawn to movement. It's coming this way, isn't it? It's definitely coming this way. What? Our screams, mine and Gilita's, blended into perfect harmony. As one of the dragons closed in, I fired several rounds from my cold gun to keep it at bay. It veered off for a moment, seemingly annoyed, but then it circled back for another pass. As it swooped past, one of its wings clipped a cable, snapping it clean in half. The entire elevator tilted violently. Whoa? Wait, what do we do? Stay calm. I kept firing to keep it at a distance, but I only had 3 magazines left. At this rate, I'd run out of ammo before we even hit the ground. And besides, all I was doing was annoying it, not stopping it. To make things worse, the first dragon's attack must have drawn others in. 4 more were now heading straight for us. This is bad. We barely managed to escape, and now we're going to be smashed into the ground. Celine, can't you speed this thing up? We're already past the limit. That means... I've got it. Alright, Gilita. We're jumping. What? Do you even realize how far we are from the ground, Nozomu? You might survive since you're a saint, but I'm just a regular human. What do you take me for? I'd die too if I hit the ground. That's not the plan. Look. I pointed to a tall building near the elevator's path. We were still a few hundred meters above the ground, But that rooftop was only about 50 meters away. With the gear caliber's shock absorbers, I could handle horizontal impact better than a vertical one. It was a long shot, but it was better than getting torn apart by dragons. This is insane. Brace yourself. The second cable's about to snap. As luck would have it, the first cable that snapped was at the front right side of the elevator, relative to the direction I was facing. And now, another dragon was diving straight at the front cable. The impact sent the entire lift hurtling backward, only to swing forward like a pendulum. Now, we leapt just as the elevator tilted vertical, flinging ourselves into the air. Both gear calibers soared through the open sky. The building loomed closer and closer. We crashed onto the rooftop, demolishing the fence with our landing. I braked immediately, swinging my body sideways to disperse the force. Even so, the impact was strong enough to gouge out chunks of concrete as I skidded across the surface. Finally, I slammed into a safety railing, which somehow stopped me from tumbling off the edge. I thought I was gonna die. Ha. I'm alive. I don't know how, but I'm actually alive. At that moment, for the first time since coming to this planet, I truly felt the presence of the three saints watching over me. I silently promised to read the scriptures 3 times over as thanks. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Operating systems of allied nations are generally compatible with one another. However, for Homo sapiens machinaus and Homo sapiens mathematis, who rely on direct machine interfacing, the common sentiment tends to be, "Ugh, this thing is so slow." PRA Chapter 36.145. The advantage of a vehicle with legs lay entirely in its ability to trample and devastate everything in its path. Kicking down the rooftop door of the building where we had crash-landed, I found the interior packed with desks, probably some kind of company office. So the holy city is more advanced than I expected, huh? Without slowing down, I followed the signs and descended the emergency escape stairs. Still, the signs of age and deterioration suggested that this building had stood for centuries. It was likely constructed in the early days when large-scale building fabricators were still in use. If that were the case, then it only reinforced the likelihood that their so-called god had once been one of the crew members of Internet 12. Seems like people's thoughts tended to follow the same patterns, no matter the era. When I finally reached the streets below, the scene before me was pure devastation. Blood pooled beneath a crushed city bus, leaking from the bodies trapped inside. A child sobbed helplessly beside a pile of rubble, red droplets trickling from the debris. An elderly man, left behind, clutched his broken leg, unable to move. It was hell on earth. Goddamn lizards. Look at this mess they made. Nozomu, those people. I hate to say it, but we don't have the resources to help them. Doing a good deed when you already had your hands full wasn't true kindness. At best, it was reckless. At worst, it was sentimentality. Even if we stopped to assist, we'd only be able to save a handful of people. But if we retrieved the Holy Lance, we might stand a chance at turning things around. That said, considering the size of those things, taking them down completely would mean pushing the Lance into overcharge mode, likely to the point of self-destruction. But if it meant preventing the fall of the Holy City, one of the most valuable sources of information I had, then so be it. We're moving. Celine, where are the warriors? 45 kilometers south of here. If you hurry, you can reach them in about 25 minutes. Got it. Let's go. As I pushed my gear caliber into a sprint, Galata hesitated for a moment before following suit. She was a soldier. She understood that until we took out the enemy, there was nothing we could do. Still, why were the dragons attacking this place? They didn't seem to be eating the people they slaughtered. They weren't even rampaging with any clear intent. The smaller ones were focused on destruction, but their movements suggested they were reacting more to fast-moving targets than actively hunting humans. Their behavior didn't make sense. Even among themselves, they weren't coordinating well. Just now, one dragon grabbed a car and lifted it off the ground, only for another to latch onto the back and start fighting over it. The driver took the chance to jump out while the vehicle was still low enough, and neither dragon even glanced at him. There was no intelligence behind their actions. What were they trying to accomplish? We vaulted over the wreckage, dead bodies, wrecked cars, and crumbling debris, taking advantage of our quadrupedal mobility. Just as we crossed 2 streets, The sound of galloping machinery echoed from the adjacent block. A Magius Gear Knight rode into view, drawing back the string of a mechanical bow they called the Holy Bow and loosing an arrow at the dragon pursuing him. His shot only grazed the beast. I noticed the small dragon inflating its throat, preparing to fire. That was bad. Without hesitation, I triple-fired my cold gun. This time, the shots landed at closer range, delivering full force. The dragon's head snapped backward as if struck by a hammer, and its flames spewed harmlessly into the sky. "You saved my ass. What unit are you with?" The knight pulled alongside us, shouting for identification. "Oh, crap." I reacted on instinct, but I was technically labeled a heretic. That made him my enemy, didn't it? Well, I'm Galito of the 1st Cavalry Brigade, North Garden Knights. Is that you, Farius? Galita? But I heard you were dead. Oh, they knew each other. Good. That meant we could avoid unnecessary fighting. As you can see, I'm alive and well. Then what the hell are you doing here? The North Garden Knights are supposed to be holding the dragons back in the outskirts. At those words, Galita stiffened. She didn't lose control of her mount, but I saw her glance toward the direction of the rampaging dragons, teeth clenched. That's insane. We're a highly mobile shock cavalry unit. Holding the line against dragons, it was Lord Virgil's decision. He was appointed acting Grand Commander just the other day. He was appointed? That's ridiculous. We don't know what's going on either. So that bastard had schemed his way into a good position. But sacrificing valuable troops for political games? What the hell was he thinking? Did he seriously not care about the bigger picture? There was no way light cavalry could stand up to the massive dragons. At best, they'd dart around their feet, being an annoyance. Farius. You're with the West Garden Knights, aren't you? Your specialty is scouting. Why are you fighting dragons in the middle of the city? Hell if I know. Orders are orders. What about Sir Foncius? He wouldn't have agreed to something this stupid. He's dead. The entire command structure is in shambles. This was a disaster. Light cavalry stuck holding off airpower, recon units forced to defend urban streets. The assignments were a mess. Did Virgil not have competent advisors? Or was he using this attack as a chance to eliminate his political opponents? Either way, he was out of his damn mind. I was heading for our fallback point. If you're alone, come with me. Wait, no time to argue. Behind you. I pointed, and sure enough, the small dragon I had smashed with high-power rounds earlier was back, chasing after us. Looked like it was pissed after taking a hit. Split up. Fire incoming. Damn it. Don't die, Galita. You either, Farius. The dragon's throat puffed up, a clear sign of imminent fire. We and Farius slammed the brakes, veering sharply in opposite directions. The flames roared past harmlessly as we ducked into narrow alleyways. The residual heat licked at my back. Somewhere in the distance, a wounded civilian trapped under rubble screamed. How the hell have you guys even been dealing with these things? We have large holy bows for anti-dragon combat. But fighting armored targets is the East Garden Knight's job. And the holy wall of the celestial canopy has never been breached in the first place. So that was why everything was so disorganized. No one had ever planned for a battle inside the city itself. That explained the complete lack of anti-air defenses on the rooftops despite having flying enemies. Guess the people who had repurposed Inanna 12 into a city, the Ecliptic Republic Union, have never anticipated an attack from flying tanks. That was why they had only equipped their forces with anti-personnel weapons for self-defense. What a miscalculation. Since they once needed to deploy a mobile weapon, they should have prepared for war properly. Heavy artillery, guided missiles, anything would do. Maybe then, so many people wouldn't have died. Lieutenant. The dragon is closing in. God damn it. PRA Chapter 36.2. There were 2 decoys, but of course, I still had the higher aggro. The dragon was still chasing me, and there was no way I could outrun it with the gear caliber. If it got the altitude advantage, I was done for, and I didn't have any effective firearms either. Galita. We're zigzagging through the alleys to disrupt its fire breath. Got it. I'm confident in my ability to handle a gear caliber. I won't fall behind, so go all out. If she said so, then no need to hold back. Instead of climbing over the obstacles cluttering the alley, I used my momentum and speed to vault over them with wall jumps, swiftly turning corners. Gulata seemed startled by my reckless maneuver for a split second, but she immediately copied me and kept up. But seriously, how was she making that quadrupedal gear caliber pull off such crazy moves with just a simple control system of a handlebar and a few buttons? If someone told me to do the same, I'd probably fail miserably. Was it the same unexplained phenomenon that let her power up that flashlight without a power source? No, wait. She had a sub-brain, didn't she? Was she connecting to it wirelessly? But when I accessed it before, it barely had any functional software. So how the hell was she doing this? As I ran, I felt like I could hear the sound of my higher Federation civilization's long-standing common sense cracking apart. But at this rate, we were getting farther from Riedelboldi and the others. If we could have just run straight down the main road, this wouldn't have been an issue. Lieutenant, I've sent our predicted route to Riedelboldi's squad. Good job. Right. I'd nearly forgotten in all the chaos, but this doll was just a drone unit of Selene. If the main drone was still following the tech gobs, then it should be able to share real-time positioning. That meant we could still rendezvous. Wait, no. If we meet up like this, we'll just be giving the dragon more targets. No. The wings. The membrane is thin. The East Garden Knights always aim for that. Got it. Now that she mentioned it, the dragon's body was covered in scales, and parts of its underbelly and lower jaw were reinforced with metal plating. But its wing membrane was so thin that sunlight shone through it. I doubted it flew purely through aerodynamics, but it wouldn't be flapping them for no reason either. And if it was a dragon that hunted by flying, then forcing it to the ground should slow it down at least a little. Selene. Change of plans. Is there a good place where Riedelboldi's team can form a firing line? This spot should be suitable. Of course, my partner had already mapped the area from above. According to the retinal display, we needed to head 7 blocks south and enter the kill zone from the east. Alright, in that case, Gulata, slow down a little. Got it. Our allies are setting up a barrage, right? Exactly. My sharp-witted comrade immediately understood and played along, not running to escape the dragon, but taunting it instead. The next moment, I fired at its snout as it tried to cut through the alley. Just as expected, the bullets bounced right off. But that only served to enrage it further. I couldn't afford for it to lose interest and start attacking elsewhere. If I could contribute even a little to the city's defense, that was good enough for me. If there was no chance of winning, I'd run. But if there was a way to win, I'd take it. Not out of misplaced heroics, but because I believed in doing what was right. Besides, the cold guns my warriors carried had nearly twice the firepower of the pea shooter I was using now. If the holy bow could pierce its hide, they should be able to tear it apart. Come on, damn dragon. Over here. I taunted it with my voice while dashing beneath its body. Just as planned, the dragon roared in fury and gave chase. I deliberately chose narrow, short alleys, places where it couldn't use its fire breath or charge effectively. How long until they're in firing position? 2 minutes. No. They say they'll do in 1.5. Got it. Tell Riedelboldi to decide the firing timing. I kept weaving through the alleys, feeling the dragon's scorching breath at my back as I dodged bursts of flame. I slowed down just enough to make it think it could bite me, letting it snap its jaws in empty air over and over again. The seconds stretched on, frustratingly slow. Almost there. Alright, this is it. Goal. Fire. As planned, the dragon was lured into the kill zone, where its wings were torn apart. Losing control, it plummeted to the ground. Everything had gone exactly as intended, except for one small oversight. Momentum. The dragon, having lost its ability to fly, tumbled across the ground, kicking up debris and moving erratically. I could dodge it with my reflexes, but Gulata wasn't so lucky. Wah. No. A chunk of debris hit her gear caliber, making it lurch sideways. If this continued, she'd be crushed. I slammed the brakes on my own gear caliber, leapt off, and grabbed Gulata by the collar just as she was about to fall. But in that instant, a massive force slammed into my neck. The dragon, flailing its limbs wildly as it rolled, had swung its claws, and its fangs passed right through where my head had been. Where my head had been? As I looked down at my own body, A surreal sense of detachment washed over me. A notification window popped up in front of my fading vision. And then, darkness swallowed me whole. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Garden Knights, a standing army founded by the Magiskir Knights, consisting solely of knights. Named after a passage in the Holy Scriptures describing the Holy City as God's garden. They see themselves as both its gardeners and its guardians, dedicating themselves to the city's defense. Each division specializes in different roles. The North and West Garden Knights focus on high-mobility expeditionary missions, while the East and South Garden Knights prioritize urban defense with heavy armor and powerful firepower. PRA Chapter 37.146. Ow! Thanks, Nozama. Galata had barely escaped being crushed by the dragon's massive body. She had to thank the man who had saved her, someone who had saved her life so many times she had lost count. Thinking back, just how many times had he saved her? When she had fled disgracefully from the Great Mother, he had used a precious elixir on her. On the battlefield, they had shielded each other so many times she had lost track, and when she had resigned herself to be defiled and dying in shame, he had appeared. Just like the knight on a white horse she had once dreamed of as a naive little girl. But when she turned to look, it wasn't a white horse. It was a military grey vehicle. And the rideress tried it, had no head. Nozo.mu. A moment later, his head tumbled to the ground like a discarded ball. It bounced, rolled through the mud, stained with his own blood, his face frozen in a dazed expression, as if he didn't understand what had happened. Nozo.mu. Your head fell off. The absurd words slipped from her mouth before she could stop them. She shook off the hand that had still been gripping her collar and picked up his severed head. Then, as if seized by some desperate thought, she placed it back onto his standing, headless body, held up by the auto-balancer of his gear caliber. Huh. That's strange. But, of course, it didn't reattach. The head simply fell again, leaving a trail of blood before rolling to a stop at her feet. Nozomu, you can't just drop something this important. Chief, Lord Nozo.mu. Their warriors who had rushed over after their barrage of fire stood frozen in shock. Everyone. Nozomu is. As Gilita clutched his head in disbelief, their warriors collapsed to their knees, dropping their weapons, despair plain on their faces. No one had ever considered this possibility, that the man who had led them would die. That the one who had always found a way through impossible odds, who had laughed with a twisted grin even in the face of insanity, was, in the end, just like them, a mortal being who could die. To the Sylvanians, he was their god's spouse. To the Tech Gobs, he was the peerless hero who had brought them back to their great mother. And to Gilita, he was the first man to make her aware of something she had never known, love. Yet now, he had died. Just like that. Ugh. Lieutenant. I knew this would happen sooner or later. You got carried away, and now look at you. Amidst the stunned silence, one figure remained unaffected. It was Celine, tucked inside the breast pocket of Nozoma's jumpsuit. The tiny, modified toy-like body hopped onto the gear caliber and looked down at her headless partner with a shake of its head. Even Tozama's blessings and the protection of the three saints have their limits. You pushed too hard, Lieutenant. Machine spirit. Nozama can be fixed, right? Gilita had no one left to turn to but the small doll before her. In her faith, machine spirits were believed to dwell within technology, guiding and aiding humans. If that miracle was real, then surely another miracle, one where the man she loved returned, could happen too. Unfortunately, that body is beyond repair. That's a lie. I'm afraid I dislike pointless lies and jokes. The one entity that had made her believe in miracles had cruelly denied this one. After closely examining the wound, Celine summoned something from the sky. A simple drone with two round tilt rotors descended, extending mechanical arms toward Nozoma's severed head. Machine spirit. What are you doing? I'm taking it where it belongs. Is this our punishment? For how we treated the saint you sent to us? Huh? Celine let out a confused, mechanical sound. She didn't understand, but the believers had their own reasoning. Gilita wasn't one of them. But the knights and priests of the holy city had certainly not treated Nozama well. They had scorned him as a heretic, captured him, and ultimately tried to kill him. Surely, the machine god was furious. Surely, It wanted its precious apostle back, and so, its machine had come to take him. There's no punishment. I'm simply taking him where he needs to be. Then. That means. To the heavens. You really don't understand, do you? Fine, you can hold on to his head. But only if you come with me. But. I want Osamu to. If you resist, Lieutenant will never return. For a moment, Galata didn't understand what this lieutenant. But she reasoned that it must be some celestial term referring to Osamu. Then if I obey, you'll bring Osamu back? Bring him back? That's not. Fine. Let's go with that. Ordered to move, the Tech Gobs and Sylvanians, still in shock, hurriedly mounted their pack wolves. They were lucky. The dragon, having had its wings blown apart, had landed hard, damaging its spine. Had it been able to move, they would have all been slaughtered. Hurry up, Beebert. I can't leave Osamu behind. What's important is his head. Tell me, which part of him is truly Osamu to you? How could she possibly choose? To her, both weren't Osamu. She looked back and forth between the head and the body, unable to accept the logic. His torso, still astride the gear caliper, was warm. How could she be expected to leave it behind? I said hurry up. Why yes, machine spirit. With unsteady steps, tripping 2 or 3 times, Galata finally managed to mount the pack wolf behind Peter. Celine must have taken control of the vehicle. As soon as she was on, it surged forward. The sight of Osamu's body grew smaller and smaller behind her. Osamu still can't let it go? I don't understand your concept of life and death. A body is just a vessel, a disposable one at that. At some point, Celine had joined her on the pack wolf, controlling her tiny mechanical body to probe at Osamu's wounds. Talk about bad luck. Got taken right at the connection port, again. Without understanding why, the group found themselves racing out of the city on the pack wolves. Then, for some reason, they stopped before a moss-covered giant standing near the outskirts. No, upon closer inspection, some parts of the giant had been cleared of moss. The torso, particularly the seams of the armor plating, had been carefully cleaned, revealing traces that something had been opened. Bring Lieutenant's head here. Huh? Without question, Galata handed over the head, clinging to the last sliver of hope that the machine spirit could perform some kind of miracle and bring Osamu back to life. But the one to receive the severed head wasn't the spirit, it was a drone that had descended from the sky. The drone seized the head with its multi-arms, almost as if plucking it from the air. Then, another arm extended, gripping a multi-tool, and without hesitation, it began dismantling the head. Kaiwa, broken bar, broken bar, broken bar, broken bar. Lord Osamu, PRA Chapter 37.2. Kaiwa, broken bar, broken bar, broken bar, broken bar. Lord Osamu. As screams filled the air at the sudden and brutal spectacle, the drone methodically disassembled the head, discarding what had now become unnecessary parts. Finally, it peeled away the skull, leaving behind only a metallic mass, dull silver in color, roughly the same size as a human brain. What? What are you doing? Galata grabbed hold of Celine's doll-like frame in a panic. She knew, on some level, that this was a reckless act, but she couldn't stop herself. How could she stay calm after seeing Osamu's head, something she had risked everything to protect, being subjected to this? Would you mind letting go? That is Lieutenant Matsuo Osamu's true body. True body? Yes. The physical body is nothing more than a shell. Strictly speaking, even that is just another layer of containment. But when the machine spirit stated that Osamu's soul resided within, strangely, everyone found themselves accepting it. Because the mass extracted from the head and laid bare before them was clearly no ordinary machine. The blood-splattered metal, reflecting the dim sunlight, held an almost divine, mystical presence, an aura that could only be understood in a world where machines could be imbued with prayer and set into motion. Osamu? Is he in there? Yes, of course. From the very beginning. And now, we shall grant the lieutenant a new shell. The drone ascended slightly before approaching the chest of the silent guardian deity. Carefully, it inserted the brain shell, what had once been Osamu's head, into the central control system of the Titan II Type G, linking it to the surrounding cables one by one. Alright, this goes here. That connects there. The Ecliptic Republic Union specs are such a mess compared to home. If they were going to attempt remote control, they should have just installed one of us from the start. Okay, let's see. Extra cables can be rigged with a makeshift trolley. As the doll-like frame muttered ominously while gazing into the void, one of the escort team suddenly shouted in alarm. Hey! Something's coming. Shit, it's a dragon. Why the hell is it chasing us? A massive shadow loomed overhead. Whether by instinct or sheer habit, dragons were drawn to swiftly moving targets. And right now, the fastest things in the celestial canopy holy city were the pack wolves. Eek! It's coming. Well, this is bad. We should run for now. The pack wolves sprang into motion under automatic control, but Gilita couldn't tear her gaze away from the place where Nozomu's core had been inserted. Wait. Nozomu? We can't leave Nozomu behind. If you die here, it would grieve the lieutenant. As much as it annoys me, I must ensure that doesn't happen. Nozomu? Nozomu? For the love of, wait. Oh no. The moment the machine spirit muttered in distress, the pack wolves slammed to a sudden halt. Their bodies skidded sideways, claws gouging into the ground as they braked. A fraction of a second later, something massive crashed onto the path ahead. A deep, guttural growl rumbled through the air. The enormous dragon, 40 meters long, its head rising 10 meters into the air, towered over them. The knight and warriors were too petrified to even raise their weapons. None of them had ever encountered such a creature before. Cold, reptilian eyes locked onto them, pupils narrowing. The sheer inevitability of death radiated from that merciless gaze, rendering them incapable of movement. Even if they could lift their weapons, it wouldn't make a difference. They wouldn't even be able to scratch it. Help. No. There was one thing they could still do. They could speak. They could either beg for mercy or scream in terror. Please. Help. Nozomu. Between those two choices, Gilita chose the former. A wish that should never have reached anyone. But it did. Suddenly, a deafening sound split the air, a rhythmic pounding of footsteps, overlapping with the sharp clap of hands in rapid succession. A voice, singing in a language both familiar and alien, erupted like a shattering force upon the world. Daruashia. An instant later, the world exploded with a thunderous roar. The guardian deity, silent for what should have been eternity, suddenly rose. And without warning, it drop-kicked the dragon. Metal met flesh in a violent collision, unleashing a sound beyond description. The looming shadow that had threatened to consume them was instead sent flying, vanishing into the distance. You called, Gilita. The massive machine twisted in midair, using its own momentum to flip before landing with an agility unfitting for its size. Then, it turned its head toward the trembling girl who had called for help. Nozomu? Yeah. Sorry for the wait, I'm here now. A single red mono eye fled to life with fierce intensity. A massive, rugged hand raised a thumb skyward. Welcome back to the real world, Lieutenant. Yeah. I'm back, Celine. The guardian deity, Titan 2 Type G, no, Matsui Nozomu, reborn within it, planted himself firmly between his allies and the dragon. He raised his composite alloy fists and cracked them together, the sound ringing like a declaration of war. You've had your fun, you overgrown lizard. Your minions gave me hell earlier. Ra 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 ra. The dragon radiated pure hostility. But the steel titan returned the glare, its glowing camera eye burning with equal killing intent as it rotated its shoulders. It moved with such seamless precision that it felt almost alive. Time for round 2. With that, the 10-meter-tall giant surged forward in a fluid, sliding motion. As it closed the gap, its right arm swung outward in a perfect arc, a lariat strike, seemingly powerful enough to sever the dragon's neck. The impact rang out like a war drum, signaling the beginning of the second round. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. For mechanized humans, even a body is merely a tool, easily replaceable. No matter how much sentiment others may attach to it. PRA Chapter 38.147. Flashes of light flickered before my eyes. It was the telltale glow of something being downloaded. What was getting installed? I hadn't been keeping an eye on any new titles lately, and I was pretty sure I'd already bought everything I wanted. Maybe it was that annoying standard OS for Higher Federation, always nagging me to update. Just as the thought crossed my mind, clarity returned. Oh. Right. My body had gotten spectacularly wrecked. The engineers at home tended to have a "if it's fun, who cares" approach, sometimes coming up with completely unhinged creations. But they lived by the motto "life is precious" and absolutely hated it when stray cats just popped up on battlefield, so when it came to survival, their designs were pretty damn reliable. Because of that, my cranial unit was built to be exceptionally tough, designed to do everything possible to maintain continuity of consciousness. Since it had been housed in the fragile Type D synthetic body, losing everything below the neck must have triggered an emergency shutdown. And since I was rebooting now, that meant some kind of life-saving measure had been taken. But, what the hell was up with this massive flood of driver downloads? Wait, hold on, Celine? Oh? You're finally awake, Lieutenant? I asked the question, only to be met with a voice practically bristling with thorns. I mean, I didn't even need to ask. She was furious, wasn't she? Hey, what's going on? What happened, Nanigo Kotoru? Am I angry, Kotoru? Oh, I am angry. You don't have to emphasize it with homophones. That's terrifying. For some reason, she was seriously pissed. Okay, log. What happened before my body got destroyed? Oh. Wow, my luck sucked. Right after saving Galata, the rampaging dragon's claws grazed me and took my head off. I really hoped I hadn't given her some weird trauma because of that. You destroyed the synthetic body I spent 2,000 years constructing. I didn't do it on purpose. I swear I didn't. Please forgive me. No. Absolutely not. So don't expect any leniency just because you just woke up. Now, read this manual. Immediately. Manual? I had no idea what she was talking about, but as the data poured into my cyber brain, I quickly skimmed through the multiple terabytes of documents. Turns out, they included an operation manual for the Titan II Type G, a mass-production multi-purpose mobile weapon adopted by the Ecliptic Republic Union, designed for everything from extravehicular work on large ships to close-quarters combat. Or, well, built to do so after someone filed a request. It was a masterpiece, and even though the model exported for civilian use was a stripped-down monkey model, it was still something higher Federation private security firms had been known to purchase. Wait, hold on, are you saying my brain shell is inside that Titan right now? Correct. The very same Titan that had been left abandoned and moss-covered out in the outskirts. It still works? That was the part that shocked me most. I mean, it had been sitting there for who knows how long, covered in moss, giving off that whole warrior who fought his last battle vibe. There was no way it should still function. No, more than that, it shouldn't be functional. For reasons beyond my comprehension, it does. Somehow. I truly have no idea why. You're kidding, right? I just read the manual, and it says the lifespan is 150 years. How the hell does it still move after being left to rot with zero maintenance? I'd like to know that, too. But when the dragon appeared, I had to check for something, and it turned out to be operational. So here we are. I couldn't move my body yet since the drivers were still installing, but in my cyber brain's virtual space, I clutched my head. I mean, sure, it was probably some kind of monument, so people must have come to pray at it regularly. Maybe there were even annual memorials, hell, maybe even monthly ones, like some kind of death anniversary. But still, it had been 800 years. Stop spitting in the face of science. I hate to interrupt your righteous fury, but the driver installation is almost complete. I'm booting up the main reactor now. The sub-reactor is already warmed up. Wait. Hold on. You will operate manually. As a lieutenant with a Class A mobile weapons badge and over 200,000 logged flight hours, this should be trivial for you. Oh wow. She was genuinely pissed. I mean, sure, if I had to do it, I could. The unit was humanoid with no weird quirks, and its joint articulation was just slightly beyond human range, so it'd be easy enough to maneuver. 5 seconds to main reactor criticality. Wait. Sub-reactor, check. Hydraulic systems, check. Artificial muscle fibers. Inexplicably operational, check. Neural link established, check. IFF online, FCS. Also somehow fine, check. check. I knew she was linked in remotely as my co-pilot and flight officer, but seriously, was it really okay for her to be running all the pre-launch checks while I was still unconscious? Good job on the checklist. Just a heads up, all standard armaments are depleted. 4 seconds remaining. What? Wait, the shoulder missile pods are gone. The railgun on the right arm is missing, and the ultra-hard battle axe is nowhere to be found. Crap, I'm basically unarmed. And why the hell is the knuckle guard gone, too? It must have gone through intense battles. 3 seconds. So, I was basically fighting bare-handed. Got it. No ranged suppression weapons, no anti-air for enemies that might take to the sky. This was gonna be rough. But whatever. My specialty was swordsmanship, sure, but my close combat certification included hand-to-hand combat. A fist fight was no big deal. Besides, my opponent was a dragon. I'd hunted thousands of them in VR games. Probably spent more hours on that than piloting mobile weapons. Since it looked the same, I could probably guess how it fought. Entering full sync with the unit. Pseudo-sensory feedback is online, all sensors, somehow functioning perfectly. Engage in combat immediately upon activation. The situation outside is rather dire. 2 seconds. How bad was it out there? I mean, I knew things had gone south the moment my head went flying. But was the big dragon actually coming this way? Celine wouldn't be this urgent otherwise. Alright, here we go. 3 saints, grant me your protection. Under the name of T. Osamu, may fortune favor you. 1 second. Activate. In that instant, the medium-sized fusion reactor, preheated by the battery-powered sub-reactor, reached criticality, and a surge of energy pulsed through the entire machine. At the same time, my cyborg brain linked directly to all its systems, 360-degree vision, multiple sensor feeds, a world rendered in resolutions that put the naked eye to shame. Ah, this feeling. It took me back to my first time in a training unit after transferring from the infantry to the armored corps. I'd been awestruck by how beautiful the world looked, how exhilarating it felt to move in a body so much more than human. Titan II Type G, startup confirmed. Full sync achieved. Sync confirmed. You have control. I have control. TN. That last part is actually in English. PRA Chapter 38.2. As I got the kneeling machine back on its feet, I took stock of the situation. Spotted my allies 200 meters ahead, and just 10 meters beyond them, the massive dragon. No idea why it came all the way here when it had been happily playing sandbox back in the city, but if it was picking a fight, fine by me. Celine, give me something to get hyped up. The usual. Then, the moment my knee straightened, the BGM kicked in. Wait, Celine, I meant in my head, not through the external speakers. I mean, sure, it was one of those legendary tracks salvaged from ancient databases, but blasting it out of nowhere was just gonna leave everyone confused. Oh well, whatever. I was already on my feet, and the intro was pounding, making me stomp in time with the beat as the others clapped along. No turning back now. The only thing left was to fight the enemy, a dragon. Total length, around 40 meters. Height at the head, just under 10 meters. Estimated total weight, roughly 500 tons. Its build? Short, thick torso, slightly elongated neck, heavy set like a sumo wrestler. Its winged arms were developed enough to function as actual limbs, meaning close combat was a bad idea. Which meant my best weapon was sheer, unyielding mass. A titan without gear weighed in at 350 tons, lighter than the dragon, sure, and even lighter when using a compact high-gravity unit on the ground, but not by enough to matter. Skill would make up the difference. I immediately pushed every actuator to full power, making my machine bolt forward, a machine that had, just moments ago, been practically asleep. First step, push off. Second step, accelerate. Third step, confirm momentum. At this point, the machine had already broken past 250 km per hour. Fourth step, jump. I straightened my airborne machine, locking my core as if a single axis ran through my entire frame. The move I was about to unleash was the optimal form of mass-driven violence, propelled by raw acceleration. Mass times velocity squared, an immutable law, even in this insane world. Darashia, take this. Physics-fueled dropkick. To fully harness the iron weight of this massive frame, The best choice was pro wrestling techniques, which had often been dismissed as impractical. A diving dropkick was particularly effective, instantly converting acceleration and mass into pure destructive force. The machine's bipedal design also meant it was built to handle vertical stress, ensuring the immense recoil on impact wouldn't compromise its structural integrity. No worries there. The dragon had been glowering at my allies, scrutinizing them like prey. Perfect. The moment I reached the apex of my jump, I released the tension in my coiled knees, driving them forward. At the same time, the synthetic muscles along my back pulsed in unison, forming my entire body into a single, hardened stake. Just before impact, I momentarily disabled the anti-gravity unit, unleashing the full weight of my frame into the kick, sending the dragon hurtling backward. The force of the collision sent me flying as well. As I soared through the air, I reactivated the anti-grav unit, spinning several times to dissipate momentum. Landing smoothly, I pivoted my foot to bleed off the remaining energy, tracing an arc like a compass in motion. The system, popping up in my head, ceaselessly nagged me with unauthorized movement detected. Cease immediately, idiot. But if this machine was fragile enough to break from something like this, it wasn't worth piloting in the first place. Mobile weapons were like hot-blooded young men. The system needed to suck it up and deal with it. Besides, my sharp sensors had picked up a voice the moment I booted up, a voice calling my name. That alone was reason enough to push myself to the limit. You called, Gulata Nozama? Yeah. Sorry for the wait, I'm here now. I watched as the massive dragon tumbled through the air, sent flying by my kick, then turned my gaze to my allies below. Internally, I let out a sigh of relief. Good. Everyone was safe, which meant, practically speaking, no damage taken. Act cocky and I'll put you in the ground, Lieutenant. I'm sorry. Scolded in cyberspace, I immediately dropped into a digital dojozo. Celine had been waiting for ages for that synthetic body to be cultivated and completed. Even if it was technically a disposable asset, I could tell she was deeply attached to it. I'd need to apologize properly later. After a single, exasperated sigh, she made it clear she wouldn't let me off so easily. Welcome back to base reality, Lieutenant. Yeah. I'm back, Celine. I had to at least acknowledge the partner who'd worked so hard to get me back. Now, the question was, would she feel better if I took my frustration out on that loud-mouthed lizard's neck? All right, you had your fun, lizard. Your underlings gave me some trouble earlier. I slammed my fists together for emphasis, though of course, the OS had to pipe up again about unauthorized movements or whatever. Annoying. The dragon, having shaken off its daze, let out a threatening roar as it got back on its feet. Time for round 2. Rolling my shoulders, I studied its movements. The dragon bent its knees slightly. Was it about to charge? Or take to the skies? Seeing an opening, I dashed in and swung my right arm, already warmed up from earlier, like a scythe, aiming for its neck. A lariat. Or an axe bomber, if you preferred. A classic wrestling move. By keeping my feet firmly planted, I fully transferred my lower body's power into the attack, maximizing the impact of my rigid arm. Against a humanoid opponent, I might have thrown my whole body into it, but this was a dragon with a long neck. I wasn't about to risk getting tangled up in its grip. The attack landed cleanly. The dragon was sent sprawling, writhing in pain. Ah, I see. This was probably its first time brawling with something of equal weight. The world was vast, lizard. And my Titan? It was just a medium-weight general-purpose model. If this was already too much for you, then I'd just end this fight before you get the chance to show me anything interesting. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. In hand-to-hand combat between synthetic bodies, wrestling techniques aren't particularly favored. However, when it comes to testing the sheer durability of mobile weapons, pro wrestling moves are surprisingly effective. That said, training manuals include a rather reasonable disclaimer before things get to the point where hand-to-hand combat is required. You have hands. Wield weapons with them to destroy your target. PR8 Chapter 39.148. The Titan II Type G was a mass-producible, mid-weight machine designed for versatility, not in the sense of being a jack of all trades and master of none, but rather a true all-rounder. There was a reason it was humanoid despite being a 10-meter class mobile weapon. The first reason was to reduce the strain on the pilot. Suddenly shifting from a human form to a non-humanoid one would cause severe psychological stress. The second reason was that all skills usable by the human body could be seamlessly applied to the machine. Besides, the legendary corporation from which some people revered almost as much as the three saints, once said that humans were born in a form made for battle. After much consideration, engineers had concluded that for a machine of this size, a humanoid design was the optimal choice. Sharach! Letting out a battle cry, I charged forward and slammed my knee into the dragon's head with full force. As its neck recoiled, I grabbed hold, clamping it under my arm, then twisted and threw it to the ground. But even subjecting the neck to an instantaneous 350-ton load with the anti-gravity unit disabled, it didn't snap. I briefly wondered what the hell it was made of before twisting even harder to increase the pressure. It was an unconventional bulldog-style headlock, a brutal killing move that required considerable skill even for the learner. If executed correctly, it could outright snap the cervical spine. But even as our armor plates clashed, sending sparks flying, the dragon's neck bones held firm. Oh, come on. This had to be a joke. Don't tell me its skeleton was made of ductile titanium. Even as I tightened my grip, increasing the pressure, I couldn't crush it. The reactor output had already maxed out, and yet, even with the full power of the Titan, I couldn't choke the damn thing out. What? The dragon wasn't just going to sit there and take it. It fought back, using all four limbs, claws from its winged arms included, to resist the hold and lift its head, trying to slam me into the ground. The moment my body lifted off, I reluctantly released its neck and rolled into a brick fall, tumbling several times to disperse the impact while simultaneously putting some distance between us. The dragon, now furious, writhed wildly, its green armor gleaming under the light. Sensing it was preparing something, I crossed my arms over my chest and head in a defensive stance. I wasn't doing this for showmanship or theatrics, okay? I know I was using pro wrestling moves, but no. I had no intention of just standing there and taking an attack head-on. I asked Celine, energy field status? Still operational. Full power, now. The magnetic energy field embedded in my arms activated just in time. A beam of heavy particles grazed past my armor's edge. From an outside perspective, it must have looked like I was casually deflecting a stream of water. Damn, that it was close. A direct hit would have stripped the armor and wiped out my sensors. Good thing I had already pushed my reaction speed to the clock limit. Seriously, dragons and breath attacks go hand in hand, but couldn't it just breathe fire like its underlings? What kind of madman decided to equip a living creature with a charged particle cannon in its mouth? Rather than just enduring the prolonged barrage, I advanced in a defensive stance, inching closer. The moment I reached striking range, I delivered a rising high kick straight into its jaw. You're too damn loud. Cut it out. The dragon's mouth snapped shut from the force, scattering the heavy particle beam in all directions. The misfired energy scorched its own mouth and carved deep trenches into the ground on either side. Since it clearly wasn't going to stop on its own, I followed up by bringing my raised leg straight down into an axe kick. A high kick into an axe kick, it was the very definition of a big move. But since the dragon had never fought anything its own size in humanoid form before, it let me execute it cleanly. Celine, what's the damage from the blast? Our warriors are fine, but the audience and city might be affected. The heat wave was avoided, but there's a risk of radiation contamination. If you evade, stray shots could cause collateral damage, so maneuvering combat is not recommended. Got it. Then let's take this elsewhere. I grabbed the dragon by the neck and forcefully yanked it along as I took off running. Come on, move. Let's take this fight a bit further out. No way in hell was I going to let this thing rampage in a position where stray shots could slam straight into the celestial canopy holy city. No Zama, don't worry. Just gonna rough it up a little. The dragon thrashed, but by redistributing the Titan's weight and balance, I turned its struggles into momentum, dragging it toward the outskirts. Normally, the weight difference would have made this impossible, but its reckless flailing actually helped me pull it along. Quit struggling, damn it. Once I'd gained enough distance, I locked in another headlock with one arm. This time, I shaped my hand into a spear and drove it straight into the dragon's eye socket. A blatant eye-gouging attack. But unlike a heel wrestler's move that was just for show, I shoved my fingers fully between the eye and skull, digging in deep. From what I could tell, its primary visual sensors were the two eyes on its head. Losing one would severely limit its combat effectiveness. One eye down. The dragon let out a scream that could probably be heard for kilometers as I wrenched its eye out. The thick optic nerves, each as thick as bridge cables, resisted for a moment before I activated my actuators at full power and tore them apart. To ensure it couldn't regenerate, I crushed its yellow, vertically slit eye in my palm. If this were an actual wrestling match, I'd be banned for life. But this was a cross-species fight, literally, a kill-or-be-killed battle. No one was going to complain. I was about to take its other eye when, to my surprise, the dragon lunged at me despite having its head twisted. Like a cat clinging to its owner's arm, it wrapped its entire body around me. Its claws raked against my armor, but they weren't strong enough to deal a fatal blow. Hey, you've gotta be kidding. Even if the Titan II was a mass-production model, it was still a mobile weapon designed to withstand kinetic attacks like railguns. Its armor was made of special ductile titanium, with even the thinnest areas measuring 300 millimeters. There was no way mere claws or fangs could. Whoa! And no way, it's taking you into the air. A sudden sensation of weightlessness hit me. The damn thing had flapped its wings and lifted off the ground. Its green armor plates glowed red-hot, revealing the internal mechanisms working at full capacity. So it did have anti-gravity units. Two massive ones, optimized for atmospheric flight, no less. I tried to plant my feet on solid ground, but its hind legs had hooked behind my knees, stopping me from resisting. And just like that, we were rising. If this were the integrated military standard mass production unit, the Tajikarau Type 5, I could have countered using its built-in sub-arms. But the Titan II was a straightforward humanoid model with no such extra features. Damn it, put me down. Altitude rising fast. It's going to slam you into the ground. PRA Chapter 39.2. In the blink of an eye, we tangled together and shot up to 1,000 meters in the air. Then, just as the dragon twisted its body to position me beneath it, it suddenly went limp. It must have cut its anti-gravity unit, entering free fall. What an altitude! What a body slam! Even the Titan II wouldn't come out of this unscathed if it took the full brunt of that impact. Don't you dare underestimate me. I let go of its neck and grabbed the base of its wing, twisting it with brute force. The dragon, which had been plummeting in a perfect vertical line, immediately spiraled out of control. It desperately fired its thrusters in an attempt to stabilize its posture, but I wasn't about to let that happen. Blocking the exhaust ports with my feet, I threw off its balance even further. 4 seconds until impact. You just don't know when to quit, do you? The dragon thrashed against me with its claws, trying to break free, but I forced its body downward, pinning its neck with my shoulder. Locked in that position, we crashed into the ground, its neck caught between the earth and my armor in a devastating impact. Even with the cushioning of both armor and flesh, we had been near supersonic speeds at terminal velocity. My cockpit's sensors blared critical damage warnings, the damage reports flashing bright red. The OS urged me to eject, but this was a remote-operated unit. There was no emergency mechanism to safely extract my brain shell. Not that I had a retreat option to begin with. Pieces of armor plating fell off as I pushed myself up. The frame groaned as the machine struggled to stand. Somewhere, a seal had ruptured, throwing off the hydraulics. Artificial muscle fluid, a dark red-black, leaked from the joints. But so what? Everyone knows the real fight starts when you're barely holding together. Severe structural damage. Left arm manipulator, destroyed. Left shoulder, mobility compromised. Perfect. Still moving, still fighting. The dragon was in no better shape. My left hand had still been gripping its wing when he crashed, and now the right side had been torn clean off. The left wing, which it had desperately tried to flap to slow its descent, was now crumpled like a discarded napkin. Pinned between the ground and its own left shoulder, its neck had begun to bend unnaturally. Something had torn its windpipe, milky white blood gushed from its mouth. So, this thing was using high-efficiency artificial blood. Smart blood. If that was the case, then Sylvanians and Gilita and her people having red blood might be a rare anomaly. Not that I ever expected a creature that size to run on regular hemoglobin. I had my suspicions from the start. With this, it was clear, the dragon bore the same biological traits as the abominations that infested Tiamat 25. There was no longer any doubt in my mind, some conspiracy was happening on a planetary scale. There was no way all of this was just coincidence. The same structure, the same presence across the entire planet, the same hostility toward intelligent life. It couldn't be random chance. If I could just extract some information from its brain. Come on, you overgrown lizard. Let's finish this. GHHRRGH. Gwawag. I beckoned it forward, and it seemed to understand. With its wings gone, it had no way to escape. Accepting its fate, the dragon braced itself and charged. A full-force tackle from a creature of such mass, an optimal move, really. But I was humanoid. My form was built for combat. Losing one limb didn't mean I lost the ability to fight. I bent my knees and jumped with all my strength. The artificial muscles, already damaged from the fall, split open in several places, spraying fluid everywhere. I ignored it. If I didn't kill it now, I was the one who'd die. The Titan II Type G was a ground unit. It didn't have thrusters, but raw output alone was enough to send me soaring above the dragon's head. Twisting my body midair, I increased the torque in my legs and delivered a crushing axe kick to the back of its skull. A finishing move feared even in the old civilization's hand-to-hand combat, an enzeuagiri. The dragon's already fractured cervical vertebrae reached their limit. The moment I felt that dull snap against my toes, its armor plates buckled under the force. But I didn't stop there. Using my entire body, I pinned its head between my foot and the ground, driving all the force into a single point, like a guillotine. The concentrated impact sent the dragon skidding across the earth. Then, its enormous neck severed completely. The tyrant that had rampaged through the celestial canopy holy city had finally been beheaded. A fountain of artificial blood erupted from the corpse. My right knee, strained beyond its limit, bent in an unnatural direction upon landing, but I was still alive. We won. That was far too close, Lieutenant. Not my fault. I had no weapons. Just let me have this victory, will you? I forced myself to stand, manually resetting my dislocated knee. My entire system was flashing damage alerts. Critical failure warnings. But I was still standing. Whether the holy city's relics had the facilities to repair me was another question, but I could still move. That was enough. Grabbing hold of the dragon's massive severed head, I dragged it back to the others. Nozoma, hey. Everyone okay? Look, I got us a trophy. Gilita collapsed to her knees in tears, overcome with emotion at the sight of me carrying the dragon's head. The Sylvanians and the tech gobs burst into a victorious dance, cheering as they welcomed the white blood-soaked giant. The giant that had once fought to protect the holy city and then entered a long slumber had awakened once more, battled a dragon, and emerged victorious. And now, from the cracks in its single glowing eye, a single drop of fluid. I wanted to believe it wasn't just my imagination. I wanted to believe that, at this moment, even the giant was weeping with joy. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Titan II Type G, a second-generation Titan model, designed for ground warfare. A masterpiece of the Integrated Military Research Institute, it was widely deployed across the Ecliptic Republic Union. Its rugged design boasted exceptional ease of maintenance, refined controls, and, most importantly, an affordable procurement cost. Devoid of unnecessary features, it was a plain, versatile mobile weapon. Its adaptability made it popular not only among regular forces but also among PMCs that couldn't afford regular military gear. Over 20,000 units were produced in total. PRA Chapter 40.149. Though we won, the damage to Titan II was catastrophic. Its left arm had been completely destroyed. The right knee joint was crushed and partially disabled. Across the body, a dozen or so artificial muscles had torn, and 3 armor plates had fallen off. The impact of that final kick had been tremendous, so much so that even the visual sensors had cracked slightly. If I left everything to the nanomachines for repairs, I wouldn't be able to move for 2 whole months. Under normal circumstances, this would be a jobs for a factory, an overhaul at the very least. But with the higher Federation's production capabilities, they'd probably scrap it entirely and just pull another one out of storage. Still, considering I had no long-range or built-in weapons, I'd say I did pretty well. Nozomu? Nozomu, you're really in there, aren't you? Yeah, I am, Galata. I'm sorry for lying to you. I placed the sobbing girl in my hand and brought her close to the chest of the seated machine. This was where my true self was. My brain shell, housing my essence, a stream of binary code etched into a handful of photon crystals, encased here. The real me is a mechanized human. One of those from the nation that built the celestial canopy holy city. My body was nothing more than a tool to interact with baseline reality. It could be replaced as easily as changing clothes. Though, if I said that out loud, Selene would absolutely blow a gasket, so I'd at least call it an important vessel. So you really were a saint all along? Hardly something so grand. Just a soldier from the stars, a defeated one at that. So, treat me like you always have, Galata. Yeah. Yeah. Got it, Nozomu. I wanted to hug her as she leaned against the armor and wept, but doing that with this body would have been a disaster. Instead, I gently stroked her back with the nearly crushed belly of the manipulator arm. As a mobile weapon pilot, I could move without crushing tofu on my fingers if I wanted to. Kind of makes you wonder why that was part of the training, huh? But still, at the very least, I could manage to comfort her with a light touch. You've ended up with a physique truly befitting the title pure and righteous god, chieftain. Cut it out, hero of the Great Mother. For one, I still don't measure up to that title. Broken bar, broken bar, broken bar, broken bar. Me neither. Even in this new form, far from being feared, the others were even more approving. The tech gobs were practically in awe, saying I was now the perfect size for Tiamat 25. He looks just like the god in the stories. And not just that. A little god has descended to a festival. A celebration. The whole village will rejoice. The 15 Sylvanians bounced around joyfully, expressing their happiness with their entire bodies. From their perspective, I suppose this form, closer to their god and less human, once their predator, was something to be revered. Still, I couldn't help feeling a bit awkward about it. Sure, I'd spent plenty of time in non-humanoid Type A combat bodies, with exposed armor and such, but on my days off, I used to lounge around in a Type C unit that looked pretty much like old humans. The fact that the reaction was this different made me wonder if I should just redesign my prosthetic body entirely. Selene's doll-like frame was insanely popular too. They practically worshipped her, calling her the little god, Tissie's younger sister, and she looked a little proud of that fact too. Well then, I suppose it's time to go put the people of the holy city at ease. Are you sure you're okay to move? Galata asked worriedly. As long as I don't go wild, I'll be fine. Alright, everyone, let's go. I set Galata down and, with my still functional but slightly stiff right arm, grabbed the dragon's enormous head. That thing alone was about a fifth the size of Titan II, utterly massive and insanely heavy. The anti-gravity unit had been built into its torso, so now it was inactive. I'd have to dismantle the thing later and see if any parts could be salvaged. For now, it weighed just as much as it looked, probably 50 tons just for the head. As I dragged it behind me, leaving a trail of white blood, I spotted people watching from outside the city, fearfully peeking in my direction. No wonder, they'd seen the dragon suddenly shoot out of the city and go on a rampage beyond the horizon. Fear and curiosity must have gripped them, making it impossible to stay quietly in hiding. I tossed the dragon's head down with a heavy thud at the city gate and sat my massive frame on top of it. The thick meat and alloy plating easily bore my 300-ton weight, squeezing out the last remnants of white blood from the severed end. People of Holy City, the threat of the dragon has passed. I broadcasted the message via external speakers. At first, they probably didn't understand what had been said, or even what was going on, but after a few minutes or slowly processing it, realization finally dawned. Cheers erupted as people poured out of the city, gathering around me and the dragon's head in celebration of their survival. With the death of the massive dragon, the smaller ones had scattered as well. Filtering the random chatter picked up by my audio sensors, I found a consistent theme. Everyone was rejoicing in the blessing of the machine god and the return of their guardian deity. My apologies for waking too late. No doubt, many lives were lost. But your guardian deity has returned. At that moment, a wicked little grin played across my mind. I'd thought of a way to settle a small score. From the looks of it, many of the cathedral's clergy had fled at the first sign of the dragon attack. They called me a heretic, dragged me through hell, and nearly got me killed. Now it was my turn to use this new position to my advantage. Honestly, if I didn't, I might never get my body back. As powerful as this form was, it wasn't good for much outside of combat or heavy lifting. Let's go save the people. If you would aid me, then follow. Make way. Raising myself from the dragon's head, I strode into the city. Along the way, I located people trapped under collapsed buildings and debris using my thermal sensors and began excavating the survivable sites. The people who had followed me, the believers in their guardian deity, joined the rescue efforts, pulling survivors from the rubble. Celine, how's our nanomachine stock for medical use? We only brought enough for you and Gilita, maybe 50 full doses. If we dilute them, we could stretch it to around 200. How fast can that small-scale plant we brought with the pack wolves produce more? 10 units per hour. Barely a drop in the bucket. The local medics will arrive eventually. Prioritize the critical cases. I had my warriors pitch tents and scan for triaged patients, those who would die within 30 minutes without treatment, and administered the nanomachines to them. Riad Elboldi and the others grumbled about wasting sacred medicine, but this was a time to win public favor. They'd have to put up with it. Is there a gear priest around here? As I braced a collapsed building with my shoulder and slowly lifted it upright, a few clerics stepped out from the crowd. They weren't dressed in anything fancy, so they were probably the devoted types who had been preaching in the city and hadn't run even when the dragon attacked. Real believers. Can you spread out through the city and gather the critically wounded? I intend to save as many as possible. You have my permission to invoke my name. Why yes, guardian deity. Perhaps they were utterly overwhelmed by being directly addressed. Like the tech gobs, they dropped into full prostration and offered prayers. Seriously, you geese really love that, huh? Then they took off running into the city. For now, we gathered the wounded who could still walk to the outskirts. I'd have to head into the city proper afterward. PRA Chapter 40.2 Guardian Deity. There are people buried over here too. That building's first floor has collapsed. People are trapped inside that building. It's going to fall any moment. The guardian deity's pull was something else. These people were victims themselves, struggling in the aftermath, yet so many showed up offering to help with rescue efforts. Honestly, it was a lifesaver. Those people over there seem stable. Dig them out manually and with care. I'll have my hounds haul away the heavy rubble. The pack wolves got to work, clearing debris, transporting the seriously injured. By the time I realized it, the sun had already set. The streetlights didn't come on, so rescue operations by the ordinary people naturally slowed. But then lights and battery-powered lamps were hauled out from the nearby homes and lit up the area in a brilliant glow. That alone should help reduce casualties somewhat. Guardian deity, Papas. I'm sorry, little one. I cannot return those who have already been called to the heavens. Still, the number of dead was staggering. Just now, a boy arrived, cradling what was likely his father's severed head in his arms. In the chaos, a collapsed building must have crushed and torn apart his father. Just imagining what he must be feeling made my chest tighten, but not even the nanomachines could bring back the dead. Let us honor him later. No need to be sad. With the blessings of the three saints, your father and the others shall find peace in the heavens. I gently patted his head with my pinky and returned to the rescue work. But the sight of that boy crying, clutching his father's head, kept pushing its way into the corner of my memory module, and it hurt. No, I couldn't stop. If I kept moving, I might at least reduce the number of tragedies like his. After all, had I not been there, the canopy would have collapsed entirely. This was the better outcome. I had to believe that I wasn't some all-powerful divine being. Just a worn-down soldier doing what little I could to salvage the best outcome I could manage. Know your limits, do what you can, and no more. Let us through. We're with the West Garden Knights. Oh, it's the guardian deity. The guardian deity has returned. Guardian deity. Magius Gear Knights. Late into the night, a dozen or so knights arrived at the outskirts. Judging by the blood on their white armor, they'd probably been running all over mopping up remnants of the enemy. I crouched down and addressed the elder knight leading them. State your name and unit. Bartholomew, acting commander of the West Garden Knights, at your service. Bartholomew, is it? I'll remember that. Now, is this all of your unit? What of your commander? Lord Foncius, our commander, fell in battle. Sir Arnold, our second-in-command, also perished. As the most senior knight remaining, I have assumed temporary command. So these are the only survivors? Many were scattered during the chaos in the city. Of those I currently have under control, about half are helping maintain public order in the central city beneath the celestial canopy. Now that I thought of it, Galata had said she belonged to the 1st Brigade of the North Garden Knights. If the Knight Corps were organized like military divisions, their numbers had been cut down severely. Even if they followed a formation of 4 knights per squad like the Armored Corps, with only a few dozen survivors, including those we left at Central Command, they were well past the point of being considered decimated. They were practically wiped out. Damn it, Virgil, what the hell did you think that precious, specialized military force was for? Then, Knight Bartholomew, I ask for your aid. Join our rescue efforts. Why yes, it would be an honor, but the Archbishop has summoned you, guardian deity. I don't take orders from that woman. I act on what I believe must be done. Of course. Instead of support, they gave me a summons. But I wasn't anyone's subordinate, not to those in the cathedral, and not to any political player. In fact, if they were going to call me a guardian deity, then shouldn't they come in person rather than summoning me? Tell me, when exactly did I become someone to be summoned? My deepest apologies. I don't mean to scold you. Choose, join the rescue effort, or return with your report. Then allow me to do what I can. However, please grant me permission to send a small group back to deliver the report. Granted. Now then, there are 5 people buried under that rubble. Use your gear armor and gear caliber to dig them out with full efficiency. He returned an old-fashioned salute, not an integrated military-style one, since he showed his palm, and I returned the gesture before assigning them to the rescue effort. Honestly, first they branded me a heretic, and now they wanted to summon me? The arrogance of these so-called holy people was unreal. They probably didn't even realize I was inside this machine, but still, how pompous do you have to be to try to summon a little agent of the god? Someone with a legend for saving this very city. With a quiet sigh, I returned to my work, and in the back of my mind, quietly let my hatred for those rotten clergy burn. They'd either run away or hold up in their cozy shelters while the city lay in ruins. Pathetic. If this were the integrated military, they'd be expected to commit seppuku. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. The Higher Federation integrated military still retains seppuku as a form of punishment. However, it's less about death and the more about enduring extreme pain as a symbolic form of penance. It doesn't constitute a death penalty. In fact, within the Higher Federation, the death penalty no longer exists in practice. Its substitute is the consciousness suspension penalty, commonly referred to as drone conversion, where the individual's consciousness is frozen and they are repurposed into an autonomous unit. PRA Chapter 41.1 410. Even though the rescue efforts continued until dawn, we had only managed to save a mere 1,000 and a few hundred people. The number of injured gathered from across the city was more than 10 times that, and confirmed fatalities had already surpassed 50,000. Well, considering that massive dragon had basically played in the city like it was a sandbox, smashing buildings and hurling them at the canopy again and again, you could say the death toll was still relatively low. But the final count hadn't been confirmed yet. This figure only reflected the outskirts, where the smaller dragons had gone on a rampage. The total would no doubt keep climbing. There were knights who had fallen in battle, and others who'd escaped only to be killed later. Plenty of victims had been crushed beneath buildings, their remains indistinguishable from the debris. Honestly, the number saved felt more like self-satisfaction than real success. Even though I wasn't actually doing it alone, this is really not a job for one person. At the very least, we needed 2 more battalions as reinforcements. Celine was right. If we'd had another 2 battalions of mobile weapons, 72 in total, and a regiment of support infantry, around 3,000 troops including drones, we probably could have wrapped up most of the rescue work by now. Of course, doing something was far better than doing nothing, so I'd done it. But when I saw the numbers, I was reminded just how limited a single mechanized human strength really was. If only we had the right facilities. Chieftain, how about you take a rest now? Even a body of steel must have its limits. Right, Elpoldi. The beauty of this body is that it can keep moving right up until it completely breaks. I can still keep going. As I watched the tech goblin warriors head off for their rest break, Riad Elpoldi talked to me. They had been handling the zones that could manage without me, leading the pack wolves. Despite their small size, they had saved about 200 people, a solid result. Apparently, they used their surprisingly strong bodies to crawl into places machines couldn't reach and pull people out. But Lord Nozomu, you're bleeding everywhere. It'll seal up soon enough. Peter practically screamed the suggestion, but it wasn't a big deal. The holes in my synthetic muscles were already being patched by nanomachines. What was leaking now was just leftover fluid that had built up inside the armor or was being purged as unusable. Nothing to worry about. Some folks would sometimes scoop it up for me, calling it holy blood or whatever, but honestly, it was like getting handed blood from nosebleeds. I had no use for it. Still, it also felt a bit weird to have it taken home as some kind of souvenir. But guardian deity, if you do not rest, then we cannot rest either. Please, I beg you, take some time to rest your body. NN. Is that so? I had still been planning to keep working, but when the old Knight of the West Garden Knights said that to me, I found myself nodding. He was right. It seemed some citizens of the Holy City had been pushing themselves beyond their limits just because I was still working. The survivors of the West Garden Knights had fought through brutal battles and were still helping with rescues too. In that case, yeah, my conscience wouldn't let me keep going. I had to rest too. Then, Knight Bartholomew, I shall follow your advice. We are most grateful, truly. Well, yeah. If your boss is staying late, it's hard for the subordinates to call it a day. I get it. In that case, I guess I had no choice but to officially call a break. We'll resume around midday. Until then, take breaks in shifts. Understood. With that, he began sending knights to spread the word. Even so, the urge to move was hard to suppress. I wasn't just some foot soldier, but neither was I anything more than an officer. As long as I was on site, moving my body was part of the job. And knowing there were still people buried alive or trapped in sealed rooms waiting to be rescued weighed heavily on me. The clergies had caused me a lot of trouble, sure, but the people of this city hadn't done anything wrong. I wanted to do as much for them as I could. I stepped outside the city again and sat on the dragon's head. There wasn't a proper place to rest, and besides, I figured this looked more dignified. Maybe it'd help reassure the townspeople. Also, I hoped it might serve as a deterrent. Dragons were considered intelligent creatures, and seeing a dead one might make the rest think twice about attacking. I definitely didn't have the energy for another fight. Lieutenant, the dragon's corpse has been fully investigated. Good work. What did you find? Just then, I heard the distinct buzzing of wings, only detectable thanks to this body's high sensitivity auditory sensors, and Celine's drone descended. I really wanted to upgrade it from just a standard survey and patrol unit, but suitable parts had been hard to come by. If that canopy above the city housed proper manufacturing equipment, maybe we could both get our bodies recreated. I couldn't go back to the Sylvanian's kingdom in this body too. I found a medium-sized reactor inside, but it's far too large. I wouldn't recommend connecting it to the Holy Lance. Makes sense, that thing powered a beast of that size. What scale are we talking? 300 gigawatts. So, about the same as a standard mobile weapons main reactor. Unbelievable construction. Then again, it would have been even more absurd if something that huge had normal heart. There were also 2 medium anti-gravity units integrated with its wings, but they've burned out. Looks like it pushed itself way too far. It probably wasn't designed to lift more than its own weight. If it flew off with me on board, that must have done it in. Too bad we couldn't recover the anti-gravity units. They were impossible to maintain without high-end facilities, and besides, Even two mediums wouldn't get us out of the atmosphere. Come to think of it, were there even large-scale units on this planet? Our standard procedure was to build the big stuff in space and bring it down to the surface on barges fitted with small anti-grav systems. It was possible there weren't any deployed down here at all. I mean, gravity's a real pain when it comes to construction. That's why most of our factories were in orbit. I never really understood why anyone would want to live on planets with constant 1G pressure. We didn't even use them as a base, and just sell them instead. There's also a charged particle cannon in its throat, but yeah, I can see how that turned out. I was sitting on the thing now. The particle cannon's firing port had been completely wrecked, there was no salvaging it. The energy output was impressive enough that I would have melted to death if not for the mobile weapon's energy field, and I didn't have the luxury to finish it off cleanly. It couldn't be helped. Funny, back when I hunted dragons in VR games, the more parts you broke, the bigger the rewards got. PRA Chapter 41.2 I hope this doesn't end up being a wasted effort. We lost your Type D body entirely, the hard-won mobile weapon is totaled, and the Celestial Canopy Holy City suffered a disaster with casualties in the hundreds of thousands. I would say the break-even point is astronomically high. What we lost far outweighed what we gained. Especially human lives, once gone, they never come back. To lose nearly a 1/10 strong city. The time and effort it would take to rebuild was staggering. It pained me to think how many rare talents had likely perished as well. It was also tragically wasteful. If only everyone had converted their consciousness into binary code like us. The death toll could have been just 1,000th of what it was. Why is the world always so inefficient? Well, they're here now. That bunch of contradictions, equal parts efficient and inefficient, huh? I tilted my head. A group had appeared on the far side of the main road. Several open-top vehicles were advancing in procession, protected by a swarm of cavalry riding gear calibers. At the front, an absurdly large sensor belched fragrant smoke, as if trying to offer solace to the devastated city. And riding atop a ceremonial vehicle equipped with a giant crane to support that sensor, was none other than the Archbishop herself. Well, looks like she didn't run after all. Total loss of left arm, below the left knee gone as well. Those are serious injuries. From my perspective, dragging a massive entourage along the main rescue route with that giant vehicle screamed out of touch. But maybe it was a ceremonial obligation. Resting my chin on my hand, I zoomed in with max magnification. At this pace, they'd take another 30 minutes to arrive. Still, going to greet her might diminish my own presence. The main road had been prioritized for cleanup, so it was relatively clear. Might as well let them do their thing. How much will this slow rescue efforts? It's a major route into the city center. I'd estimate about a 4.8% drop. Too high to ignore, but not high enough to justify blatantly disrespecting their religion. It was a delicate number. I waited for the procession to draw near. When it finally reached the base of the dragon's head, I stood up. In reverence, I offer my respect to the guardian deity. Her voice, amplified through a speaker, made it clear she was pushing herself despite her wounds. Maybe she'd refused to send a stand-in, or maybe all her higher-ups had already fled and vanished. Either way, it didn't reflect well. "You look like hell." That voice. No surprise she hadn't forgotten it. After all, it belonged to this so-called demon. A lot happened. I can't exactly say I saved the city, but I kept it from being completely destroyed. What are you? Archbishop? That probably wasn't part of their script. A gear priest standing by her side was visibly alarmed, but through her veil, she stared at me intently. Exactly what I claimed to be. I'm human. Just someone who thought, hey, maybe I should stop this city from being wiped off the map. But then, what about the scriptures? I don't know who wrote them, but Your Eminence, it's best to judge based on what you see and hear with your own senses. Someone, give her medicine, she's struggling. At my word, Glitter, who happened to be nearby, rushed over with a nanomachine injector. A few of the Magius gear knights tensed up, but when I gave the order to let her through, they stood down, glancing between the Archbishop and my towering body. So, I suppose I do have some weight as a legendary figure from their scripture. Enough to give me a say, at least. Your Eminence, excuse me. This is an ancient elixir, it should help a great deal. Knight Glitter. You, I trust Nozomu? He saved my life more times than I can count. At Gileta's words, the Archbishop slowly offered her wounded limb. Gileta administered the shot. Soon the wound would close, and the nanomachines would start transporting oxygen in place of blood. The sedative effect would kick in, too. It should help her feel a bit more at ease. And he's a good man. Isn't that enough of a reason to believe in someone? Very well. Let's talk. Glad to hear it. That helps a lot. With an exaggerated gesture, I pointed toward the outskirts, where the guardian deity used to reside. I figured the clergy would want to clear out any eavesdroppers for what came next. Just a little gesture of consideration. It's not like I have to speak at full volume all the time. After all, I am capable of a hushed conversation or two. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. The scriptures claim that the guardian deity would awaken again in times of crisis, but in the case of Titan II, a crucial element was missing for its reactivation, a being capable of issuing commands. PRA Chapter 42.1 411. For us mechanized humans, the most intimate form of contact wasn't through mucous membranes, it was through interactions in cyberspace. Even without a subbrain, if we pushed our clock speeds to the max, our sense of time could accelerate by over 3,000 times. In other words, if we wanted to, a single second could feel like almost an hour. Judging from our previous conversation, Archbishop, you do have a connection port, don't you? Yes. Right here. She held out her hand, revealing a port embedded near her wrist. It looked like a miniature computer had been implanted into the spare space of her forearm. A configuration typically used by old humans who are wary of full mechanization. It didn't connect directly to the brain, which made it safer, but in her case, she had a subbrain, so direct consciousness link should be possible. Still, the Ecliptic Republic Union had embraced mechanization and genetic engineering, albeit not to our extent. So why would they insist on having their descendants use such an outdated method? A fully cyberized system would offer exponentially greater processing power and speed. Did the Apocrypha state anything regarding direct link? For contact with high-order Sanctus gears, a direct link is necessary. That's why gear priests of sufficient rank possess ports. Though only those with the talent are granted them. Ah, I see. So even gear priests could rise through political influence rather than pure aptitude. That kind of thing always got messy when religion was involved. Well then, I have matters to discuss in private. Let's link up directly, and I'll share everything. Linking with the Sanctus gear places a tremendous burden on the mind. If I were to link with a machine as advanced as the guardian deity, I'll go easy on you. Don't worry. If she was using an old-style connector to access functions of the Inner 12 with little to no digital shielding, of course it would be a mental strain. Who knew what kind of side effects that would have on an organic brain? None of us had ever tried something that reckless before. By our standards, that bordered on madness. Still, more than shock, I found myself impressed that they'd managed to do such a thing for over 1,000 years. Hey Celine. This unit's port only supports physical bridge connections, right? Relaying through Titan II would be too much strain, so I'm thinking we go with a direct neural link. Then open your chest. We'll link directly through your brain shell. But isn't there a chance she could use a virus to self-destruct? That's where you come in. The permanent firewall is strong, but I need you to monitor her. I still think accepting the risk of a suicide attack and directly linking with her is unwise. I opened my chest, which had originally contained a pseudo AI for remote control, and exposed my brain shell. Using a drone, Selene extended out a long connection cable for direct link from it. The Archbishop hesitated, then timidly took the offered cable. After a moment of inner conflict, she stabbed it into her wrist. Synchronization began. This is welcome to my cyber entrance. In the blink of an eye, my consciousness leapt into the cyberspace reception domain. I kept my avatar the same as when I'd first met the Archbishop, dressed in a Class Type 2 formal uniform of the integrated military, my standard for meetings with important figures, with my hair swept back neatly for a clean, composed look. The room was styled like a penthouse apartment from the late 20th century, a large dining table, a modern kitchen, houseplants, paintings on the wall, and various electronic appliances, including a TV. Through the clear windows, one could enjoy an unobstructed view of a star-filled night sky and the glowing cityscape. It wasn't my personal taste, but I figured an extravagant setting would better suit receiving someone of the rank, so I picked the fanciest preset available. Normally, I used a fantasy-themed space filled with medieval stonework and bookshelves lined with ornate holy scriptures. But I figured that might make the atmosphere too fantastical, so I swapped it out on the fly. Honestly, I found such a spacious room a bit unsettling. I preferred cozy tatami rooms, small and snug. I have now unlocked your sub-brain and am in a direct link with your consciousness. Don't worry, I won't intrude into your consciousness domain. I've simply invited you to the entrance of my consciousness domain. When I offered her a seat, she cautiously sat down. This was likely her first time entering such a high-fidelity cyberspace. Now, how about some tea? Do you prefer bitter or sweet? Is this truly cyberspace? Compared to connecting with a sanctosphere, the strain on my brain is almost non-existent. That's because this is a pseudo-link via your sub-brain. It shouldn't put any real stress on your organic brain. I try to be considerate, you see. I didn't know exactly how much strain connecting twin and a 12 would cause, but for now, I was simply touching her sub-brain gently, translating that into electrical signals and simulated sensory data. I was being even more careful than with Gilita. Back then, I hadn't known how their systems worked and accidentally went a bit too far. I hadn't even touched her memory space this time. With Gilita, I had needed her language formats, so I'd had no choice but to dive deeper. But now, I was trying to convince the Archbishop that I meant no harm, so I was aiming to be the perfect gentleman. I summoned a virtual coffee machine, brewed a fragrant cup, and placed it in front of her along with sugar and cream. The pseudo-sensory input wouldn't satisfy her hunger, but she'd still be able to enjoy the taste. To prove it wasn't poisoned, I poured from the same pot for myself, added 1 sugar cube and plenty of milk, and took a sip. The light American-style coffee, still called American despite the country's long-gone status, was a cafe au lait based on the flavor I'd once spent a bonus paycheck on to have a taste engineer replicate to perfection back on my home world. No real-world expert could have brewed a more aromatic cup without nailing every detail. That's the kind of privilege you get when you can control cyberspace freely. Delicious. I've been stuck with bland nutrient tablets and water lately. This really brightens the palate. Sacramental drink. Oh? So you do have coffee in the Canopy Sanctum? It's a rare product from our sacred food factories. We only drink it during formal meals. Then I suppose I'd managed to offer quite the gesture of hospitality. She was hesitant to touch the cup, perhaps unfamiliar with partaking in enemy territory, but when I pointed out it would be a waste if it cooled, she shifted her veil slightly and took a careful sip with her face still hidden. What a rich aroma. I'm glad it's to your liking. I sat across from her and formally introduced myself once more. As I mentioned before, I'm Matsuo Osamu, rank of Lieutenant. Formerly of the Galactic Higher Consciousness Federation's 22nd Seed Fleet. The fleet's long gone now, so I'm just a stranded soldier. When I asked for her name in return, realizing I hadn't heard it yet, she paused for a moment before answering. Aulia, Archbishop of the Celestial Canopy Holy City Cathedral. I cast off my family name when I took my vows. I see. Well then, Archbishop Aulia, shall we view a bit of history for mutual understanding? I picked up the remote for the large television embedded in the wall and pulled up a history textbook from my memory. In the beginning, humanity arose. On the far edge of the Milky Way galaxy, on Earth, what we now call First Terra. Chapter 42.2. The image showed a beautiful blue planet shining brilliantly within the galaxy. Yeah, even we still retained the capacity to recognize such beauty, and it was from that very planet that it all began. By now, much of the information had been lost due to the collapse of countless data archives and communication networks during the Solar War, which spanned from the First to the Fourth Wars. Humanity had once lived solely on Earth, but with the rise in population came a barely-in-time energy revolution and the invention of anti-gravity units. These developments enabled humanity to expand beyond the Earth's sphere. Around the year 2300 AD, for the first time, we made contact with a form of higher intelligence not of human origin. From there, space development surged rapidly. Tensions began to build between Earth-based and space-dwelling humans. Some human nations even chose to withdraw from the Solar System Union, a coalition originally built by and for humanity, and instead joined alliances formed by non-human intelligences, accelerating political friction. Incidentally, we too were one of those secessionist factions, deemed too fragile in our original human bodies. We pushed for extreme mechanization and were ultimately expelled. That's how we ended up joining the Higher Consciousness Federation. I wasn't personally involved, but my grandfather fought in the Second Earth War. I remember him going on and on about how he became an ace pilot by shooting down 7 spacecraft, or how he participated in a mass kinetic bombardment that supposedly triggered a mini ice age on Earth. It was non-stop bragging. And then, in the Fourth War, Earth was completely lost. Some fool used what was called a planet breaker, an explosive designed to reach and detonate within the planet's core. Now, the former site of Earth is just a vast space filled with drifting gas and debris, orbiting the Sun. The number of lives and the volume of data lost in that event was immeasurable. We did what we could to salvage it all. But even so, only fragments of old Earth's information survived. How terrible. But it doesn't change the fact that we are the descendants of the very beings who caused it. The image shifted to show Amaterasu 1, a massive stellar system on the outskirts of the Virgo galaxy, along with its surrounding Dyson-class structures and ringworlds. This was our home, one of the greatest artificial constructs ever made by humanity, or rather, by the machine-adapted branch of humanity. It orbited its star in 3 vast concentric rings, resembling a planetary shogai board. This was the stronghold of the mechanized humans and mathematical consciousnesses. There were 20 more like it scattered throughout the galaxy, each housing tens of millions of humans, an equal number of mathematical consciousnesses, and various other species belonging to the Higher Consciousness Federation. From here, we spread out, and likely, we're still expanding. 2,000 years ago, I was chosen as a member of the Seed Fleet and departed from our home. The footage shifted again, this time to a proud fleet of ships. Among them were the Tiamat 25, now lying dormant on this planet, and the fully spheric Linnane 12 as it once was. The fleet, from the flagship Nagato 7 down to the smallest vessels, formed an elegant elliptical cruising formation. It passed through a gravity transfer gate and jumped randomly through space, until it finally found a large rocky planet just outside the habitable zone at the edge of the Coma Berenices constellation. We found this planet, moved it into a more suitable orbit, created a satellite, poured in water, and gradually shaped it into what it is today. It was a grand tale, one that truly made you feel the overwhelming power of humanity's accumulated wisdom. But 2,000 years ago, while I was on a 10-year sabbatical during the planet terraforming project, everything changed. What followed was all simulated: chaos, destruction, screams, a litany of imaginable tragedies. I explained how I had survived in the remote Exeal Margraviate for the past 2 millennia. The video log then transitioned into visuals that chronicled the events leading up to the present. To be honest, I have no idea what happened while I was asleep. But please understand, I'm just another victim who got caught up in all of it. And, likely, so were your ancestors. Why are you showing me this? The Archbishop asked, visibly unsure. I shrugged and sipped my coffee. I just want to clear up the misunderstanding and make peace. I have no intention of disrespecting your holy scriptures, nor will I declare your faith to be wrong. There were those who dismissed gods and miracles as nothing more than a grand misunderstanding, but I didn't see it that way. Faith was a structure built upon belief and history, a crystallization of abstract will, ancestral spirits, and ideals. I'd prefer not to be called a demon, but I do think their scriptures were sacred. And the fact that the Celestial Canopy Holy City had managed to endure and thrive for over a millennium while guarding them was no small feat. Sure, it had turned into the religion that blend archaic ideas and machines, but I wouldn't deny its worth. All I want is to make it clear that I'm not a demon. Will you talk to me now, Archbishop Aurelia? Very well. I will withdraw the accusation that you are a heretic, Sir Matsai. I felt a bit relieved when she said that after a brief pause. But what followed wasn't quite what I was hoping for. However, I now understand that you indeed could become a demon. Wait, did I screw something up? She silently sipped her virtual coffee, without even a sound, and then gently pushed the now empty cup back toward me, saying this was proof enough. Tips: Earth Sphere Wars. Now little more than a historical enigma, the Earth Sphere Wars refer collectively to the wars sparked by tensions between the Earth central government and the old nation-states. These are categorized as the First and Second Earth Wars, as well as the First through Fourth Solar Wars. By the end of the Fourth Solar War, Earth was shattered by an unknown party. As a result, the remnants of old humans were driven from their homeworld and scattered across the stars. PRA Chapter 43.1, 412. With a cold tone, Aurelia looked down at her coffee cup and laid out her arguments in a voice that carried the dignified clarity of a religious leader. This overly elaborate space. It should be the so-called VR from the Apocrypha. There's no doubt it leads humans into depravity. This night view, this cozy room, this drink more fragrant than any served at a formal banquet. According to the Apocrypha, all of this can be created with ease, correct? Well, she wasn't wrong. It was virtual reality, after all, a mass of data. With a single snap of my fingers, a full-course meal centered on a hamburger steak instantly filled the table from end to end. Everything I've experienced, everything that's been fine-tuned by specialists, it's all just data. As long as you're digitized, anyone can have an endless supply. But we are beings of flesh. If people grow addicted to this, they'll gorge themselves on blissful dreams until they begin to starve in the real world. Ah. Right. I'd forgotten, this stuff was dangerous for them. Wasn't it? Now that she mentioned it, I vaguely remembered something from history class. A faction of humanity that only partially mechanized themselves ended up getting lost in virtual reality, unable to return, taken over by a self-serving mathematical consciousness variant. In the end, they couldn't come back to base reality. That community was ultimately destroyed by a group of old humans who labeled them evil. Thinking about it now, yeah. Having a physical body and living in a world with far scarcer food resources, this kind of thing really would be toxic. We're a species that doesn't need to eat and drink, so I'd forgotten to be considerate about that. And even now, despite certain restrictions being in place, the upper echelons of the cathedral still gorge themselves on luxury and grow decadent. If you were granted authority in the celestial canopy holy city, what would you do? If there were still functioning factories, I'd want to restart them, to improve people's lives. That would never happen. The only ones who would prosper are those who deceive your eyes and gorge themselves on profit. Over the millennia, the cathedral has rotted. That bad? I asked, and she buried her face in her hand, which she no longer had in base reality. Apparently, the whole mess back in the Exziel Margraviate, where I was brought in as a heretic, had been a ploy. A corrupt gear priest exiled by Aurelia had teamed up with the Margrave and Virgil, who was desperately hoarding wealth to grab personal power. The whole affair had been a privateering operation orchestrated by them. They'd wanted to paint me as a heretic to cover it up. Now it made sense why they tried to prevent me from testifying, and why they were so eager to drag me onto the witness stand. It hadn't been purely for religious reasons. The cathedral is full of figurehead cardinals, fools who believe handling gear spells is a divine privilege, and pigs who've only learned to gorge themselves on gain. As troublesome as that sounded, it wasn't exactly unheard of. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. That line was salvaged from the archives of a historical genius, and it rang true. Rome in the Middle Ages, Italy in the Renaissance, those places were just as bad. This wasn't some outlier. There had been worse. From what I could gather from Galata's memory, the cathedral held all three powers: judicial, legislative, and executive, and even military command. In the territory of the Holy City, they were the absolute authority. That meant they held the power of life and death over every human in this land. Anything they desired could be made reality. Just how many people would crave that kind of power? Is the political struggle really that intense? 4 illness-related deaths just since the start of the year. Wow. Illness, huh? What a mess. To be honest, for us mechanized humans and mathematical consciousnesses, the virtual world offered more freedom than base reality. That made us a people who knew sufficiency. According to the photonic lifeforms who manage the Higher Consciousness Federation, we were the human subspecies closest to enlightenment. We still had desire, but it was faint. We understood duty and responsibility. We could define ourselves with clarity. From the moment we were born, we were educated. Even after rollout, we constantly refined our definitions. If we wanted to, we could control ourselves. But for the old humans, their desires seem to have no end. And what about your own rise to power, Archbishop? It was thanks to my rare compatibility with terminals, and the support of those few martyrs known as the Purity faction. Honestly, even just being a lieutenant commanding other officers had me gasping for breath. I couldn't begin to understand why anyone would want to become the dictator not just of a city of 1 million, but of an entire massive realm. Even being an archbishop sounded rough. Did they not realize they'd be crushed under the weight of all that responsibility? Back before my 2000-year sleep, 1/5 of the Privy Council of the Higher Federation consisted of photonic life forms. Even they struggled with the workload. One mechanized human council member once grumbled, "I know it's forbidden, but I wish I had 2 more of me. Anyone with sound judgment wouldn't take on such a burden." Rights are glorious, sure. But no matter how brilliant they are, they're always followed by the club of duty swinging at your back. No one has ever escaped that, in any era. Even if you get away with it in life, your descendants usually pay the price. Even Napoleon, one of the strongest figures in that historical simulation game, met a terrible end. Where the hell do people get that level of arrogance, to think they do better than him? Mind if I smoke, eh? Oh, sure, go ahead. Whatever the case, even with a dragon involved, Virgil had clearly done something outrageously reckless. I ended up summoning a cigarette in the virtual space and activate a calming protocol. There's still another reason why you could become a demon. Once I'd calmed down, she gripped her terminal port with force and concentration. The virtual environment trembled. Wait, hold on. This was a protected entrance zone with multiple defensive layers. How was someone I only gave guest access to running a program? While I stood frozen in confusion, she summoned an image of Inanna 12. The layered schematic map displayed various sections in color, green for residential, yellow for production areas, and red labeled as sealed zones. This sealed zone contains numerous manufacturing machines, just as you expected. But they were sealed by our divine ancestors, or in your terms, the crew of Inanna 12. Sealed? Wait. More importantly, how did you access my entrance zone? I just asked the machine spirits. Not that again. Give me a break. I used to think spirits were just a primitive way to explain tech they didn't understand, but now I was pretty sure something truly inexplicable was at work. Celine. Run the full check on my mental defenses. Already done. Twice. No signs of attack, breach, deception, or diversion. PRA Chapter 43.2. Celine. Run the full check on my mental defenses. Already done. Twice. No signs of attack, breach, deception, or diversion. I froze when I heard the answer. Could she, depending on how it was done, actually destroy my consciousness domain? Ugh. That's terrifying. I seriously needed to stop casually linking up directly from now on. Shall I eject her, Lieutenant? No, it is a diplomatic meeting, after all. That would be beyond rude. Still, I had Celine keep an eye on things. No joke, this was really scary. Sure, I'm military, I left home ready to face an unmarked grave if it came to that. But getting killed by some fairy or spirit or God's mysterious blessing? No thanks. From now on, I'd make sure my mental protections were airtight and run integrity checks before and after every link. Better yet, maybe I should make it a permanent protocol. There are many rumors surrounding this forbidden zone. That it holds the secret to halting aging, or a method to resurrect the dead. Even that the lost holy sword is stored here. The lost holy sword? They say it can cut through anything. Oh, that? Just a standard mono-atomic blade, then. Nothing worth fussing over. The mass-produced ones were standard issue, commonplace to us. What really scared me was the possibility that this holy sword might be something like a massive railgun. With enough energy, those things could accelerate objects to near light speed, which was great, until you fired one on a planet's surface and accidentally knocked the axis off kilter. That's not just climate change, that's global catastrophe. Especially if it was meant for anti-ship combat. But the crew of Inanna 12 must have considered it too dangerous. They sealed it away, left behind only enough techs for self-protection and survival, and shared just the minimum maintenance knowledge before disappearing. What were they thinking as they left? If this had happened 500 years ago, I could have chalked it up to the natural decline of non-mechanized human brains. But the divine ancestors began vanishing just 100 years after descending, and by 300 years ago, the last of them had disappeared completely. No one knew where they went or why they vanished. What really happened? Either way, it's a door the ancestors sealed, deeming it beyond our capability. If it opens, you can bet swarms will rush in to grab their piece of the pie. Faith be damned, only greed will drive them. I see. Archbishop, you realized it, didn't you? That I'm not a demon, but someone capable of unlocking the seal. Yes. The Apocrypha warned us to beware those with ports on their necks. That was the condition mentioned for breaking the seal. And depending on your actions, the divine ancestors feared the holy city itself could fall. Yet, contrary to that fear, you saved us instead. She gave a self-deprecating smile. But now, you've become a guardian deity. No one in the city will listen to us anymore. In the presence of a God-sent protector, a minor divinity sent to safeguard the city, our authority means nothing. Has the cathedral's influence really fallen that far? Even in its prime, the cathedrals couldn't compete. A 10-meter-tall steel colossus. The one who tore off the head of a dragon that had threatened the celestial canopy holy city, the beast that countless knights had been unable to slay. Who could possibly stand against such a divine force? Fair enough. Honestly, if someone like Saint Teozama, or even one of his disciples, the 28 lesser saints, came back to life and just started writing manga again, I bet a ton of mechanized authors would snap their pens in despair. Being called an absolute authoritative presence suddenly made sense. So, if you truly bear no malice, I have one sincere request. Please, do not become a demon. Do not become one who indulges every desire and corrupts us through mindless benevolence. If you vow to be a strict and wise protector, then I don't care what punishment you mete out to me for my disrespect. With those words, she prostrated herself, practically begging at my feet. So that was what demon meant, not just some abstract evil, but someone who, with good intentions and no forethought, doled out kindness until a city collapsed under it. And yeah, a mechanized human could do that if we wanted to. No wonder the crew of Inanna 12 had installed safeguards to keep their creations from turning the holy city into another Sodom. Prudent, sure, but could they not have phrased it a bit more nicely? We were supposed to be allies, for heaven's sake. Grumbling about those now vanished ancestors, I helped her to her feet and made a solemn vow I wouldn't do anything unnecessary. And if I did need to act, I'd consult with her every step of the way. No exceptions. Well, thinking about it now, maybe this timing's actually perfect. How many clergy fled the city? Half took refuge in the holy city. But yes, many fled. Some likely returned to their home regions, where they had influence. Others probably just ran wherever they could. How many of the marquee figures? When I asked, it turned out that aside from her, 2/3 of the archbishops had fled, along with the cardinal, who had been little more than a puppet of corrupt advisors. The papacy, apparently, was vacant since the title of pope had been reserved for a divine ancestor. Honestly, this worked in my favor. They say too many lieutenants steer the ship into a mountain, but it's even worse if some of those lieutenants are complete idiots. As the old saying goes, the best way to deal with a fool is to kill them before they act. So why not just excommunicate them? The archbishop let out a shocked "eh?" But I simply crossed my arms and nodded. I've got absolute authority now, right? Use that to purge the cathedral, provide the bare minimum of aid to the people, and restore some prestige without going overboard. And all I'd need from you is a little help accessing the celestial canopy. If we excommunicate everyone who ran, wouldn't that clean things up nicely? Well, that's not wrong, but if they resist, well, there's always this. I swung my arm in a broad arc, and I could see her flinch, probably remembering the massive arm of the Titan too. Hey. Terrifying, wasn't it? A holy being with unchecked authority and no way to be physically stopped. There was no nightmare more vivid for a religious leader. If you'll work with me, then I'll help you restore a pure and righteous cathedral. So, Archbishop, will you take my hand? Are you sure you're not a demon? That kind of dangerous, yet irresistible, offer sounds like something only a demon would make. Despite her rude words, Aurelia ended up taking my virtual hand, albeit hesitantly. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Cyber entrance, a personal digital space that invites those directly linked. Being invited here means several layers of security have already been opened to them, making it an incredibly intimate zone. Mechanized humans use it as a gesture of trust, but because it's located far from the consciousness domain, it's considered reasonably safe. However, there are also wizard-class hackers capable of launching attacks from within this space, so one must never let their guard down. PRA Chapter 44.1 413. Hey, are you really in this thing, Nozomu? Galata murmured as she held a box, about the size of a cardboard crate, made of alloy panels. Yeah, so don't go handling it roughly, Galata. I'd never treat something you gave me carelessly, my dear saint. At the time, I was inside the canopy of the holy city, which was still in the process of regaining order. Of course, there were only so many places a Titan II's massive frame could enter, so I was crammed into a makeshift casing, something not even worthy of being called a prosthetic body, crafted from a 3D molding machine. This box carried minimal communications equipment, life support systems, and a device that sent out a pseudo-signal to prevent the cyborg brain from shutting down involuntarily, essentially saying, yes, a body is present. The remaining space was filled with a cushioning fluid, in which my brain shell was suspended. So right now, this helpless, pitiful little box really was me, Nozomu Matsui. Even stripped of rank, even reduced to this pathetic form, I had believed I wouldn't lose my dignity as an officer of the integrated military. Never imagined I'd end up like this, though. I mean, it was a box. A box. When I saw my reflection through the optical lens embedded in the center, I honestly felt so pathetic I cried a little. Even injured soldiers being evacuated from the battlefield get packed into better stuff than this. I was seriously tempted to ask Celine to engrave perishable on the side out of sheer self-pity. I'm really counting on you, my knight. I don't even have the ability to move on my own right now. If I told people this was the guardian deity that protected the holy city, nobody would believe me. With her muttering something that rude, well, to be precise, with her carrying me along, and by the way, young lady, your chest is resting on the box thanks to the way you're holding it. You okay with that? ? We made our way into the holy city's forbidden zone. While Aurelia used my edict to excommunicate the fools who only now decided to return, all under the implied threat of the guardian deity's power, I wanted to sneak in and investigate the interior. Right now, Celine was remotely piloting Titan II. One of her usual recon drones hovered ahead, while her doll-like frame toddled along with us. We've arrived. Alright, let's give it a shot. At my request, Galata unplugged the cord from the side of the casing and connected the internal terminal to the console at the Forbidden Zone's entrance. This was one of the abandoned sectors on the upper half of Inanna 12, a remote, deserted place chosen for its lack of prying eyes. Well? How's it looking? Give me a second. The authentication signal came through in binary code. It had the plain, unembellished formatting typical of the Ecliptic Republic Union OS, untainted, uncorrupted. But when I entered my integrated military ID code, it got rejected. So I tried various fallback protocols, like emergency evac procedures and international asylum codes. Eventually, one of them worked. The door opened. Woe to the faithful, this would have been the first opening in some 900 years. That said, what we accessed was the upper section. Since this was an old human design, it actually had an up and down near the outer hull plating, so there wasn't anything important. Just a lifeless corridor, eerily spotless thanks to still functioning self-maintenance systems. Carried through that corridor, lined at intervals with airtight bulkheads and explosive bolts meant to jettison damaged sections, we followed the ship map we'd obtained earlier, traversing the Forbidden Zone for just over 2 hours. Nozomu, can we take a break for a second? Yeah, it's a big ship, after all. I mean, the damn thing was 120 kilometers in diameter, about 1/30 the size of the moon. Definitely not built for casual strolls. It'd take days just to walk from one end to the other. Just a bit further. There's a cart stopped nearby, Celine mentioned. A cart. When we opened a door about 5 minutes later, We found ourselves in a space roughly the size of a small gymnasium, absolutely crammed with electric carts. Naturally, on a ship this size, transportation systems were installed all over. That's why the corridors were built absurdly wide, 15 meters across, and even had rail lines running through various parts of the ship. Unfortunately, due to the impact from landing, the rails were probably warped or severed, so those weren't usable this time. Looks like a standard four-wheeler. I can drive this. Perfect. That officers model over their seats too. Put me in the passenger seat. Even though the cart had been left unused for ages, the ship's maintenance systems were somehow still active, keeping the thing wirelessly charged. No dead battery, tires still intact, it started up like nothing happened. Honestly, it felt kind of unfair. Not that I wasn't grateful it worked, of course. But still, these things weren't built to last more than 50 years, tops. Why the hell does everything still work like it's brand new? Happens every damn time. The holy city gets blessed every day, after all. If prayers could keep a sub-dwarf planet-class ship in working condition, shipwrights would be weeping blood. Logistics would have a meltdown. And I wouldn't have to do EVA maintenance work anymore. Being a mobile weapon pilot sounds cool and all, but in space, our job's mostly using our humanoid frame flexibility for utility work, either blasting holes in enemy ships while tethered to our own, or patching damage from debris impacts. Basically, anything involving holes in a ship ends up being our responsibility. But if all that could be skipped just by offering daily prayers, if a shrine to the machine god could maintain everything from the power grid to the smallest fixture, we'd be clearing out space to build enormous sanctuaries on board ships in no time. Wow, this thing's quiet. Glad we're not near any people. It's got collision avoidance, so we're safe there. Next right, please. By tampering with the limiter originally set to cap the speed at 40 km per hour, we managed to unlock it and blast ahead at over 80 km per hour, but with the scenery unchanged, it hardly felt fast. Even back when she was piloting the gear caliber, I'd noticed it. Despite her lively appearance, Galata was a cautious and smooth driver. No sudden starts or stops, gentle turns. It made the ride feel calm and secure. If the map's right, we should be close. Even driving is tiring. If we'd walked the whole way, who knows how long it would have taken. The canopy really is enormous. After changing elevators twice and driving for another 2 hours, we finally arrived near the center of the sealed sector. PRA Chapter 44.2. Shout out to Agro Bamboo for becoming a patron. Alright, we're here. Wait a second. Those are ancient characters. We finally arrived near the ship's reactor. Because it consumed the most power and its failure would be catastrophic. The product control room, a part of the factory facilities, had been placed near the ship's core. Apparently, writing conventions had changed over time. The stiff, angular alphabet scrawled across the consoles was now referred to as ancient script, but its form hadn't changed much. Galata, excited, was saying things like, "I can read this. I can actually read this." And while she was at it, I had the sealed door override unlocked and opened. The inside was still in working condition, and off to the side, a multi-purpose cleaning drone with 4 legs stood idle. We'd passed by other full-sized machines, some as wide as roads, on the way here, and it was baffling how they were still autonomously operational. Heave-ho! Celine jumped off my back and landed lightly on the console, immediately starting to link into the system. As expected, unlike regular Federation's vessels, this ship was absolutely packed with consoles, seats, and various gear. It made the room feel lived in. Honestly, this kind of environment excited me more. It actually felt like a real ship, something I was more used to in VR. Practicality was important when actually using the equipment, sure, but when it came to just exploring, this kind of setting was the most fun. I think I've got something. Yep, it's here. Looks like this ship came with blueprints for emergency use in rescue scenarios. For real? Celine. Hurry, please, hurry. I'm on it, no need to rush. Please wait approximately 30 minutes in base reality for the reconstruction to complete. Hey, Nozomu, Galata said, sounding hesitant. I didn't really know what this place was about when I brought you over. What are we doing here? Hey. That Might night is a surprise. Why don't you grab a drink and wait patiently? I hate surprises. So we sat and waited. 30 minutes passed, an eternity, in my experience. Almost time. Gulata, please place Lieutenant's box into that intake slot. Eh? Should I really put it in? Are you sure this is okay? Still clutching the box I was inside. Yes, she'd been holding me this whole time. Gulata hesitated. Celine pointed at the intake slot and gestured for her to proceed. Timidly, Gulata placed me in. The slot opened with a vertical slide, revealing a conveyor belt that carried me steadily inward. As I was drawn in, I couldn't help but wonder if cremation felt something like this. And just as that thought crossed my mind, my consciousness abruptly cut out. My vision returned like a flickering screen struggling with a poor connection. The OS's initial setup scrolled past my eyes, and all my preferred settings, previously stored in my brain casing, were automatically applied. Since my last known specs were up to date, there were a few compatibility issues with some of the drivers on this ship made by the Ecliptic Republic Union, so I had to roll back to older versions. But even that felt like an instant compared to the eternity I'd just endured. The world was huge. My new visual sensors, embedded like strands among carbon nanotube hair, allowed me to see nearly 360 degrees, excluding only the area directly beneath me. With max zoom, I could read an eye chart from 2 kilometers away. My auditory range was several times that of a human's and could automatically filter sound, no fear of eardrum damage. I could probably hear a coin drop from 200 meters away. My olfactory sensors had no need for filters, just a dense array of ultra-sensitive detectors, easily rivaling military sniffer dogs. I could probably identify every ingredient in food or drink just by smelling it. And in my chest, though not truly beating, was a standard fusion reactor. No need to eat, breathe, or feel pain if I didn't want to. As long as my head stayed intact, any other part could be replaced. The ultimate dream body. Wait a second, this is a Type C Model 2. Wah-wah. As I stepped out of the rollout hatch, I shouted. Gulata, apparently feeling empty without something to hug, was crouching nearby and stumbled back in surprise. Only Celine, unplugging the terminal cable, remained calm and unbothered. What the hell was this? Sure, it was miles better than my previous emergency body, but this was a civilian use body, just basic, everyday wear. Welcome back, Lieutenant. Celine. What is this? Come on, think about it rationally. This is a ship from the Ecliptic Republic Union. Of course they have facilities for providing emergency bodies to rescued mechanized humans. But you didn't seriously expect them to stock military-grade bodies, did you? I don't even have those blueprints. They're classified, you know. She added that she'd made a few upgrades, but when I checked the specs, it was downright depressing. The skeleton was made from a basic lightweight alloy. The subdermal armor had multi-scale shock absorption, sure, but the bullet resistance was minimal. I'd survive getting hit by a truck, but even a charged cold gun in high-power mode could leave scratches on the skin. And the actuators? Weak. Lifting 500 kilograms would be my absolute limit. And what was with this tiny-ass reactor? Just 5 gigawatts of output. It could barely charge the Holy Lance. Honestly, the temporary one I'd had stuck on earlier was better. And it was a Model 2, of all things. Designed with human-like heartbeat, blinking, and body warmth to comfort people scared of mechanized humans. Nozo.mu. Galator. That weird noise wasn't from a vocal glitch or a corrupted language format. It was just the result of being slapped across the face so suddenly. Hey, Galate bois. She slapped me. Twice. And with the back of her hand. Is it really you? Nozomu. In times like these, aren't you supposed to just gently touch or pinch me? I caught her wrist mid-slap, and suddenly her eyes welled up with tears. You were. She threw herself against my chest and started bawling. What? What just happened? What did I do? Sure, I didn't say we were here to rebuild my body. I wanted to surprise her. But was it that big of a deal? You're alive. You're really alive. I can hear your heart. Oh, that's just a dummy heartbeat. Wait. Haven't we been talking this whole time? You're warm. Your skin's so soft. You're smoother than I am. Why did you come out naked?" Her scream was an explosion of tangled emotions as she clung to me, rubbing her hands all over my new body. "Glitter, hey, there are things called boundaries, you know? Even if it's a synthetic body, groping someone of the opposite sex like this isn't exactly socially acceptable." I glanced at Celine for help, but she just sat on the console, looking the other way and twirling her terminal cord. Damn it, she locked the wireless channel too. Okay, I get it. I'm sorry, Glitter, I surprised you. My bad. That's not it. You're alive. You're really alive. I'm so glad. But I was alive. You knew that. I was talking to you from the box the whole time. You even held me. I can't deal with this. Old humans' emotions are just too much. Supplementary notes on planetary exploration. Full-body synthetic, Type C, a common civilian model designed for general public use. Type A bodies, in contrast, are non-organic, maintenance-focused, and built for heavy-duty space operations. Though they resemble humans, their shapes are slightly different. Model 2 uses organic components and is designed to look nearly identical to old humans, making them popular among individuals unfamiliar with mechanized humans or who favor a natural appearance. Currently, the integrated military and affiliated forces primarily use the Kabai Hikoji Model 23 manufactured by Greater East Asia Heavy Industries.